We are back just like we never left. Where is my charger? Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back. Shout out to everybody on the live stream. We're back. We are back. And yeah, let's have this conversation. Still on the beautiful Vice President Kamala Harris and the OG Trump. Okay, we're still on that topic. All right, we're gonna watch Team Walz, Coach Walz, at his first solo campaign in Los Angeles. Let's watch it.
Hello, Los Angeles. Wow. Well, sisters and brothers, and ask me, first and foremost, to each and every one of you, thank you for the privilege of being able to stand with you, because I know that Ask Me stands with the American workers. Ask Me stands for all that's right.
Shout out to everybody. Shout out to my boy Monkey. Shout out to Sarah Scoopy Hoops. Shout out to everybody pulling in. All right, so we're going to watch Coach Walz's first solo campaign stop, and we're going to talk about it, okay? Let's go. Still talking about the beautiful Kamala, the beautiful Vice President Kamala Harris, and the OG Trump on this campaign trail. Let's see what's going on. Let's listen to Coach Walz.
Let me acknowledge a few friends and the fighters who are here today with us. It goes without saying.
And also just for the record, I want to say that I actually respect Coach Walz for actually doing a solo campaign speech. That's like, is not like, riding the wave of, Kamala being a black woman and all that stuff. Is actually doing his own thing. So you got to give that man give him some respect on that fact.
Thank you to my friend and your president, Lee Saunders. We were just talking earlier. We've done a few door knocks. We've done a few phone banks. We've done a few rallies, and we've worked together on a few laws to improve people's lives. I said, my friend, the important thing about this guy is this guy's the friend to every American worker. So thank you, Mr. President. Madam Secretary Treasurer, thank you. Thank you for your leadership. The leadership team of Ask Me is there when we need them, always when they need them, making sure we not just win elections, but we understand you don't just win elections to bank political capital to win another election. You take that political capital and you burn it as fast as you can to improve people's lives. And that's what the leadership here does. To every delegate in this room, representing 1.4 million Ask Me members.
Also, for people saying that, you don't give a man that does stolen valor respect. I mean, he did serve 24 years according to the record. You still got to give him some respect, man. Still got to give him some respect. I mean, you can say, you don't want to say things just to win an election for sure, but he actually served in the military for 24 years. So according to the record, not according to me, according to the record, Coach Walz served 24 years in the military. So are we not going to say thank you for your service just because he said, what he said? I mean, am I saying what he said is right? No, you shouldn't say anything just because you're trying to win an election. That's not fair. But he did serve in the military, and you still got to say thank you for your service. God damn, come on.
Members, thank you for what you do. And as a dues-paying member,
Man.
to say thank you again for having a fellow union member here. Vice President and I are just so grateful for the support you've given us. I'm proud to be on this ticking, working with Vice President Harris, who we all know we want to call the next President of the United States. Here's a little fact that they just told me. By the way, my week has been very interesting since last Tuesday, as you might guess. But here's a fact they shared with me as I came here to make this opportunity to say thank you. I happen to be the first union member on a presidential ticket since Ronald Reagan. But rest assured, I won't lose my way.
What?
Probably should be a few more union members in elected office, President Saunders. We might want to work at that. I think I'm looking at some. So you heard the story. You knew Vice President Harris grew up in a middle-class family, picked up shifts at that McDonald's as a student. I keep asking this to make a contrast here. Can you simply picture Donald Trump working at a McDonald's trying to make a McFlurry or something?
And you know, when you start like that, talking about, can you picture Donald Trump, you know, working at the McDonald's? You know, I don't know, man. But you're gonna have to, this politicians say what they have to say just because they have to say what they have to say. But I don't think it should have started like that. You shouldn't. I feel like Democrat, Republicans, they are talking more on the person they are running against rather than actually talking about policies. Stop talking about Donald Trump. Trump too should stop talking about Kamala or Walz. Like, just talk about policies. All right.
Oh, he knows us. He couldn't run that damn McFlurry machine if it cost him anything. So, but Vice President Harris took that work ethic, goes to work every single day to make sure families don't just get by, but they get ahead. She stood on the side of the American workers, and she stood up to the billionaires and fought corporate greed. She led this administration's work to eliminate the barriers to organizing. And let's not forget, she cast the tie-breaking vote on the American Rescue Plan to keep public service workers on the job during the pandemic. Just to be clear, the Vice President and I, we know exactly who built this country. It was nurses, it was teachers, and it was state and local government employees that built this nation. People in this room built the middle class. And it's not just a saying, it's a fact. When unions are strong, America's strong. Vice President Harris and I have both had the privilege of joining workers on the picket line. And it's why, as governor, I signed one of the biggest packages of pro-worker policies in history into law. In Minnesota, we made it easier for workers to form unions. We strengthened workers' protections. And yes, we banned those damn captive audience meetings for good in Minnesota.
One thing we gotta say is he has energy, though. He has energy. Shoot, he's got some energy. Is fast, is agile, is responsive. You gotta give him that credit too. But he doesn't look 60 though. But I hope everybody has different type of body though.
Union meeting, they sued me over it. It was the best thing to get sued over I ever said. We're going to continue to ban those meetings. But we did more than that for families and Ask Me workers that are there every single day. We did things to improve people's lives in a real fundamental way. We guaranteed free breakfast and lunch to every single child in Minnesota. That helped a whole lot of school employees, Ask Me members, keep their students engaged and keep them in the classroom learning. Today, Minnesota is one of the best states for workers in the country. I'm surrounded by some that aren't. So the vice president's vision is to take those worker protections to every state in the union. Every state in the union. I keep saying this. I know you know it, but I think it keeps us focused. We all understand it in here. You've heard me say this. I know I'm preaching to the choir a little bit today, but the choir needs to sing. The choir needs to sing. And just so you know,
that's what I'm saying. Like, he has that vibe. Shout out to Zima. I couldn't send it to the Discord, my guy. Shout out to you, Zima. So like, he has that energy too. Like, he has that energy. You gotta give this man the props. I mean, I don't know. I don't live in Minnesota. I haven't seen what he has done. I did see what happened during the protest, and the way courthouses, the police stations were, messed up. But I don't live in Minnesota. If we have anybody that actually stayed in Minnesota, would you tell us anything about Coach Walz, if you do know anything about him?
Know who's not in the choir. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, they see the world very differently than we do. The only thing those two guys knows about working people is how to work to take advantage of them. That's what they know about it. Every single chance they've gotten, they've waged war on workers and their ability to collectively bargain to take that away from them. All we're asking for is better wages, better benefits, better lives, and dignity in the work that we do. There's a great bill in Congress. Should be the easiest vote you've ever taken, the PRO Act. Make it easier to form a union and bargain. Allow people to have the freedom to make a choice. Allow them to be able to do that. They also oppose the Public Service Freedom to Negotiate Act, which would require states to bargain with their employees. Look, if you're living in a state where you get to do those things, it's one thing. But our family and our neighbors and our fellow Americans are living in states where they don't have that. So when it comes to these so-called right-to-work laws that deprive us of the right to be able to form unions, fund what we need, Trump has said he supports right to work 100%.
With HoneyBook, you get the right.
I mean, we could sit here and talk about how this man is this or that, but the fact is, is going out, is talking.
I saw our friend Sean Payne at the UAW had a name for that. He called him a scab, just to be clear.
I don't really know.
That's not name calling. It's an observation and fact, just to be clear. So, you can tell a lot about people in their personal lives. He spent a decade stiffing service workers from dishwashers, waiters, and carpenters on his own properties to enrich himself.
Now, does Coach Walz actually have proof of that allegations that he just made against the former president? That's another thing, we don't know.
President, he cut overtime benefits for millions of workers, and he opposed any effort to raise the minimum wage. That's all you need to know. You don't have to ask twice. We know who they are. A guy who goes to Mar-a-Lago, and this is a direct quote, he sits there and tells his friends, you're rich as hell and we're going to cut your taxes. I believe him when he says that. But he also turns around and tells workers their wages are too high. I keep bringing this up. Who do you know who's asking to cut taxes on billionaires while stiffing working people? I don't know anybody. And I'll tell you what, I think there's a lot of people think that they're on his side or voting for him, that when you put it to them like that, they start thinking things differently. This is where we need to talk to our neighbors. We need to engage. And I'll tell you, his running mate, I don't know if that was a value add to this campaign or not, but he's one of 4 senators, 4, that has never cast a vote on a pro-worker bill in his life. Not once.
He has energy, man. I mean, we can hear him, is articulate. He knows how to handle the crowd. Like I said, he has this vibe to him. People feel like, I feel like the Democrat actually like this pick. Nobody really knows much about Tim Walz, okay? Everybody's just getting to learn about this person. But let's keep listening.
A stop clock's right twice a day. This guy can't get it right once. Not once for workers. And by the way, these guys are even attacking me for my record of service. And I just want to say, I'm proud to serve my country, and I always will be.
Okay, I guess he wants to address the lie about, going to war. I don't know. Let's keep listening. I mean, this is what everybody wants to hear. Is it gonna admit it was a lie, or it was, I don't know. I mean, his eyes looks like he's about to go in. Like, man, I don't know. Look at that. Look at his eyes, bro. Look at his eyes, bro. Let's watch.
With my dad's encouragement, a guy who served in the Army during the Korean War, I signed up for the Army National Guard 2 days after my 17th birthday. I served for the next 24 years for the same reason all my brothers and sisters in uniform do. We love this country. Then in 2005, I felt the call of duty again, this time of being service to my country in the halls of Congress. My students inspired me to run for that office, and I was proud to make it to Washington. I was a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee and a champion of our men and women in uniform. I'm going to say it again as clearly as I can. I am damn proud of my service to this country. And I firmly believe you should never denigrate another person's service record. To anyone brave enough to put on that uniform for our great country, including my opponent, I just have a few simple words. Thank you for your service and sacrifice.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, he has that. Look, he's saying what the crowd needs to hear, and is also being careful because he's trying to garner votes for his campaign. Is not, this is the game. This is a full game right here. Everybody's playing the game of, we need more votes, and we're going to talk to the independent and the Republicans that are already saying, maybe we might check Kamala. These are the people he's talking to, and he's actually being articulate. So let's keep listening. If he's gonna say, you know what, I didn't go to war, and I might have said that by mistake. Let's listen.
But look, it's not what they've done that we should be concerned with here today. It's what they're going to do. One of the clear goals of that Project 2025 to-do list is to put the screws to working people.
Now, does anybody know anything about Project 2025? Because is this true, or it's because I don't know anything about that. This is what they're actually campaigning on, the Project 2025 and all that stuff, but I don't really know anything about that part. Does anybody know anything about it?
Making it harder for us to collectively bargain, allowing employers to drastically cut overtime or even eliminate it. And make no mistake about this, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance want to eliminate AFSCME and all public sector unions altogether. Hell, they're even going after the 40-hour work week.
But he didn't say anything about It didn't say anything about not going to war, though. He just said, you know, for anybody who served their country, thank you for your service. But it didn't say anything about that. Of course, I agree with him saying, for anybody who actually served their country, thank you for your service. I'm for real, Coach Walz, thank you for your service, for real, 100%. As well as JD Vance too, thank you for your service. But he's not addressing the fact that he didn't go to war. But let's keep listening. Maybe he's going to say something about it.
I was joking and said, what's next, child labor? Oh, yeah, that's in there too, by the way. Reducing the rules around our children, putting them into dangerous jobs again. The folks who came before us spilt blood and treasure and spent their lives working to give us dignity and safety in our workplace, so you can simply do a good day's work and go home to your family safely at night. Project 2025 will take all that away. It'll also repeal what you worked so hard for, the Affordable Care Act and its protections against pre-existing conditions, and they'll gut Social Security and Medicare. I said this too. Look, I guess you can't blame them if you're billionaires. I don't know, but I'm guessing billionaires aren't waiting for their Social Security check to come in to get by. But I know people who are, like my mom, who depends on her entire retirement on Social Security benefits that she earned, by the way, and that we should have every expectation that we're not cutting taxes for the wealthiest while we hurt the most vulnerable amongst us. So be clear. Trump's playing dumb. Oh, I don't know about 2025. Some of you heard this say it, because I'm not ever closing the yearbook on this. I'm a football coach at heart. And I'll tell you one thing I know for sure is, if you're going to take the time to draw up a playbook, you're damn sure going to use it. So don't think that they're not going to use that playbook they drew up, because they're going to. But I want to be clear. It's your neighbors. It's our friends that have been in this. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about Trump, Vance, and this group that's around them. Because some of you in here with no or gray hair like me can remember when Republicans actually stood for and talked about freedom. We know they're there. We know those are our relatives. But it turns out that this guy means that freedom should be for the freedom of government to go into your exam room and tell you about your choices. You've heard me say it. This is not hard. In Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and we respect their personal choices.
Are you looking to establish?
Let's listen to Coach Walz now.
It's not difficult. I might not agree with my neighbor's choices or make the same one. But this country's great because we have a golden rule that makes things work. We mind our own damn business on those things. We mind our own damn business. Why would you think
Now on this issue saying, we mind our own business, which that's actually fair. That's fair. But another thing you would say is, nobody should be censored too. Nobody should be censored, because if you're saying that, you mind your own business, then there should be freedom of free speech. You know what I mean? Like, nobody should be caged and nobody should be like touched on, oh, you shouldn't say those things because it affects people's emotions and feelings.
I need your advice to tell me what books I can and cannot read, or when to have a family, or how to have a family, or what religion to worship, or how to organize.
Well, when he's talking about books people can read and cannot read or should not read, is he talking about in schools or is he talking about in homes? If it's in homes, then anybody can read what you want to read to your kids. They're your kids. But if it's in school, like public schools, then you shouldn't. If you're gonna say read whatever what you want to read to kids in public schools, that might be a bad idea, because you don't want to groom children, or you don't want to indoctrinate children on ideas that shouldn't be, put into those kids' head at a very young age, in my opinion, like gender. But if you want to teach your kids those things in your homes, then okay. But on that issue, what he just said about books, I hope he's talking about people and families in their homes, not in public schools.
You stay in your lane and I'll stay in mine. That's not that difficult.
I like that part. Stay in your lane. I'll stay in my lane. Yeah, ain't nobody trying to get in my lane because I'm not trying to get in your lane. Matter of fact, I don't even want to look at your lane.
So be clear. You watch our next president as she comes out on stage and she comes out to a song about freedom. When she's talking about freedom, she means you're free to make your own healthcare decisions. You don't need us. You don't need us. And as a school teacher, I'll tell you what. Children should be free to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in their classrooms.
Wait, is he a school teacher? Wait. I thought he was the governor of Minnesota. He is a teacher? I never. What? Is he a teacher or a governor? Oh, he is a former teacher. Okay. I get it now.
Education should be a ticket to the middle class, not crippling student loan debt. Here's the thing. We don't have that long to go here, but think about the future that we can create. We know what the past is. We know what these guys are going to do because they wrote it for us. Convenient to them to write it in Project 2025, so we know that. That's not the future we want. We want the future, and here's exactly what Vice President Harris...
Everybody keeps talking about the project of next year. Is that facts or is that cap? Project 2.5, is that cap or facts? Is that cap or facts? Because I don't know anything about the Project 2.5. Is it facts or just cap? Everybody's trying to, are they trying to use it to campaign because like politician talking, or is it cap?
Will do when she gets to the White House. As president, Vice President Harris said she will sign the PRO Act and the Public Service Freedom Negotiation Act right into law. Done. We will stand together on the fundamental principle to collectively bargain for your own lives and your own jobs. And we believe in fairness. That's what we believe in. That's why corporations can start paying their fair share. And that's how it works.
This is another thing. When you say you want to tax the big corporations, when you do tax the big corporations like Walmart, like Amazon, big pharma and corporations like that, do we as people right now, do we think that when you tax those big people or those big corporations, don't you think that the taxing of those corporations would trickle down on us? Because if you tax them high, they're going to put those prices on their goods and services high, and it's going to backfire on us because we're going to say, oh, this prices are so high. And they're going to tell us, well, the government is taxing us high. So now they have high taxes. We have high prices on goods and services. Isn't that how it works? Because if you tax the big corporations, heavy taxes, they are going to increase prices on the goods and services. Now, we would have to pay high on the things we would normally pay low for. Or am I making any sense? Or I don't know what I'm saying because this, I don't know.
At the same time, what we did in Minnesota is lower taxes for the working folks, and we have the fairest tax system in the country, and things work out pretty well. We can protect Social Security. And something we did, and I want to thank, I know they're in here, my Minnesotans who are in the House.
What if I told you that instead?
Don't tell me what you told me, man. I don't want to know what you want to tell me. Because I mean, if you
It was asked me.
if you tax the big corporation, for example, if you increase taxes on Walmart, because everybody knows Walmart is a big corporation, are they not going to increase prices on the goods like bacon, turkey, bread and stuff like that? I mean, like, isn't that how it works?
In the House, it was asked me to put into place the most generous paid family medical leave in the country in Minnesota. We're investing in our public schools, and I'm a little biased on this one, but I think you're probably with me on this. How about we give our teachers a long overdue raise for the work that they do?
I support that part. Teachers need to be paid more. I ain't gonna cap. Yeah, everybody can agree that teachers need to be paid more, right? Chat. Do you agree that teachers need to be paid more? I agree that teachers need to be paid more. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Teachers work hard. Sometimes you see some schools, they'll say 14-1. That's 14 kids to one teacher. And that's, for me, it's like 14 kids. That's quite a lot. You gotta respect the teachers, man. You gotta pay them more. You gotta take care of the teachers because they are actually taking care of the generation that would build the future. This is like, I feel like teachers are like the most important workers. Well, teachers should be essential workers, just like healthcare workers. You know what I mean? Like, teachers are actually like, I feel like they should be paid more. I just feel like they should be paid more.
All right, I know you've heard these speeches, big order, optimistic or whatever. Well, I got to tell you, I will cop to being an eternal optimist. That's me. But I come by it honestly. I supervised the damn high school lunchroom for 20 years. You do not survive that job without being an optimist, I will guarantee you. And I also think you've heard me say this. Hope is the most powerful word in the English language. It was so powerful for when my wife and I first had our first child, we named our daughter Hope. But my wife often reminds me, hope is a great word and a beautiful name, but it's not a damn plan. We can't hope that we defeat Donald Trump. We can't hope that we can.
No. This is the thing, right? I feel like Democrat and the Republicans needs to stop talking about, well, the Democrat needs to stop talking about, we want to defeat Donald Trump. And the Republicans too need to stop saying, we want to defeat Kamala. No, it shouldn't be defeating Kamala. It shouldn't be defeating Trump. It should be what is going to take the country forward. It's about policies. It's not about defeating your opponent, because the opponent is an American too. Trump is an American. Kamala is an American, right? So it's like, are you trying to defeat your brother and sister, or you're actually trying to make America a better place for people to enjoy themselves, build a family, have a life? So it shouldn't be about defeating Donald Trump. It shouldn't be about defeating Kamala. It should be about the policies. So speak about the policies. Stop trying to say defeat Donald Trump. And I feel like that shouldn't even be in the speech. But of course, some people are like that, and they need to hear, let's defeat Donald Trump, because most people that don't like Donald Trump, they actually don't like Donald Trump. So when he says things like that, people actually like it. It's like, because Donald Trump is hurting a lot of feelings. People are emotional when they talk about Donald Trump.
Collectively bargain. We can't hope we protect Social Security. We can't hope that we address climate change. You don't hope to win. You plan, prepare, and work to win.
He's got energy though. He got energy. I ain't gonna cap. He has energy, bro. This man has energy. So, you know, JD Vance is gonna have to debating JD Vance. I can't wait to see the debate for the vice presidential seat. I can't wait to see that debate because this man has energy, bro. He has crazy energy. So JD Vance is gonna have to come with his A game because this man has some energy, man.
Look at this place. This place is filled with people who like hard work. These are people who get up and enjoy hard work and know how to get it done. So what do you think? A room full of 1.4 million AFSCME members, and this room here, how many voters do you think we could turn out in an hour? How many friends can we bring to the polls? We got over 4,000 people in this room. We won states by less than 10,000 votes in some cases. And I don't know about you, and I know it. This is going to be a close, tough race. It is going to be a tough one. But if each of us does an extra shift, an extra hour, a little bit more, we get to wake up on that morning after the election and know that the work we did transformed the lives for millions, transformed generations.
Man, he has energy. Y'all can say anything about Coach Walz, like Tim Walz. You don't like him, you don't do this, you don't. But he has energy now. He has energy. You can hear what he's saying. He has energy. JD is gonna have to come with his A game, bro.
Impacted the world. Ask me. That's how it happens. That's how it happens. That's a plan. That's how the hope turns into the reality, turns into improved lives. It's just like that. We organize, we donate, we volunteer.
Hey. Yo, this man is on fire, bro. And I'm not even I'm not a Democrat. Like I always say, I'm not a Democrat. I am not a Republican, but I am an independent. I listen to both sides. And I can tell you for a fact, Coach Walz has energy. Team Walz has some energy, bro. JD Vance is going to have to step up the game. But of course, people who actually love Trump, they like Trump because of his policies. So I feel like JD Vance is on cruise control, sort of, because, you know, people like Trump's policy. No open border, low inflation, low mortgage rates, peace in the Middle East, peace in Europe. So those are the things that JD is just actually enjoying based on, you know, Trump's record. But Tim Walz has to fight his way to the front because everybody's like, yo. And of course, Kamala isn't doing any interviews. So I feel like Kamala is going to just really make Coach Walz do more work because now nobody's actually hearing anything from Kamala. She's not doing interviews, no press conferences, no nothing. She's only doing rallies and she's actually saying scripted speeches from the teleprompters and stuff like that. So she's going to really let this man do a lot of work, or most of the work is just going to be piled on Walz because he has a lot of energy and it seems to attract people and people actually respect his voice. At this point, just listening to him, I'll tell you, he has some really high energy vibe, bro.
Look, I've been around you people. I know the jobs you do. I know what this president does because I thought you had to register to vote in Minnesota. You were out there so much for me because you were living there. You turn elections. You turn lives. You negotiate contracts. You press legislatures to do the right thing. We know how to do this. We've got 84 days to take control of our own destiny. 84 damn days. And I've said,
man, this man has energy, bro. Y'all can say what you want to say. He's got energy. Hear what he's talking about. He said we got 84 days to turn this around. This is what leaders say. He's talking like a leader. Don't sleep on this now. Don't sleep on this now. This man is he has some energy. He has some energy. I'm telling y'all.
This, you hear me say this. That's easy. We'll sleep when we're dead. We'll do the work now. We'll do the.
Did you hear what he said? We will sleep when we are dead. Man, this man has energy, bro.
Work now. And you do it for the most beautiful and selfless reason, because you believe in the very soul of your being that you believe in the promise of what America can be. You believe we can all enter the middle class. You believe we can all have dignity. We believe we can all thrive. But you know what? We got to fight. Because as the next president of the United States says to me often, when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, thank you. Ask me.
Man, that was a wild, energetic speech. I'm not gonna cap. Anybody could be capping, but I ain't gonna cap. This man has some energy. This man has some energy, y'all. This man has some energy. Okay, so we're gonna watch.
What's your favorite curse word?
Kamala right
Favorite curse word? What's your favorite curse word?
I can't say it. It starts with an M and it ends with a. Not ER.
What's your favorite curse word?
I can't say it. It starts with an M and it ends with a.
Bro, that was savage, though. I'm not even voting for Kamala, but that was savage, bro. Okay, so where are we going? Where are we going? Okay, let's go watch the gang over here. They're talking about Elon Musk and Trump. Also, everybody, what do you think about the Elon Musk and Trump's interview on X yesterday? People are saying he broke the internet. Bro. You know, was it a cyber attack, or did it actually was it like so many people trying to log into X, or it was just a cyber attack? I don't know. I'm not saying anything. Was it a cyber attack, or was it just technical issues with X? Do you think it was a cyber attack? Because it took us like 30, 40 minutes to actually get into the forum to listen to Musk and Trump. So was it a cyber attack? The media is saying, well, Fox is saying it was an attack, cyber attack from Iran. I'm not sure. It's just what the media is saying, but was it a media attack from Iran, or was it just basic technical issue from X?
Hello, everyone. I'm Dana Perino, along with Judge Jeanine Pirro, Harold Ford Jr., Charlie Hurd, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City.
Let's listen.
Is the 5.
Isn't that funny?
Donald Trump
is what
touching on everything from the economy, education, AI, and Kamala Harris.
the thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. She's incompetent and he's incompetent. And frankly, I think that she's
and this is the thing, like, listen to what he said. He said he's incompetent. He's incompetent. And frankly, I think that she's more incompetent. So it's not when people say Donald Trump doesn't respect women, but he's actually talking about Joe Biden being incompetent right here. And then he's talking also about her being incompetent. So it's talking about both people. So in my opinion, I really feel like this man just don't give a damn, man. He just say what he wants to say. It's like it's just He's wild. Trump has been wild for years. This is who he is. It's not just like he's wild towards black people or he's wild towards women. He is wild towards anybody.
More incompetent than he is. And that's saying something because he's not too good. She's a radical left lunatic. And if she's going to be our president, very quickly, you're not going to have a country anymore. And she'll go back to all of the things that she believes in. She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking.
They're rewriting history and making Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far left.
And also I gotta say this. Elon Musk also acted like the lady at the NAACP, because Elon Musk was actually first of all, everybody knows Elon Musk is going to be voting for Trump. So Elon Musk wasn't really interviewing Trump. He was basically like just, this is like a conversation between two friends, and they're talking about what they don't like about the economy. I wouldn't say this is like an interview, because Musk was saying, yo, we know she's far left. If you are interviewing someone and you're not being like biased or you're not being on the person's side, it would have been much more better. In my opinion, Elon should have been much more neutral and not like pander towards Trump too much. I felt like he pandered toward Trump, but it is what it is. He likes Trump. He doesn't like what's going on in the economy, open border, high gas prices, high inflation, mortgage rate is skyrocketing. Europe is definitely going to be going at it very soon. Iran is talking about getting into Israel, So he's definitely frustrated with all that going on around the world, but he should have kept it a little more neutral, in my opinion.
So the interview was also chock full of some serious Trumpian moments. Watch this.
The stupid threats coming from a stupid face. Illegal immigration saved my life. You're right, but it had to be at that exact angle. I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. I saw a picture of her on Time Magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing. And actually, she looked very much like our great First Lady, Melania. Something happened.
Trump says Kamala looks like Melania. God damn. Trump is just a wild man, bro.
With this election, which would be a horror show. We'll meet the next time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country.
There are some in the media. You can imagine they're not happy that you got to hear those words.
Whoa, 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 whoa. These man right here, man, he gonna say what he wants to say. You better know Trump will say anything, bro. Trump is just, this is who Trump is. We've known this man. He hasn't changed. He hasn't, turned it down. Is just who he is. And that's why I really fuck with Trump, because he actually says what he wants to say. He's not going to pander to anybody, which that could be a weakness sometimes for him. And sometimes it is like his superpower. So
hours before the interview even began, there was one reporter from the Washington Post that asked if the White House was going to intervene to prevent misinformation.
I think that misinformation on Twitter is not just a campaign issue; it's a America issue. What role does the White House or the president have in sort of stopping that, or stopping the spread of that, or sort of intervening in?
When someone says misinformation, what does that even mean? When people are saying misinformation, you're basically saying, for example, somebody could say, yesterday on X, it was a technical issue. And if people fact check it and say, no, it was a cyber attack on X. So are you trying to say the person saying it was a technical issue is misinforming people that it was a technical issue? if it is freedom of speech, people should be allowed to say what they want to say and not say, "Oh, is misinforming people, so you should take that down." I don't think you should be taking people's, man, I don't know, man, because these people, this misinformation situation is gonna get to a point where anything you say could be a misinformation. I'm just letting y'all know.
Charlie, I was just thinking back to our days in the briefing room, and if somebody would have asked that, I know you would have laughed out loud.
They would have been drummed out of there, as they should have been. And I really don't get it, but it does underscore just how far the journalistic standards have fallen over the years, but also how zealously everybody, there's so many people in the left-wing press are working.
And I just see somebody somebody says the richest man in the world has technical issues. You know what I mean? Is it technical issues, or was it like a cyber attack from Iran, according to what the media is saying? I'm not sure. I'm just saying what I'm telling you what the media is saying. They're saying this might be a cyber attack from Iran, and if this is a cyber attack, this might actually be a bigger issue in future.
Overtime to sort of extend this honeymoon as long as they can. I don't think that they can do it until the election, which is the real problem. Although I do think that she's going to probably get another week of it, of the honeymoon, because of the convention next week in Chicago. But I thought that thing last night was absolutely fascinating. You have two of the most consequential people on the planet today talking about real things. Talking about rockets and tunnels, and of course, Donald Trump used to drive his people crazy when he ran in 2016, talking about how he builds buildings. I build buildings. People who do that are problem solvers. And if you listen to that entire thing last night, they were talking about solving problems, and you're not talking about idiots.
That's true. That's true. Everybody knows Trump was a developer, and he has developed crazy huge buildings, New York, Chicago, around the world, Florida, so many places. He has a lot of buildings in Europe too. We got to give credit to him on that level, because he is like an American dream when it comes to entrepreneurship. That's just the facts. We can say whatever we want to say about this man. He is like the American dream when it comes to entrepreneurship. Everybody wants to be a successful man. Every man wants to provide for his family, his children, his wife. This is the facts. This is what every man wants. And I would say that Trump, before politics, he has done tremendous things for himself and his family. He is a wealthy person, in his own right. Now that he's into politics, now he has to fight all of these battles, because this isn't business. This is actually, running a country. But it is what it is. Let's listen.
Ideologues or politicians. They're people who want to solve problems. And it's very refreshing. Whether it breaks through and actually changes anybody's mind, I don't know. But I do think it's sort of the right direction if you want to solve the problems that are facing our country.
And we have plenty of them. Can you guys play for us the soundbite from Elon Musk about how he considers himself?
Recently.
Nobody cares, Ryan.
Before they try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd, because I'm making electric vehicles. I supported Obama. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand. Historically, a moderate Democrat.
Elon always says that line, bro. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hands. He loves that line. He always says that line. I could tell he really respected the fact that Obama being the first black president ever in the United States. Obama is like the big dog, OG. Everybody respects Obama. You know what I mean? Like, being the first black president, that's a record. Nobody has ever done that type of stuff. And we got to keep in mind, if Kamala does win in November, she will actually be looking on that level, like Obama's level, because it is gonna be historic if she actually wins, because if she wins, she is going to be sworn in on MLK Day. That would be the biggest accomplishment to Black activists, Black people, Black historians, people who actually have been waiting for days like that. You know, it's going to be a big deal for everybody, especially women.
I'm a Democrat, but now I feel like we're really at a critical juncture for the country. So people out there who are in the moderate camp to say, I think you should support Donald Trump for president.
I thought that was an interesting take.
People say this person, Cody Auger, says, dude is on Kamala's payroll. This is the fact. I am voting for Trump. I've said this like 1,000 times, okay? I am voting for Trump. But I have common sense, and I actually listen to both parties. I'm an independent. I am not a Republican. I am not a Democrat. But I happen to have a better live when Trump was president, because the gas prices was low, inflation wasn't this high, mortgage rate was 2% plus, the border wasn't this wild. Europe, which is Ukraine, those things weren't happening. We didn't have to send billions of munitions to Ukraine, and then there wasn't like so much money sent to around the world, just facilitating wars and stuff. All of those things was not even in the conversation. So when people say I'm pandering to Kamala, no, I am actually just listening to both parties. I am not just going to say because I am going to be voting for Trump, because that is what is going to happen in November. I will be voting for Trump because I actually like Trump's policies. I am still waiting for Kamala's policies, and the only policy Kamala has openly said out loud is no tax on tips, which happens to be Trump's policies. So she's now learning from Trump. She's now taking some of Trump's ideas and she's actually implementing them, which for me, that just makes me actually much more confident in Trump. It makes me much more confident in Trump, because now that tells me that actually Trump knows what he's saying and what he's doing. You know what I mean? So if she can actually copy Trump's policies, then it's like, even if I wanted to vote for Kamala, say for example, I wanted to vote for Kamala, and I just heard her say no tax on tips when Donald Trump has said this like 2-3 months ago, of course, I'm going to be like, let me just go to the original planner or the original inventor. I would rather follow the original inventor than a copycat, than a repackaged, refurbished person. You know what I mean?
What do you think?
Well, piggybacking on Charlie Hurt's point, they weren't talking about amorphous dystopian hypotheticals. They were actually talking about economic development. They were talking about debt, energy, artificial intelligence. And you're watching two people, arguably the two of the most powerful people on the planet, agreeing about the state of the world and also talking about the future, not making up stories of the past like the Fine People hoax, which is what Harris and Liz Warren were pushing last night. When you look at this, think about those televised hearings when our politicians are talking about one issue.
One thing I can also say is Elon Musk is one of the richest people, I think he's actually the richest person alive right now. And this is like the first time that I've seen, maybe because I'm young, I don't know, but this is like the first time I'm seeing that the richest man alive is actually very, very outspoken and supporting a candidate out loud. Elon Musk is actually supporting Trump out loud. It's not like doing it in private and saying, he's saying, I would be donating is actually like this is like the best times to be alive to actually see these types of conversation.
And they have to be prepped by staffers bearing reams of research laid out perfectly for them, and they still don't know what the hell they're talking about. And yet these two guys, I don't know how deep Trump can go on this stuff, but he can at least talk about artificial intelligence. Kamala Harris is the czar of AI, and the only thing she knows about AI is that she could use some. And then her campaign, which kills me.
That man was, he's cooking. Let's listen to this man cook, bro.
Said that it was two rich guys talking. So I guess like Apollo 11 was.
And people saying Elon Musk wants tax breaks. I feel like everybody wants tax break, bro. Nobody wants to be paying, wild ad tax. Hell no. Everybody want to have the choice to be able to pay lower taxes. The fact is, people like Elon Musk, he is on a different, absolutely different tax bracket. This man, these people there's so many tax loopholes for his tax bracket. Okay, so I mean, people like this, I feel like no matter who wins, people like Elon Musk are going to be okay forever. This is just the facts. Even if Kamala wins, Elon Musk is going to be fine. It's just what it is. I mean, Joe Biden has been the president, and Joe Biden did not even invite him to. Joe Biden didn't invite, what's his name, Elon Musk, to the White House when they were talking about EV and electric vehicles and stuff like that. This man is going to be good regardless. This is just the fact. He is going to be good regardless. So whoever wins is going to be good. So people saying he wants tax breaks, I don't really think so. No matter what, people like Elon Musk are going to be good.
Bunch of white guys going on a road trip.
And you better know that these rich people, wealthy people, all of them, most of them are friends. This is just facts.
It kind of celebrates. It's a defense of lethargy and ignorance. On one hand, you got a man who created an implant to help paralyzed people think. He builds rockets and cars. On the other hand, you got a guy who doesn't even get paid to be president. He could have retired, and he gets shot. But these are two.
This is the fact. Do you think wealthy people are enemies, or do you think wealthy people, they go to the same country club, they play golf together, their friends go to the same schools? I mean, don't you think that? Do you think there's like 1% of wealthy people in the world? Elon Musk is part of them. Do you think his kids doesn't go to the same school like another rich person would go? Like, even if you're a Democrat or a Republican, you would go to the same schools because that's like the best schools in the world. And they're like, it's so, man, y'all need to understand this game. Wealthy people don't fight, bro. They talk to each other. They find ways to make themselves even more wealthy. It's only poor people under that like to fight and bash. No. Rich people, bro, they have the same country clubs. They have the same black car. They go to the same place. They buy the same jets. They do the same things.
Rich guys talking. There's like this weird decline in the appreciation of achievement. These are people that we used to, when I was growing up, you'd put them up on a pedestal and say, I want to be Howard Hughes, or I want to be Joe DiMaggio. In this case, they don't like aspirational efforts unless the government can take credit for it. They mock private citizens when they do well because, it's just two guys talking and it's like two rich guys talking, and Walz, Walz doesn't have anything. He doesn't have a bank account. Isn't that amazing? No, it's not.
Yo. This is the wildest. And this is the thing. This is what I'm saying. Like, I told you guys days ago, I said, the major problem that Trump has is he is rich. That is like the major problem that Trump has. He is rich. If he was poor, it's like from the middle class family, people would be like, you know what? he might be saying the facts. But the fact is he is wealthy. And there's so many broke people in the United States. There's so many people just getting by, including myself. You know what I mean? Like, so it is hard for people like myself or the people on my level or below my level to actually gravitate towards Trump, because it's like, I mean, if this man is so wealthy, what does he know about middle class, lower class? What does he don't know nothing about us, man. Come on, man. Man, let's vote somebody who doesn't have, somebody who came from a middle class, somebody who doesn't really have so much money. That's what people would gravitate to. But the fact is, what are the people that you think that they are from middle class? What are the policies they are proposing?
It's kind of sad. I just want to touch on the 30-minute delay thing and watching people dunk on that. When you're an inventor who aims for big things, every day you have a failure to launch. Whether it's a rocket, whether it's a business, whether it's some social media experiment, that is, successful people fail every single day, and they fail big. The only people who don't understand that are actual failures. People who aren't successful don't understand how failure is necessary to succeed. Compare.
And once again, that is facts. Once again, that is another fact. Okay. Once again, that is another fact. Once again, that's another fact, because successful people fail a lot of time. And if you think about it, that's why they're successful. That's why they have so much money, because they failed and failed and failed and failed and failed, and now they're here. So you gotta give them props, bro.
Musk's failure last night to Harris, failing spectacularly in the 2019 primary. She failed horribly and still got a VP slot. And then in 2024, they wanted her off the ticket, and she ended up on the ticket. So that doesn't happen in the private sector. You own your failures. In the public sector, they just boost you on up.
I was thinking, when you mentioned the two rich guys having a conversation. What if it had been Donald Trump and Warren Buffett? Mm-hmm. Would that have been a complaint? Because Warren Buffett is very supportive of Kamala Harris. It's like, if you're rich on one end, then you're good. But if not, if you support Trump, then you're not good.
But the point that Greg makes is a good one. I mean, these are guys who've reached the pinnacle in the business world. And they're just two of them having a free-flowing conversation that Kamala is trying to convince us, or the Democrats are trying to convince us, is really a threat to democracy. It's a threat to democracy because they can't control the narrative. And the amazing part of it is that Musk said, look, if Kamala Harris wants to come on X and have this conversation, I'd be happy to have her on as well. So I kind of like listening to some substance as opposed to talking for weeks on end about how
And that's the thing. Like, this is why you got to respect Trump. He talks to anybody. Kamala should be willing to talk to anybody too. She should be willing to go to Fox to have an interview with these people. She should be willing to go to X, because now Musk has actually invited her to talk. So if she doesn't go to X, then, man, I don't know, man, I don't know.
Kamala just won't come out and speak. Although what she did do was, she says that apparently last night, she says they're trying to control democracy. And so she started fundraising, chip in $25 now so we can respond to their lies. It'd be real easy. Respond to their lies by, sitting down and having an interview, maybe even with Elon Musk. But, I liked hearing about an Iron Dome for the United States. I liked hearing about different things that could be helpful to us, some substance.
And the Iron Dome, man, that was something we gotta, that's something we gotta talk about. That's like a very, very smart thing for Trump to bring up. And I'm just waiting for Kamala to say, we are going to build an Iron Dome. That would be wild. Also, for people in the chat, you also have to remember that Trump and Kamala has agreed to do a debate on I think ABC September 10th, and also Trump proposed an earlier date for September 4 on Fox News. So I don't know if she's gonna say yes to September 4. I don't think so, because she would want to, go to ABC, because ABC actually supports Kamala. But I don't think she's gonna want to go to Fox before September 10th. That's something I don't think she would do. But I also feel like she should do interviews. She should come out and answer questions like Trump is doing. Trump has been going around talking for hours. Yesterday, he spoke with Elon Musk for 2 hours. You know what I mean? Like, this is what the country needs. Go out. Let's know what you're planning. Don't just be in the basement watching Netflix and chill. Like, go outside. This isn't just about rallies and reading scripted teleprompter speech. This is about actually coming out, having a conversation, getting caught up, mumbling on your words and actually saying, okay, you know what? This is what I think. Authenticity is what is going to win this election.
Substantive things and not the same stuff, that we've been talking about. And I really admire the two of them for what they were willing to say and what they were unafraid of. And, people are on Donald Trump all the time.
Shout out to Peter Hernandez. Shout out to Peter Hernandez. I don't know who Peter Hernandez is, but shout out to Peter Hernandez. Peter Hernandez just donated to the live stream. God bless you, Peter Hernandez. Shout out to Peter Hernandez.
About the leaders of North Korea and Russia and China. He just talks about them being at the top of their game. He isn't praising them. He's speaking about reality. And, when Biden is there, Putin invades Ukraine, Iran launches, Hamas goes against Israel. And, he really is just recognizing the reality of the world. So I think that a lot of this and what the American people have to understand is it is during the Biden administration and the Kamala Biden Harris that they censored information. They called us extremists, that they want to take us back as opposed to the free flowing information of democracy.
If you have a child.
Bro, I got a child, but I ain't finna be listening to you.
I listened to parts of it. Good to be with you, Charlie. Good to see you. I listened. I saw you yesterday, and I love both of you. I love the judge.
Wow.
I'd say a couple of things. I listened about half of it. I don't care if they're poor guys or rich guys or middle class guys. They're two guys who have been very successful. It's interesting. In July of 2022, both of these guys said negative things about one another publicly. Mr. Musk said something on Twitter saying that Donald Trump was too old to serve out another term and that he thought DeSantis would run running away. And I think Mr. Trump said some things about Mr. Musk as well. I'm glad to see that we all can agree that they can move beyond those things.
And this is what it's about. This is what it's all about, coming together, having a conversation, even if you don't agree with each other. This is what it's about. So this is why I gotta, respect Musk and Trump.
Thanks. Two, Kamala Harris has her vulnerabilities, there's no doubt. She's trying her hardest to tack to the center on a number of issues. It will be interesting to see during this debate. It appears that on Friday she's going to give a speech in North Carolina about her economic policies and about what differences or things that she aligns with President Biden on. I do find it interesting that some people call her incompetent and they don't think that she can rise up to the ability, but then they assign all of the blame for everything that's happened bad in the economy. She's either smart or dumb. I happen to think she's smart, and we're going to get a chance to see on Friday whether or not she has real ideas and substantive ideas, or the beginning of that, to move the country to a different place economically. I'll tell another thing about this coming.
But the thing is, if we say Kamala is like smart, capable, which I think she's smart, I think she's, an amazing person based on the fact that her record, I'm not saying our work record, I'm saying that just the roles, the positions that she has occupied. She's been the Attorney General of California. And now she's the Vice President of the United States. And now she's running to be the President of the United States. So we got to give props to, we got to give props to her. She's been that is the American dream, that you can come from, middle class and become what she has become. But now what I am saying is does anybody here in the chat think she can actually have a conversation with President Xi, with President Putin, and stand her ground? Do we think she's capable of doing that? Also, do we think that she's capable of, making sure the border is safe? Do we think she's capable of getting the economy up and running better? Do we think she's capable of actually, bringing down inflation? Do we think she's capable of bringing down this, insecurities around the country, especially like even in Europe, the wars and all that stuff? Do we think she's capable of, stopping them? So, and if we say she's capable, don't forget, this is the current Vice President of the United States. If she is the current Vice President of the United States, what is the job of the Vice President of the United States? That's the thing. Like, what is the job? If she's capable, why isn't she doing it right now? That is the conversation. If she's capable, why isn't she doing it right now? You know what I mean? Like, why isn't she doing it right now? And I mean, like I said, I respect her. I fully respect her. But if she's the Vice President right now, why isn't she doing it? There's no point waiting till you become the President of the United States. You can actually do some things right now. Why don't you just focus on doing the things right now instead of waiting for when you become the president?
Friday, and even as we get closer to the convention, President Trump had 20.
And for people that would say, Genesis, you were not even born in the United States. The key factor is I am an American, okay? So it doesn't matter if I was born in the United States or not. What matters is, Genesis, are you an American? And the answer is yes. Absolutely yes. Okay.
28.5 million people watch him in his convention speech. I thought the first 25 minutes of that speech, Charlie and I were together, Dana and I were together that evening, was brilliant. I thought the remaining 60 or 70 could have been probably organized a little bit better. It'll be interesting to see if Vice President Harris, if she's able to, after this Friday's presentation, maintain the interest in her over the next week to see if she can get a big viewership as well. I hope she's able to. I think it's good for the country. Democrats shouldn't be confused, though. This race is extremely tight. It will remain tight for a while as we look at these states that where the swing voters are. And Kamala Harris is going to have to be on her A game, and so is President Trump. I will say the other takeaway I had from the other night or last night, I thought there were things they talked about substance, but it reminded me that Biden's frailties kind of mask some of Trump's challenges going into this race. And now that President Trump is trying his hardest to find a way to go to challenge and to go up against Vice President Harris, you heard sounds of it, Judge. I would agree with you. Some of those ideas were interesting. Some I even agreed with. Then you heard parts of it that were not. There was a little pessimism. I don't think you praise China's leader and Russia's leader. There's nothing wrong with saying we have to beat them, but I think praising those leaders, that's just not to your point, Greg.
He wasn't praising them. That's what I was saying.
Well, let's put it this way. I've never heard, Greg made the point that there was a time we elevated these leaders, but there were leaders I remember watching as a kid, President Reagan, Mr. Chrysler, John Johnson, who ran Johnson. They would never elevate leaders that way. They would talk about the challenges and how we would overcome those. At least that's how I grew up. And I agree with you in that regard. But look, we got a big race in front of us, and I'm looking forward to every debate and every exchange between these two candidates.
Do you think we get to sit next to each other at the convention next week, Harold?
I can't wait.
We can write notes back and forth.
I can't wait.
Will we see it with us next week?
I have a picture with you on my phone.
Okay.
He shows it to everyone.
Yeah. Click here.
And I like that actually. Like we could disagree, but we could still be friends. That's cool. That's so cool. Anyway, so let's go. Let's go see what's going on here. Where is that? I actually want to. I want to actually hear Kamala say a word. Okay. Also, did you see that Vivek actually went to the Breakfast Club? Who actually watched that? Did you guys watch it?
In the morning. The breakfast.
Vivek actually went to the Breakfast Club.
That's hilarious. Is on maternity leave.
In my opinion,
but
I
we
would
got
have
a special
actually
guest here.
loved
Well, Vic
to- I would have actually loved-
Good to be back, man.
I would have actually loved Vivek to have been the vice presidential nominee. In my opinion, I don't know, because I just feel like Vivek is much more independent thinker. He is an independent thinker. I don't think he's like full-time Republican. He's just like an independent person, in my opinion. So I may be wrong. I don't know, but I just like him.
Listen, I like when I guess we can call you a politician now, right?
I'm ex-politician. I was about like 10 months, 11 months.
But you might run it, right? At some point,
Right?
right?
I dropped out after I believe in trying to win, but when your moment isn't there, then you know what? You move on to the next thing.
I like when people come when it's not for any particular reason, right? Because a lot of times people come just because they're trying to sell you things, whatever, whatever. So I like to just see y'all up here.
This is the thing about Vivek. I feel like Vivek is one of those people that just says how it is in his heart.
Kicking it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm back in, I'm an entrepreneur by background. The year in politics is interesting. You learn a lot. I'm still reflecting on it. But I guess you could call me a politician for 11 months.
And listen, whether I agree with the things you talk about or not, I got to give props where props is due. Great speech at the RNC.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Acellus Academy.
What clip do you want me to play? What clip did y'all want me to play? Let me see. Also, another thing we got to talk about is Kamala no tax on tips, okay? Because wait, let's go to Fox. Let's see what we're gonna go to CNN too, because everybody think I'm just going to Fox. We're gonna go to CNN too, okay? We're gonna go to CNN, but let's go see. Let's see. Kamala Harris backtrack on key policies.
So if Kamala Harris wants to flip the script and play tough on immigration, she better own up to the mess her own open border stance has left behind. Like this horrific story, 2 migrants were arrested in Coney Island this week in connection with a brutal rape of a woman at knife.
So this is the thing. Do we all agree that Kamala Harris can actually do something about the border right now instead of actually waiting for the win in November? Do we agree that she could actually be doing something right now instead of waiting for the win?
Point. The victim is telling the New York Post, quote, "He didn't try to rape me. He tried to kill me. I kept telling him God was watching." You can expect to see a lot more of these crimes, criminal immigrants roaming the streets if Kamala wins in November. Check out this resurfaced clip of Harris on detention centers.
I want to know, when you become president, would you be committing to close immigration detention centers?
Absolutely, on day one. On day one.
So, Harold, listening to the X thing last night, Elon Musk was talking about how he doesn't consider himself a conservative. He considers himself common sense. This is the sort of thing I think he's talking about. A lot of these policies are truly indefensible, and they're making people's lives worse in America.
Look, all violence, regardless of committed by anybody, is tragic and unacceptable. This issue of migrants coming into our cities across the country committing these crimes touches a chord with us even more because these people are not American citizens, and there's questions about whether they should be here or not. My belief on Vice President Harris is she's going to have to answer these questions.
Yeah.
Talk about what she did, what she learned, and how she would be different. And then the American.
Yes, absolutely yes. This is the thing. This is what I've been saying. Kamala would have to come out and, talk to the American people like, yo, I may have fucked up, the border isn't, the southern border isn't as secure as I should have made it, but I've learned some things and now I would do better. Not gaslighting the conversations.
American people are going to be their ultimate judge and ultimate arbiters of whether or not they believe she's telling the truth. I do think that it's what's only fair, and I think Americans will be fair, the country will be fair as they listen to her, and they will judge to see if she's being authentic. If she's being ambitious in saying these things, I think she will be penalized. But I also think she will ask President Trump, as he's not fully answered the question, why did you block the bill that Republicans and the Democrats negotiated? We don't live in a dictatorship. There was an opportunity to at least get a better plan or set of laws on the books. If you think you're going to be elected president, that's fine. But at least let's get the ball rolling. But I don't doubt you. She's going to have to answer these questions in this debate, and even before that, over the next few weeks.
If we don't live in a dictatorship, how is it that she's running for president without one vote? But I'll let that pass.
She got all the delegates.
I'll let that pass. Okay, here's the bottom line. When you have a sanctuary city, sanctuary policies, right to shelter, no cash bail, all Democrat supported, defund the police, you're going to have a world like this. And with Kamala Harris in the White House, it will only increase exponentially. All you have to do is see the passion in that woman's voice when she said on day one, I'm going to close those migrant centers. We're going to send them into your community. We're going to give them a right to vote, a right to health care, education, whatever they need, we're going to give it to them. And you Americans who fought in the wars and built the streets, you're going to pay your taxes to pay for them. And you know what? She says in 2019, when she was running for president first.
I don't know about all that, but the fact is Kamala needs to answer some really tough questions. These are the facts. Kamala needs to answer some really tough questions. Let's go see what JD Vance is doing right now, man. Let's go see what JD Vance is doing. Because JD Vance is another person that I think he would have to answer some questions too. JD Vance would have to answer some questions. Let's go check out JD Vance.
Guys.
Let's go check out JD Vance. Let's see what my boy is doing right now.
Makes. Before President Biden dropped out of the presidency.
Senator Vance. So thanks for being here.
Weeks of Donald Trump's 2024 campaign. After a rough start as Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance is now leading the Republican effort to define the Harris-Walz ticket and to regain the momentum. I caught up with him this weekend at his home state of Ohio. We started with the state of the race.
Thank you for joining us, Senator Vance. So thanks for being here. I saw Kamala Harris said that she's the underdog in this race. Is that the way you see it? I mean, are you guys still the front runners here? Look, I think that
I really, that's true. I think that Kamala is actually the underdog. This is just a fact because Biden was not gonna win. If it was Biden, everybody was gonna go towards Trump. Most people were gonna go towards Trump. Well, not everybody, but now that it's Kamala, people are like, yo, man, we don't really know. And some people are like, I'm gonna vote for her based on the fact that she is a woman. And everybody just know Trump. I don't think Trump can ever be the underdog. I don't think Trump can ever be the underdog. It's just because of his personality, just because of the aura that he brings to the table. It's different.
We are going to have a very tight election, John, and that we just have to sprint to the finish line. We have about 88 days to actually persuade the American people that President Trump should be their president and be their vice president. And I think you just take nothing for granted. You don't believe any polls, whether the ones that are good for you or bad for you. You just try to persuade people as much as you can, and the chips are going to fall where they are. But Trump seems to think that he's got a huge lead. I mean, you said this at the press conference. You suggested it could be a landslide looking at polls. Do you tell him that you need to kind of temper expectations? I think President Trump is extremely confident. Look, I'm extremely confident. I think we're going to win. I also think that we have to work as hard as possible for the remainder of the election to try to persuade Americans to vote for us. That's the name of the game. But yeah, look, do I think President Trump is actually as confident as he pretends to be in public? Yes, he actually is. But we still have to work very hard.
So did he just say pretends to be in public? Yeah, I don't know, JD.
There's been a lot of talk about racism and whatnot. You faced some really nasty stuff. I saw this thing that Nick Fuentes, of course, he's an avowed white supremacist. He said, what kind of a man marries somebody named Usha? Clearly he doesn't value his racial identity, his heritage. I mean, this is racist garbage.
Yes, it is.
But this is also a guy that dined with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago during this campaign.
Well, and that Donald Trump doesn't know anything about and frankly doesn't care for. But yeah, look, my attitude to these people attacking my wife is she's beautiful, she's smart. What kind of man marries Usha? A very smart man and a very lucky man, importantly. And my views, look, if these guys want to attack me or attack my views, my policy views, my personality, come after me. But don't attack my wife. She's out of your league.
But, I mean, that dinner that Trump had, and of course it was Kanye West, the guy that's praised Hitler, who arranged it all. That was back a year and a half ago, and Trump still hasn't given a full-throated denouncement of this guy.
This is the thing, like, the media likes to say denouncement, like, denounce it. Like, it's now getting, like, too bar.
He's said that terrible stuff, but he said, I mean, he's a white supremacist.
Look, I think President Trump has issued plenty of condemnations on this. The one thing that I like, the one thing I like about Donald Trump, John, is that he actually will talk to anybody. But just because you talk to somebody doesn't mean you endorse their views. And look, I mean, Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife. Every time he sees her, he gives her a hug, tells her she's beautiful, and jokes around with her a little bit. I'm not at all worried about Donald Trump. I'm worried sometimes about these ridiculous attacks. But again, this is what you sign up for when you come into politics. I wish people would keep it focused on me. But whatever, they're going to say what they're going to say. My wife's tough enough to handle it, and that's a good thing.
All right, let's focus on something that's gotten a lot of attention. I mean,
I like that. I like that part. I really like that part.
You know, this cat ladies comment. You talk about Democrat Party dominated by childish cat ladies. Put that aside. You also made a policy proposal, which was why Tucker Carlson had you on for that interview. And you said you advocated giving extra votes to people with children, which seems a little...
Well, John, it's not a policy proposal. It's a thought experiment, right? Democrats said we should give children the right to vote. Some Democrats had said we're going to give children the right to vote. And I said, well, if we're going to give the rights to the children, then we should actually just allow the parents to cast those votes, right? I trust a parent more with a decision like that than I do, say, a 14-year-old. So it's a thought experiment. There are, though, policy positions behind my view that the country should become more pro-family, right? One thing I learned as a dad is after our second child we brought home, we have 3 little kids. We got these ridiculous surprise medical billings from the hospital because we had chosen an out-of-network provider, of course, at this most stressful of all imaginable moments. I've actually introduced legislation to stop moms and dads from having to go through those surprise medical billings. We want to expand the child tax credit. There's so much that we want to do, John, to make the country more pro-family. And I think it is frankly shameful that the Harris administration has lost.
I also believe that, you know, America should be pro-family. I believe that America should be pro-family. I don't believe that we should try to, you know, inspire people or motivate people not to have children or stuff like that. I don't believe in that. I'm sorry. I like children. I believe people should have children. Now, if you cannot have children, or if you don't want to have children, or if you haven't met someone who you believe can actually be a father to your child, that's understandable. You know, I'm not going to say have a child by force. If you don't want to have kids, fine. But, you know, I feel like America should support and encourage having children, having a family, nuclear family. You know what I mean?
Lied about what I actually said. Look, sometimes family doesn't work out for people, and that's okay. But I do think that Kamala Harris herself has pursued some anti-family policies, and that is a problem and something we ought to push back against.
So I put aside whatever other people. I mean, I listened to your entire speech. I listened to the whole thing, and you know, I saw, and you did say you weren't talking about people who physically can't have children. I mean, that's not what you were saying.
Well, and sometimes it just doesn't work out, right?
And then it didn't work out. You did say that. You called it throat clearing, I think. You said, you know, look, I'm not talking about that. But you did
because
say,
I knew people would try to misrepresent it, so it's important to be clear.
Let's look at what you exactly said. You said, when you go to the polls in this country as a parent, you should have more power you should have more of an ability to speak your voice in a democratic republic than the people who don't have kids. I mean, you are directly saying that people with kids should have more of a voice in our democracy. Thought experiment or not about how that is done, but that is the principle. And I mean, I could read on, but you are expressing a principle here.
Again, John, it's a thought experiment. I've been a senator for 2 years. Have I proposed any legislation to the effect? Of course not. Sometimes people.
This is another thing, right? We could say anything we want to say about JD Vance. JD Vance actually talks to the press, especially people who don't agree with him. He's spoken with CNN. Now this is what, MSNBC or ABC News? Like, he's speaking to every single person. And that's another thing with Trump. Trump was at the Black Journalist convention or interview press conference. He was there. He answered questions, knowing that these people don't even like him. He still went there. So this is how a leader behaves. You know, this is just a fact. This is how a leader behaves. I want Kamala to actually go to Fox News and have a conversation because they don't agree with Kamala. So that is even a more genuine reason for Kamala to actually go to Fox or do a debate with Trump on Fox, and then do a debate with Trump on ABC News too, you know, just so the people know, look, she's not scared of Trump. She's not afraid of Fox News. She's not afraid of the media, and that she can actually stay when the heat is getting hot and hot and hot, because she's gonna be facing President Xi. She's gonna be facing President Putin. She's gonna be in this very tough situations if she cannot actually have a conversation with Fox. You know, have a conversation with people that disagree with her here in the United States. How is she gonna actually have a conversation with people that are not even in the United States and don't like her and want to destroy, you know, allegedly destroy the United States? Think about that. You know what I mean? So she needs to come out and have a conversation, man. Anyway, y'all watching, thank you for watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. Let's keep watching JD Vance.
People make remarks in response to something that somebody else has said. If it was a policy proposal, I would have made the policy proposal in my 2 years in the United States Senate. Now, I do think, John, to be clear here, because I think it's important to focus on what I actually said, I do think becoming a parent affects you in a very profound way. I've seen friends of mine, certainly in my own life, becoming a father does really give you this incredible perspective. You have this little life that you have to take care of. It's an amazing thing, and It does make you think differently about your responsibilities. So yeah, I absolutely do think that being a parent changes you in a profound way. I do not think that we ought to be changing the way that we do votes in this country. I was responding to a Democratic proposal in a very, very thought experiment way.
And you predicted that you would get attacked. You said, I'm sure the Atlantic, the Washington Post will come out and say, well, doesn't this mean non-parents don't have as much of a voice as parents? Doesn't it mean that parents get a bigger say in how our democracy functions? Yes, absolutely. So do you regret saying that? You take that back?
Look, John, again, I'm talking about a thought experiment here. And do I regret saying it? I regret that the media and the Kamala Harris campaign has frankly distorted what I said.
How's that distorting what I just read your words? How's that distorting what you said?
Because they have turned this into a policy proposal that I never made, John. I said I want us to be more pro-family, and I do want us to be more pro-family. And I do think, look, when you're a parent and you have children, you obviously have a different perspective. And I said that too, and I certainly believe that. But I think that the idea, John, that I actually want to change the American voting system to give 12-year-olds the right to vote and then to give control over it to their parents, it's ridiculous. I never said that. I was responding to a Democratic line.
Okay. I mean, it was a speech on the. Anyway, we'll people. The speech is online. People can
please.
Watch
but in the beginning, John, I say Democrats have proposed giving these rights to children. I say if we're going to give them to children, let the parents cast that vote.
So I want to ask you about abortion. There's this proposed amendment that's going to be on the ballot in Florida that basically codifies a constitutional right, state constitution.
And this is another thing, like the abortion conversation. You have to understand that the abortion conversation is a big deal for women and some men, you know. So this is a thing that everybody's trying to ask JD Vance, Donald Trump, because they know the voters are actually listening. And this is where there could actually be a gotcha moment if they don't respond correctly or in a way that actually, calms the voters, in my opinion.
Constitutional right to have an abortion up to about 24 weeks. I assume this is something you oppose.
Well, what I believe, and I'm running to be the vice president of the United States, is that the American people have to make this decision. And President Trump has said explicitly they're going to make this decision on a state-by-state level. He won the nomination of our party. He's determined what the platform is. And I think that he's doing something that's actually very, very important, which is to try to help the country find some common ground. Look, California is going to have a less restrictive abortion policy than Ohio, where we're sitting. Ohio is going to have a less restrictive abortion policy than Alabama. I think the people have to make these decisions, and that's the way for us to come together as a country over a very tough issue.
But this should be, I assume this is an easy one for you. I mean, you've been very clear about how you feel about abortion. I mean, if you've compared it to slavery.
I didn't compare it to slavery, John.
The impact on the society to slavery, yes.
Ask the question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, I mean, just again, the idea of codifying, whatever the state, codifying a right to abortion up to about 24 weeks, isn't that something you oppose?
Well, look, in Ohio, we had a referendum in the state, and
you made your position
and I aggressively advocated for the pro-life view because I want to save as many babies as possible. Also, importantly, John, the people of Ohio decided by about a 60-40 margin to reject the pro-life framing, and you have to respect the will of the people. That's all that Donald Trump has said. That's what I believe. And as someone who really does want to say, John, I do want us to become a more pro-family country. I want us to have more babies and more families. I want our neighborhoods to be filled with the laughter of children and thriving families. We and the pro-life community, I think, have to figure out how to better make our case to the American people and how to make it easier to have a baby. It's way too expensive. Housing is through the roof. Medical costs are through the roof. President Trump and I have actually advanced a series of policies that would make it easier for us to have families. I think that's where we're focused on as a presidential ticket. And as the president has said, on abortion policy specifically, the states are going to make up their minds.
And Donald Trump's going to have a chance to vote on that.
Do you think there should actually be a federal decision, or it should be states decision? This is the thing, because most people are like, it should be federal because some states would want to go far right or some state would want to go far left. Do we think it should be like a federal situation where the president says, okay, this is what it is, Congress says this is what it is, and everybody's agreeing on that note based on like a federal decision, or you want it to go to the states? I feel like the states is closer to the people, but then again, this is just my opinion.
And he says he's going to offer his position, didn't say what it was. Would you be disappointed if Donald Trump says that he supports a constitutional right to abortion?
I'll let Donald Trump offer his position, and I'll talk about it then.
What would you encourage him to do on that, though? I mean, this is a pretty fundamental idea for you. I mean,
John,
you've been such a leader in the pro-life movement.
What I would encourage him to do is to do what he's done up to this point, which is to try to find some common ground here and try to advance some pro-family policy so that people feel like they have more options, right? A lot of the reason that women choose to terminate a pregnancy.
And for people saying, states, we don't want states, we want federal. And so people saying you can move to another state. It's pretty hard to move to another state, really, just because you're trying to get an abortion. It's really hard. If, women trying to get abortion, they have to go to another state, another city and stuff like that. That's pretty hard. We ain't gonna cap. But I also prefer that you protect, this is my stance, okay? I prefer that you protect yourself before, prior to actually having to do, you should be actually protected instead of curing yourself after you're actually pregnant. You should protect yourself from getting pregnant so you don't have to do the other thing. But you can do what you want. I'm not trying to teach you how to live your life. I'm just saying, protect yourself. It's better to protect yourself before you actually get pregnant, because if you protect yourself, you might protect even more situations. It's not just kids, you got different type of stuff you could get from just having unprotected sex. So have protected sex, so you don't have to, worry about that situation. But I don't think it's easy to be moving from state to state just because you're trying to get an abortion. It's hard. It's hard. So for me personally, I feel like the state is closer to the people, but some people want it to be federal. So some states, like I said, could be far left. Some state could be far right. Okay.
Very often they don't feel like they have any other choice. We want to give them more options to choose to have that baby, to make it easier to raise that baby. I think Donald Trump has shown real leadership by focusing on that and not on the culture war topic of what each individual state's abortion policy should be.
You've said that Donald Trump is the greatest president of your lifetime.
He is.
Who, in your mind, is the greatest vice president of your lifetime?
It's a good question. I haven't thought much about that. I think George H.W. Bush did a very good job as vice president. You could pick a number of guys who've done a perfectly fine job, but the president really sets the tone for policy, and I think a lot more about the president than about the vice president. And fundamentally,
and just so I could say this, in the case of, this is for still on the abortion issues, in the case of rape, incest, the life of the mother, those three cases, there's not even a conversation. There's no conversation on that part. Rape, incest, life of the mom, there's no conversation. Let the woman do what she wants to do. And overall, I genuinely believe women should have the right to do what they want to do, because I'm not a woman. I'm not going to be telling a woman what she needs to do with her body. Even if at this point, I feel like when I was younger, I was like, when I get married, I'm going to tell my wife what to do with her body. But now it's like, now I'm mature. It's like, let women do what they want to do with their body, bro. Like, let women do what they want to do, because no woman would tell me what to do with my body. And I am a man. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to I ain't going to let no woman tell me what to do with my body. So I don't expect myself to tell a woman what to do with their body. So this is where I stand. And that's why I actually want them to take it to the states, because it's like, if the states, first of all, I don't even think this should be something people are talking about, because it should just be, women, respect yourself, do what you want to do, and let God judge you, because I don't know.
The role in the administration is to support him in enacting the agenda. That's what I'm going to work on.
Trump was asked recently very directly, would you be ready to be president on day one?
Sure.
And it was notable that he didn't answer the question. Instead, what he said is the vice president.
And this is the thing. When somebody say, somebody says here, so you are okay with her, kill your baby. I don't want to say the word because I don't want YouTube to kind of So it's like, if you think about that, it's like, if a woman says, I don't want to have a baby, fine. Even if your wife says, I don't want to have a baby, absolutely fine. You don't want to have a baby? Wonderful, baby. But that doesn't mean I am not going to have a baby. That's the thing. Like, people think it's like, just because a woman says, I'm not going to have a baby. Okay, wonderful. It's your decision. You should be able to have the right to make that decision, because it's your body. You're the one that's going to be pregnant, even though we are going to go through the process together, but you're the one carrying the baby. And if you feel like you're tired, your body cannot take it, it's fine to say you don't want to have a baby. But it's also fine for the man to say, absolutely wonderful, I'm going to go have a baby with another person. It is just how it works. There's so many women that want to have a baby today, right now. So even if she's saying she doesn't want to have a baby, it's fine, bro. Just go somewhere else and have a baby with someone else. A lot of women want to have babies, 4, 5, 6 babies. So it's like, it is what it is. Like, this is even for married men, bro. If your wife says she doesn't want to have a baby, fine. But the same way she has right to say she doesn't want to have a baby is the same way you have right to say, I want more babies. And if you guys cannot come to an agreement, maybe adoption or whatever, then you got to do what you got to do, because I don't know.
Presidential candidate doesn't matter. I mean, what did you make when you heard him not answer that directly?
Well, he said that a million times, both in private and in public.
But he's asking really directly,
right.
are you ready?
Most people, oh, come on, John. He's right. Most people, 99% of the country, they don't vote on who the vice presidential nominee. They're voting for Donald Trump or for Kamala Harris, not for JD or Tim Walz, right? But what I think that he does believe, because he made it the main focus of his vetting process, is, do I think this person can be president on day one if, God forbid, something happens? Yes. So I absolutely am sure that Donald Trump is confident in my abilities. I also think that he's right, that the politics of this really don't matter that much.
One of the proposals that's in the platform, you've talked about it, Trump's talked about it, is a mass deportation. Now, I know he said you'll start with the easy ones, the criminals, people commit crimes, deport them. But he said deporting 15 to 20 million people. How do you actually do that?
Well, John, we have to start with the fact that we have a wide open southern border because our border czar actually set a lot of open border policies. They suspended.
She wasn't the border czar.
Oh, that was what the media called her. She assumed the title. She had control over a lot of our border policy at a time when they were suspending. Let me finish, John. The time they were suspending deportations, they stopped Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico policy, and they reinstituted catch and release. They basically threw open the gates of our country, and now we have a ton of fentanyl, a ton of people suffering.
But how are you going to get 10 to 15 to 20 million people
Well,
out
the
of
first thing you have to do is...
And just to go back on the right to choose for women, and somebody was saying in the chat, saying, what if your partner doesn't want a baby and you want a baby? A man should also have rights to choose. This is the thing. Like, I feel like, first of all, the way your partner has right is the same way you have rights. Women have rights, men have rights too. So just because she said she doesn't want to have a baby does not mean you as the man cannot have a baby. I already said that. If your partner doesn't want a baby, then you could go somewhere else and have a baby, or you could adopt a baby. If you guys cannot agree on something, just, sit down like adults, have a conversation. You don't have, this isn't like, oh, you want to leave me and have a baby by another person, but you just said you don't want to have another baby, but I want a baby. You know what I mean? Like, this is how it works. You have to be able to have a conversation like adults and come to a conclusion. It's not a do or die affair. If she doesn't want to have a baby, respect that, respect her body, and say, yes, fine. But that does not mean you wouldn't have a baby.
To stop the bleeding, stop the open border, get Kamala Harris out of there.
And also, this is another thing. People should also talk about babies before they get married. But it's like, I totally believe you should talk about babies before you get married. But most people get married young when they don't. And if you check on Google, it tell you your prefrontal cortex doesn't actually form fully until you're 26. So if you got married like 21, 22, 23, 24, and you say, I want 5 babies, by the time you get to 26, when your prefrontal cortex is actually fully formed and you've had 1 baby and you don't like the way, your body has changed, because this is the thing, like, before you have a baby, you kind of have your idea of what having a baby is. But when you actually have a baby, it's a different ball game. When you see the baby crying, you see your house in total disarray, in total shambles. Like, everything is dirty because the baby is not clean. Babies are not clean. They do what they want to do. You got to keep clean. You got to make sure they're clean. You got to make sure they eat healthy. You got to watch over them. Once you have that experience, it's like, oh, shoot, do I want another one? And if the woman feels like she doesn't want another one, even though she did say she wanted 4 kids or 5 kids, what are you going to do as the man? Are you going to say, okay, well, I guess in this lifetime, I'm going to have 1 kid, or you're going to say, okay, I respect that, but I'm still going to have more kids, or we're going to adopt a child or 2 kids. I don't know, whatever you plan.
and actually re-implement the Remain in Mexico policy, rebuild or finish Donald Trump's border wall, and you do that and you stop the bleeding. Now, you're right. Once you do that, once you stop Kamala Harris's open border policies, you've got to do something with the people who are already here. And I think that you take a sequential approach to it. You are going to have to deport some people. If you're not willing to deport a lot of people, you're not willing to have a border when there are 20 million illegal aliens in our country.
10 to 15 million people, this is like, I mean.
Well, John, I think it's the wrong attitude to take of it. Okay, so
you go knock on doors and ask people for that paper.
Again, but I think this is the wrong attitude towards it, right? There's 20 million people here illegally. You start with what's achievable. You do that, and then you go on to what's achievable from there. I think that if you deport a lot of violent criminals, and frankly, if you make it harder to hire illegal labor, which undercuts the wages of American workers, I think you go a lot of the way to solving the illegal immigration problem. But look, President Trump is absolutely right. You cannot have a border unless you're willing to deport some people. I think it's interesting that people focus on, well, how do you deport 18 million people? Let's start with 1 million. That's where Kamala Harris has failed, and then we can go from there.
And finally, before you go, you commit to this race to kind of sticking to the facts. I mean, I heard Donald Trump give this speech in Montana he just gave, and he said that Tim Walz has signed a letter letting the state kidnap children.
And this is another thing, like on the border issue, it is really, really disturbing because people are complaining like the southern border is wide open. Why is it open? Why is Kamala not doing anything? Why is she waiting until she becomes the president? That's why I was asking, like, what is the actual job of the vice president? Does the vice president have the influence or the power to make a decision to say, well, we have to make the border great again. We have to close the border, or we have to do something about the border? Does the vice president has that influence or the power or the authority to do something like that? That's something we gotta ask. Also, if you're watching the live show, like the live show and subscribe to the channel. JD Vance is on ABC News. Let's listen.
Children to change their gender, allowing pedophiles to claim, I mean, to be exempt from crimes. I mean, this is not true. It's not remotely true.
Well, what President Trump said, and I haven't watched the whole rally.
What he said was not true.
What President Trump said, John, is that Tim Walz has supported taking children from their parents if the parents don't consent to gender reassignment. That is crazy. And by the way, Tim Walz gets on his high horse about mind your own damn business.
And that I got a 4-year-old daughter, and I don't support that. So you mean to tell me if a child says, I think I'm a girl, or I think I'm a guy, I think I'm a girl, I think I'm a boy, at like 12 years old, you're going to say, take the child from the parent, or don't tell your parent you are feeling this way because we don't want your parent to get upset. Just keep it with your school teachers, keep it with your school guardian and stuff like that. I don't think that's right. Parents should have rights because those are not the children's parent. The teachers are just teachers. They're not the children's parent. The parent did everything from bringing the child to this world, from making sure they were clean from baby till date, providing for their kids, clothing their kids, feeding their kids, protecting their kids, watching out for their kids, loving their kids, with all the stress, with the parents paying bills and all of that, and you're trying to say, don't tell your parent? Come on, man. Come on, man. We can't do that to the kids, man. Anything you're planning, whatever you want to talk about, gender or whatever, I feel like the kids should be left out of this conversation. Don't be talking about all this type of stuff when the kids are there. Don't even bring the kids in. You can do what you want to do. Like I always say, people say, Genesis, are you against LGBTQ? I am not against LGBTQ, but however, you must be an adult. You cannot goddamn be 12 years old. You don't pay any bills. You don't do anything productive. You don't do anything to support your society. And you say, I feel like I'm a boy, or I think, come on, you should be focused on getting to know more about yourself, on getting to help people, on getting to develop your brain, getting to, learn how to do your duties, how to be useful first. Then you can now start talking about all that type of stuff when you become an adult. You shouldn't be saying any of those things when you're a child. And this is why fathers are needed in the house. When you have a fathers would put the kid in place instead of just letting the kid do all type of wild stuff.
One way of minding your own damn
Yeah,
business.
yeah. I don't support none of that children stuff. Don't be bringing gender close to kids, okay? Thank you.
This, John, is to not try to take my children away from me
He
if
has
I have
not
different
signed a
moral
law
views than
allowing
you.
the state to kidnap
They have
children to change their
How would
sexual
you?
identity.
What I just explained to you, I would describe as kidnapping, John. He has absolutely
crazy.
done this stuff. It's not crazy, John. Come on.
It's not what
You
he's
should
done.
not. You should not be able to take people's children away from them.
And that's
if you
not what he's
If you
proposed.
disagree with decisions about gender reassignment, yes, he has proposed that, John. He absolutely has. Now, here's the more important thing, John. Why are we talking about inflation? Why are we talking about the fact that groceries are unaffordable thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, and so is housing? We've talked a little bit about the border. Why are we talking about the fact that the entire world is on fire because Kamala Harris's foreign policy, she's just asleep at the wheel?
That is another thing we got to point out. Most times when people interview JD Vance, when people interview Donald Trump, they basically mostly talk about how the other candidates said this about. It's almost like hearsay. They said this, they said that. It's almost like a gotcha moment. They want to get the highlights for the reels or the shorts or some like a trailer for their news network. When you do interviews with JD Vance or you do interviews with Trump, you shouldn't just talk about things that you are trying to get a trailer for, like a gotcha moment. It should be about what are the policies? What are you gonna do what are you gonna do about the inflation? What are you gonna do to end the war in Ukraine? What are you gonna do for Israel and the Palestinian people? How is the interest rate gonna calm down? These are the things that should be talked about, not just a bunch of BS.
Have a set of plans. You talk about sticking to the facts. Donald Trump and I have a set of plans to lower the cost of housing and food, to bring peace back to the world with American leadership. That is all that we want to do. And I think it's telling that the Harris administration is focused so much on these side issues instead of on the real substance of why Americans are unhappy with Kamala Harris.
To be clear, I just asked you about something that Donald Trump brought up, not something that the Harris campaign brought up. I was asking you about Donald Trump's
No, I'm
words.
saying
Thank you.
But John, the Harris campaign, what are their policy views? They don't have a policy position on their website. Should she sit down and answer tough questions with you?
Yes,
I think she should.
absolutely.
Where is she?
Well,
but we respect the American people enough.
We hope she'll be on the show soon.
I hope so
Thank
too,
you.
John, because the person who wants to be our president ought to sit down for some tough interviews. I'm willing to do it, and I wish she would too.
All right, JD Vance, thank you for your time. Really
Thanks, John.
appreciate it.
You see what I mean? Like, this is the facts. Okay, this is a question for you guys. Do we think that Kamala Harris is being, I guess maybe shielded by the media? Maybe they're like, I'm not sure. This is just a question I'm asking you guys. Do you think she's being protected? Do we think she's being protected by the media? Do you think that? Do we think she's being protected by the media? These are really tough questions being asked to JD Vance. And also, listen to this. I know we've listened to this like so many times, but I like to play. Let's see, where is that? The full interview for the NABJ. Oh, I keep saying N.
You know what nobody talks about when it comes.
Oh, yeah, let's see.
EI, go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, inclusion? Barack Obama saying that they were not. A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today. You have pushed false claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabbit to describe black district attorneys.
This is what I want you guys to see. Trump went to the NABJ knowing fully well that he is about to be on fire, because of course this is a black journalist press conference. You better be ready to be messed up. And he knew, but still he went there. This is how you got this. This is why I respect Trump. You got to respect Trump, bro. You have to respect this man, bro. He has no fear. He's not running away from the media. But Kamala Harris hasn't done any. This is what I want Kamala Harris to do. I want 3 people. Well, the last person was actually, the last person was a little bit of a conservative, the lady on pink, but the lady on black and the lady on blue, they were absolute like activists. Okay. So I want people who are like Republicans or activists for Republicans to interview Kamala Harris, bro. That's what I want. So we can see if she is afraid or if she's good on her feet, if she's quick on her feet, if she's able to handle the heat, because we know everybody knows Trump can handle the heat. Everybody knows. I mean, that's not even a conversation. Everybody knows Trump can handle the heat. He has been handling heat for more than 8 years now. Since he won the first election. It's been the Russia situation. It's been the impeachment 2 times. It's been the media going against. It's been so many things, we know. So we know this man is like titanium, bro. We know that for a fact. It's like, we know. So but we don't know if Kamala is as hard as rock. And we need someone who is hard as rock to be in charge of the country. If you're going to be talking about, things that would affect the United States with a person like President Xi, with a person like President Putin, it should be something that, we need to ask Kamala, girl, are you sure you're capable of doing this, by making her go through these types of drill questions? Because these are drill questions. In my opinion, those are statements, bro. There were so many statements being made, not even like, it was like statement being made. It wasn't questions. Like, listen to this.
You've attacked black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking black supporters to vote for you, why should black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the black population of this country. I've done so much for the black population of this country, including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest programs ever for black workers and black entrepreneurs. I've done so much. And, and I say this, historically, black colleges and universities were out of money. They were stone cold broke. And I saved them and I gave them long-term financing, and nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that. And let me go a step further. I was invited here and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent.
You see what I mean? Like, we know he can handle heat, bro. We know he can handle the heat. But I want to see Kamala in these types of situation. But I don't know if she's ever going to be in this types of situation because, we don't know.
Opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense. And then you said you can't do it with Zoom. Well, where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late, just so we understand. I have too much respect for you to be late. They couldn't get their equipment working or something was
President,
wrong.
I would love
I think
if you
it's
can
a
answer the
very
question
nasty
on your rhetoric
question.
and why you
I have
believe that
answered
black
the
voters
question.
should trust you with another 4
I have
years.
been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Better than President
That's
Johnson,
my
who signed the
answer.
Voting Rights
And
Act.
for you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace.
Let me just ask a follow-up, sir, and then we'll move on to other questions here. Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first Black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is
Give me a
literally
definition
the words
then. Would you give me a definition of that? Give me a definition.
Sir, I'm asking you a question,
No,
a
you
very
have to
direct
define
question.
it. Define it for me, if you
I
would.
just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a Black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was Black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn Black, and now she wants to be known as Black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she Black?
She has always
But you know
identified
what?
as a Black woman.
I
She went to a
respect
historically
either
Black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a Black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do you believe
I
that
think
she is?
somebody should look into that too when you continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
It's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some
I
Republicans
really
have
don't
said?
know. I mean, I really don't know. Could be. There are some, and there are plenty. I know this lady right over there, Harris, is a fantastic person who just interviewed me at length. And we had a great interview, I think, and I heard you got very good ratings on that.
Well, you told me it was the longest one of your life.
And this is the thing, Take a look at the woman, the last woman right there. He said, Harris, that's a wonderful woman. And she's Black. The woman is Black. Trump is just doesn't care. He says what he wants to say.
So we had a good discussion. Look, I want to talk about why you're here today. I mean, it is not lost on us how divided we are as a country. And as you were coming today, we really got to see that we are divided along the lines of race, along the lines of gender. And there is this question of, in this moment where we are, why come here? What is your message today?
My message is to stop people from invading our country that are taking, frankly, a lot of problems with it. But one of the big problems, and a lot of the journalists in this room I know and I have great respect for, a lot of the journalists in this room are Black. I will tell you that coming from the border are millions and millions of people that happen to be taking Black jobs. You had the best.
What exactly is a Black job, sir?
And this is like the whole thing. What is a Black job? What is a Black-owned business? Because I've heard a lot of Black people say, I have a Black-owned business. I'm a Black entrepreneur. So what is a Black entrepreneur? What is a Black-owned business? What is a, what is that? People say Black-owned businesses. I know you know that for a fact. People say Black-owned businesses. People say I'm a Black entrepreneur. So if we say Black jobs, him saying Black jobs is bad, then why do we say? Because when I talk to people, I'll be like, well, I'm a Black man to everybody, right? So when somebody's talking about me and my business, they're gonna say, is a Black entrepreneur, he has a Black-owned business, just like an Hispanic would have an Hispanic business. I mean, I don't know I didn't see anything wrong in that.
A Black job is anybody that has a job. That's what it is. Anybody that has a job.
All right.
And
Mr.
they're taking the employment away from Black people. They're coming in, they're invading. It's an invasion of millions of people, probably 15, 16, 17 million people. I have a feeling it's much more than that. And everybody's been seeing what's happened. The first group of people, the black population, is affected most by that. And Kamala is allowing it to happen. She's the border czar. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border czar like this. She's never even essentially been. She said she was there once, but not the right part of the border. So she was a border czar. She's done a horrible job. These people are coming into our country, and they're taking black jobs and Hispanic jobs. And frankly, they're taking union jobs. Unions are being very badly affected by all of the millions of people that are pouring into our country. And one thing, as we discussed, many of these people are coming in from mental institutions, from prisons, from jails. They're gang members in other countries. Other countries are setting loose their prisoners. They're opening up their prisons and their mental institutions, and they're taking their bad people, drug dealers, gang members, and they're bringing them into the United States. And by the way, their crime rate is going down, and our crime rate is going to be a disaster.
Mr. President, I want to get into how you address some of the issues with black communities. And I say that plural because we live in communities of color that are different. We're not all the same. We don't vote the same. We don't think the same.
True.
It's not monolithic. So as you come here today, I want to talk about something that bursts. And this is the weight of the inflation on this country right now. The nonprofit Money Management International recently released data from its mid-year analysis that we have found a 52% rise in people who are seeking counseling for being in credit debt. They're paying for food that is sky high on their credit cards, and now they can't pay that off. The credit counseling nonprofit MMI, as I said, is saying now that they've seen surges that they haven't seen since we were in a pandemic of people in financial trouble. Much of that falls on the shoulders of single moms, single black moms, when you look statistically. Yeah. How do you turn it around? What's your plan for the black community when it comes to money?
Exactly. So listen to what Harris said. Harris just mentioned, she said, what is your plan for the black community? So why didn't people say, what is the black community? When you can say black jobs, then why should you be allowed to say black community and not allowed to say black jobs? See what I mean? Like sometimes we are our own headaches, bro. We just create headache for like it doesn't even make sense.
First of all, it's very hard to hear you for whatever reason because of the fact that they have bad equipment. Because I guess this woman was unable to get the right equipment. But it's very hard for me to hear you. But I can hear every other word. It's very difficult, actually. But so I don't know if they can fix it or do something with it. But
the last lady, this is for Bleezy 710. They say, my guy, he's not talking to Kamala. The lady's name is Harris, okay? Because I don't know if you know, the lady from Fox, the lady on pink, her name is Harris. Just for, little education right there.
But I'll do the best I can with it. The inflation is absolutely destroying our middle class, our working class, virtually every class. Inflation is a disaster in our country. Inflation is a country buster. It breaks every country. And we had, in my opinion, the worst inflation we've had. They say it's 58 years, but I think it's much more than that. It's been devastating. And if you just take a look at a lot of things they don't include, like interest rates. Interest rates went from 2.4% to 10%, and you can't get the money. People can't buy houses. They no longer have the American dream. Young people, young black people, they don't have the American dream anymore. They can't buy a house.
And this is the thing. He just said young black people. So you are allowed to say black people, black community, black-owned business, but you're not allowed to say black jobs. I see.
Can't borrow the money because of the cost of the money. They can't buy because of the cost of housing, because of the cost to build it, because of inflation. Inflation is a disaster, and it's destroying our country, and it's destroying the black community probably as much or more.
So what do you do?
Than any.
What's your plan?
You know what we have to do? We have to bring down the cost of energy, and that's going to bring down the cost of inflation. This was all started with a bad energy policy by Joe Biden. By the way, just if I might, I was running against a man named Biden. You probably saw that. And he was losing very bad.
Trump is just on another level, bro. He said, I was running against a man called Biden. You probably know that.
in the polls, and then he had
Shout
a
out to
rather
my
bad debate.
shout
I
out
would
to
say
my
it was
guy
bad debate. I
Nia
would say it
Book
was one of
Truck.
the worst
Nia Book Truck. Shout
worst
out to my
debates in
guy Nia
history.
Book Truck. You know what time
And
it is.
his poll numbers crashed. And instead of saying, you know, let's keep going and maybe something happens the other way, they said, oh, we're going to replace him. Let's just replace him. That's like you're in a fight, a prize fighter's in a fight. He's not doing what you say, let's bring in another fighter. So our whole campaign was steered toward him, and now we have to steer toward him. But ultimately, it's the same because they have bad policy. They have policies of open borders, unbelievable open borders, horrible energy policies. They want to get rid of, as you say, gasoline in cars. They want to get rid of oil. They want to get rid of efficient heating.
Mr. President.
Environmentally, what they're doing is killing our country. They're absolutely destroying our country. But the inflation is the thing that's hurting the black worker, the black population, and every other population within our country. Inflation is the worst it's been, I think, in over 100 years. And they'll fact check it. They'll say it's only 58. Whatever it may be, they don't add all the numbers. They don't add the really bad numbers, and you can check that too. But inflation, Harris, is absolutely destroying this country and the people in our country. Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
President, can I ask you another question
Yes,
that is also impacting Black Americans?
And that's very clear now. Good.
I'm sorry?
It's very clear. I hear you.
Okay. So Sonia Massey, someone from Illinois, an unarmed Black woman, was shot the other day in her home by a deputy sheriff. The deputy has since been charged with murder. You've said police would get immunity from prosecution if you win. Why should someone like that officer have immunity, in your opinion?
Immunity?
Immunity.
I don't know the exact case, but I saw something, and it didn't look good to me. It didn't look good to me. Are you talking with the water? Right?
Yeah, well, police unions are not backing this person either.
Okay,
but again, why would...
They're going to be charging the officer. I guess they're charging the officer.
So why should he receive immunity?
Well, he might not. I mean, it depends. It depends on what happens. I'm talking about people that are much different cases than that. We need people to protect ourselves. And by the way, in Chicago, as an example, a few weeks ago, July 4th weekend, they had 117 shootings and 17 deaths. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. We need to have our police officers have the respect and dignity back. In this particular case, I saw something that didn't look good to me. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all.
So can you get a little more specific back to the immunity question? Who would make those
Well, right now, for the most part, people are protected by their unions, by their police unions, or by their police departments.
I feel like that question was actually a valid question. You know, should the police department be protected even if they actually are doing some wrong things sometimes? It's a valid question. It's a valid question.
But I'm saying if I felt, or if a group of people would feel that somebody was being unfairly prosecuted because the person did a good job maybe with crime or made a mistake, an innocent mistake. There's a big difference between being a bad person and making an innocent mistake. But if somebody made an innocent mistake, I would want to help that person.
What would those exceptions be? What would determine
you
an
go
innocent
after
mistake?
somebody and it's a very close call and it's very dangerous. And they have the policeman's life and woman is a very difficult thing because sometimes you have less than a second to make a life and death decision. And sometimes very bad decisions are made. They're not made from an evil standpoint, but they're made from the standpoint of they made a mistake.
So I want to follow up really quickly. I find it interesting because you do talk about reining in prosecutors, especially when it comes to prosecutors that are prosecuting you. Why doesn't that skepticism apply to law enforcement?
Well, I've been prosecuted because I'm a political opponent of two people that have weaponized our justice system. I've been prosecuted. I just won the big case in Florida. Everyone said that.
And this is another thing. I feel like Trump is one of the most undercovered by the media, which is actually saying what is going on in his life rather than just deflecting everything. So there was an assassination attempt on Trump, right? But it's not even on the news anymore. Nobody's talking about it. This is a presidential candidate that was almost taken away. And it's like, okay, well, it is Trump. He's a billionaire. Nobody cares. And also, it's like, nobody's also talking about the fact that Trump is actually a candidate that was convicted. Well, he wasn't convicted. He was indicted by, by whoever it was indicted by, but he was indicted, right? And it's like, why was he indicted? They say he had 34 counts. And it's like, okay, if you had 34 counts, I'm looking at the count and it's like, what is this? Trump is on another level, bro. I don't know. It's like, what kind of man is this, bro? Like, shoot, I don't know.
That was the biggest case. That was the most difficult case. And I just won it. Now, Biden has a similar case, except much worse. I was protected under the Presidential Records Act. Biden wasn't, because he wasn't president at the time. And he had 50 years worth of documents. And they ruled that he was incompetent, and therefore he shouldn't stand trial. And I said, isn't that something? He's incompetent and he can't stand trial, and yet he can be president. Isn't that nice?
Mr. President,
but they released him on the basis that he was incompetent. They said he had no memory, and he was a nice old guy, but he had no memory, and therefore we're not going to prosecute him. I won the case, and it got very little publicity. I didn't notice ABC doing any publicity on it, George.
We cover you extensively, sir. I'd love to move over on to
I
different
didn't notice
topics
you
now.
do any publicity on it at all. I won the case, the biggest case. This is an attack on a political opponent.
And this is the thing. This is the thing. Bobby Taylor says he's going to lose to a black woman. And that's the only thing you have to say. You don't care about the policies. You don't care about the border. You don't care about the inflation. You don't care about if you have kids. I don't know if you actually care about those things. You don't care about the fact that would you want to buy a house for your kids, for your wife, if you're married, in this 4 years? If you have like a 4-year plan, does your plan include buying a house? If it does include buying a house, wouldn't you want to see a 2% plus interest rate? Wouldn't you want to see the grocery prices go down? Wouldn't you want to see the gas prices go down rather than just saying, well, he's going to lose to a black woman? I don't know, man. I don't know. We need to ask ourselves questions about the policies instead of Trump cannot win. We cannot let Trump win. We need to start asking questions about serious situations. Do you still want to send billions of munitions to Ukraine where it is facilitating the war and children are dying, parents are dying? Like, are these not conversations we should be having? I may be saying, I don't know. This is just.
I have another one where
Sir,
I have
if you
a
don't mind, I'd
hostile
love
judge.
we have you for a limited time, sir. I'd love to move on to different
No,
topics.
excuse
if
you.
we
You're the
can.
one that held me up for 35 minutes, just so you understand.
If we can.
Yo, Trump is just savage, bro. Trump is definitely savage. Anyway, if you're watching the live show, like the live show, subscribe to the channel. It's about to get spicier.
Move on now to the state of the race, sir. I want to get back to the campaign. Senator J.D. Vance is your running mate. He's had a lot of controversy lately, and I want to read you a few things that he has said in the past. He said the Democrats running the country are a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. He's not talking here about how great it is to be a parent. He's attacking what he says are the choices people are making to not have children. Did you know that he had these views about people who do not have children before you picked him to be your running mate? And do you agree with him?
No, I know this. He is very family oriented, and he thinks family is a great thing. That doesn't mean he thinks that if you don't have a family, it's not. I know people with families. I know people with great families. I know people with very troubled families. And I also know people with no families. They didn't meet the right person. Things happen. You go through life, you don't meet the right person.
But he's not just talking
Excuse
about
me.
families here.
And
He also
some of
says that
those
people that don't have children should get less votes than
That's
those
all right.
that do.
I'm just speaking for myself.
Is that your
and I
campaign
think
position?
I'm speaking for him too. He strongly believes in family, but I know people with great families. I know people with not great families that don't have a family.
Bobby Taylor says, what is Trump's policies? After this video, if you're still here, well, you know what? Let's just go show you what his policies are. Let's go on Instagram, okay? So this is Instagram. It's easy, bro. Like, let's just show you what it is. This is Trump, right? This is Trump. Of course, I'm following Trump. So this is Trump, right? Everybody, easy. We ain't got to look too hard. This is right here, bro. We don't have to search for his policies. Like, oh, we got to go search. We ain't got to search, bro. This is the policy right here, okay? No searching, no nothing. This is it right here, bro. For everybody talking, this is it right here. Well, what are his policies? Just go on. Bro, it's right here on his Instagram page. It's showing the world. This is not, he's showing you what it is. This is it right here. The 2024 GOP platform, Make America Great Again. You know, it says number 1, seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. Number 2, carry out the largest deportation operation in American history, end inflation and make America affordable again. Make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. Stop outsourcing, large tax cut for workers, and no tax on tips. These are his promise and policies to the American people. 20 of them. This is 20, bro. So when you want to talk about, oh, what are his policies? What are his policies, bro? Everybody, we've seen his policies right here. These is Donald J. Trump's policy right here. This is his policies right here. Fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts, including no charges to the retirement age. Cancel the electric vehicle mandate and cut costly and burdensome regulations. You see what I mean? Like, these are his policies right here for the world to see, right? All right. Everybody, this is Trump's page, right? This is Trump's page. Everybody can see. Now let's go search for Kamala. So this is Kamala right here. So I don't see any policies, bro. I don't see any policies. It's Kamala and Coach Walz that I see. I don't see any policies. I only see a beautiful black woman and Coach Walz. I don't see any policies. No policies, bro. No policies now. So when you want to talk, anybody who supports, Kamala, I'm not saying don't support Kamala. I'm just saying, like, when you want to talk, actually get your facts right. Okay, get your facts right. We just checked. I mean, I could go all the way down. You see, like there are no policies right here. We only see freedom. We see freedom. We see President Harris, and this. Let's read this. It says, "We love our country and believe it is the highest form of patriotism to fight for ideals of our country." Vice President Kamala. So that is not a policy, and we see, of course, the regular situation where you have to use celebrities to garner votes. But let's keep going. So this isn't a policy too. She says this is a people-powered campaign. That is how you know I will be a people's first president. That is not a policy. That is just political conversation. We're not going back. They're not taking us back. Our fight for the future is also a fight for freedom. Okay. But where are the policies? There's no policy, bro. No policy. She says when we fight, we win. Okay, where are the policies? No policies. No policies. This is something else. The top 10 states with the highest rates of maternal mortality are some of these same states that have banned abortion. So it's like no policy for weeks, no policy. But my boy right here, second, you ain't got to look too far, bro. This is the second post right here. You ain't got to look too far. You see the policies. So this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying about Kamala and Trump. This is how you see and know the difference. Well, what was the video we're watching? Let's go back.
And the people without the family are far better. They're superior in many cases, okay? He's not saying they're not. What he's saying is that he thinks the family experience is a very important thing.
Somebody says, who is going to look on Instagram for policies, but you're going to go on the Shade Room. You're going to go on these places to get news and not actually follow the policies that would affect yourself, your family, your kids. Man, quit playing.
It's a very good thing. But that doesn't mean that if you grow up and you grow older and you don't meet somebody that would be wonderful to meet and would have been good, that that's a bad thing. He's not saying that. My interpretation, you'll have to ask him actually, but my interpretation is he's strongly family oriented, but that doesn't mean if you don't have a family, there's something wrong with it.
Just one last point and then we'll move on. Just one of the bedrock principles of American life is one person, one vote. Senator J.D. Vance has suggested that someone who has children should have more votes than a person who does not have children. I just want to be clear here. Is that the position of your campaign?
Well, no, but it's not something I have ever heard before. I can tell you this. Right now you have illegal aliens coming into our country, many from prisons and many from mental institutions, and they want to give them votes. I don't think they should have votes. They came into our country illegally, and they're taking the vote away from all of the people in this room that have been here a long time, that have worked hard, that in many cases, and you'll see this happening, if I'm not elected, you're going to see it happening. If I am, you're not going to have any problem. But you're going to see it happening a long time. You're going to see the people in this room and people outside of this room are going to be losing their jobs to people that have come into this country illegally.
Mr. President, can we stay with just kind of the state of the race right now? Because I felt like that vice president question, candidate question was right in there with that. So let's talk about J.D. Vance for a little bit. He's had some stumbles out of the gate. I don't know if you're hearing what we hear as reporters, but it's been a tough couple of weeks for him. Why did you choose J.D. Vance?
Why
did you choose him? And I'm having a hard time hearing too. I know everybody out there can, but it's hard to hear.
I'll tell you why. I chose him because he's a very strong believer in work and the working man and woman.
And this is the thing, like, people that want to talk about, come on, Trump doesn't have any policy. I just showed you the policies. And if you want to talk about something else, they're going to say, well, Kamala doesn't even, I've heard Democrats, bro. I'm not a Republican. I am not a Democrat. I am an independent. And I just think Trump's policies are better policies. So I'm going to vote for Trump. I'm sorry. I'm just going to vote for Trump. But there are people like Democrats who will say, well, she doesn't even have to say anything. She doesn't need to do press conferences. Come on. She don't need, she's protecting her brand. I actually heard a Democrat say she's protecting her brand. This is not a movie. She's not a celebrity superstar. She's supposed to be working for the people, serving the people. God damn, man.
And especially the working man and woman who have been treated very unfairly, because you have many of them in this room, but you have many of those people, they were treated very unfairly. They worked very hard and they were treated unfairly. He wrote the book that became a bestseller. The movie became a smash hit. He's a very smart guy without the benefit of having a family that has contacts, like a father that was well connected. He got into Yale Law School. He graduated in 2 years from Ohio State, summa cum laude. You take a look at, his career has been an amazing career. He started off at a level with a difficult family situation, very difficult with the mother and the father and everything else. He ends up going to Yale Law School and was one of the top students, became the head of the law journal. That's an amazing thing. He's a 4-year, he was in the military with great distinction for 4 years, got out, went into business, became successful in business, very successful in business, actually, did public offerings and other things. And I have to.
Serotonin says, Kamala, I am the policy Harris. I think so. She might probably be the, as long as I'm here, I am the policy. Vote me. I'm a black woman. You better vote me or you ain't black.
To believe in that. I mean, he's somebody that was born in a rough situation. Most of the people know that situation because it was very well documented in his book. And I have a lot of respect for somebody that can get into Yale and become one of the best students in Yale, that meets a young woman at Yale who...
No. Actually, I know one of her policy. Actually, she said it 2 nights ago. I think it was on Sunday. She said, no tax on tips, right? She said no tax on tips. Where have I heard that before? No tax on tips. I think I've heard that somewhere before. Maybe, I don't know where I heard it.
Also outstanding, and they get married, they have a beautiful family, but he had he's made himself an amazing life. He then goes to Ohio, lives in Ohio, and he had my endorsement. That helped. But he wins the Senate. He becomes a United States Senator. So he's a United States Senator. So Harris, like I respect you for your success, I respect people for their success.
The reason I asked the question is because the last time you and I sat and talked was the day that you were shot. We'd been together for much of that day. You left to go to Butler, Pennsylvania, and we didn't know what was next.
Yeah.
And 2 days after that...
I cannot understand. Your microphone
I know,
is so
it is really hard for me to understand you too.
I can understand you perfectly.
Because she's closer.
I can understand you.
I'm happy to hear that, sir.
But I can't
Really happy to hear
understand,
that.
Harris.
I have a few more questions.
Because of the distance, and the mics are really in lousy shape, but I cannot understand
Are you asking a question?
what you're saying.
So what I wanted to say was the last time we spoke, you said some words that were prophetic because I asked you who you wanted to choose for vice president.
Yeah.
And you said normally it really wouldn't matter what they would bring, you choose somebody that you think has a future, that sort of thing. But you said these words 3.5 hours before an attempted assassination on your life. You told me that bad things happen, Harris. And that's why this decision is important this time. Bad things happen. You said it twice. When you look at J.D. Vance, is he ready on day one?
Does he what?
Ready on day one, if he has to be.
I've always had great respect for him, and for the other candidates too. But I will say this, and I think this is well documented. Historically, the vice president, in terms of the election, does not have any impact. I mean, virtually no impact. You have 2 or 3 days where there's a lot of commotion as to who, like you're having it on the Democrat side, who it's going to be. And then that dies down, and it's all about the presidential pick. Virtually never has it mattered. Maybe Lyndon Johnson mattered for different reasons of what we're talking about, not for vote reasons, but for political reasons, other political reasons. But historically, the choice of a vice president makes no difference. You're voting for the president, and you can have a vice president who's outstanding in every way, and I think JD is. I think that all of them would have been, but you're not voting that way. You're voting for the president. You're voting for me. If you like me, I'm going to win. If you don't like me, I'm not going to win.
I'm going to get my JD Vance.
Yeah, that's right. If we like him, he's going to win. If we don't, he ain't going to win. And that's just how it is. This is the facts of the issue. I mean, I happen to like his policies, okay? I mean, yeah, I ain't going to lie. I ain't going to cap. We had better gas prices. Inflation wasn't this high. Ukraine wasn't going through what Ukraine is currently going through. The border wasn't going through this same issue. As a matter of fact, the border was like a top issue, but it was like everybody was talking about the border like the border is like safe. You know what I mean? Like mortgage rate was 2% plus. Come on, man.
Question in.
JD Vance?
I'm going to get my JD Vance question
Sure.
in. To your point and to Rachel's point, he has a lot of opinions about childless women like myself or divorced people like yourself. Do you think, well, I mean, my point
but at
is
least
here.
it was said in a friendly manner.
My point is,
Yo, even the lady on blue is admiring this man. Like, how are you so calm amongst us. This is what a leader does. He brings humor and it makes everybody comfortable. Even when the enemy is comfortable, man, you got to give it to this man, man. I don't want to hear his name.
Do you think the Republican Party is getting a little bit too judgy about people's lives when you think about abortion or when you think about what J.D. Vance is saying?
I don't think, look, I think that the Democrat Party is really the one that has the problem. I think they're radical on abortion because they're allowing abortion in the 9th month. They're allowing the death. They're allowing the death of a baby after the baby is born, based on the governor of Virginia. Based on the governor of Virginia, they're allowing the death of the baby after it's born. They're allowing abortions in the 8th and 9th month.
Well, Democrats have denied.
I think they're right. And I think the Republican Party is actually much less. I think I've made them much less radical, perhaps. But the Republican Party, what we're doing is bringing it back to the states where everybody wanted it. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservative, everybody wanted abortion brought back. They didn't want Roe v. Wade in the federal government. They wanted it, everybody.
But the majority of Americans oppose Roe v. Wade being overturned.
They don't know about this. Right now, they're voting. It brought it back to the states. Now, I happen to believe in the 3 exceptions. Ronald Reagan believed with rape, incest, life of the mother. I do. I think most people do. I think most Republicans do also. But if you take a look, right now they're doing, it's an amazing thing, out of the federal government, it's in states, and people are voting. And I will say, Ohio is, let's call it a more liberal version, has been approved. Kansas, the same thing, a little bit surprising to a lot of people. But the people are now voting, and it's taking this issue that's been going on for 52 years and has torn our country apart, and it's giving it to the people to vote on. And they're voting. And many states have already voted. Others are in the process of voting. And it's bringing it back to the people and a vote of the people. And it's not at all radical. And again, you have to follow your heart. I happen to believe in the 3 exceptions. Most people believe in the 3 exceptions. Most Republicans believe in the exceptions. But they don't want to see an abortion in the 9th month or the 8th month. Almost everybody agrees to that. And they certainly don't want to see, in the case of the governor of Virginia, the former governor, I might add, who said, we set the baby aside and then we decide what to do. Meaning, what do? We execute the baby. That's a radical, horrible position.
Trump always brings that up every time. I mean, I don't know if that was actually true, but I'm not sure. But he always brings that every time.
And some people want that. I don't want it. Most people don't.
Thank you. Can I just pivot really quickly to another question about, you brought up health, Harris. You're an active man. We see you golfing all the time. But if you win, you'll still be president at 82, which is older than Biden is right now.
But not mentally. Look, mentally.
Here's the question.
He's shot. But most people, I know many people in their 80s and their 90s that are in great shape. Some of our greatest leaders. You look at throughout the world history, the greatest leaders, some of the greatest leaders in the world were in their 80s.
But here's the question. Would you consider stepping down if you felt that your health was declining? Or would you?
Oh, absolutely.
And who would?
I think I'd know.
How would you make that decision?
I think I'd know. Look, if I came onto a stage like this and I got treated so rudely as this woman treated
Oh my goodness.
me, and I'm fine with it because
This is the thing. This is what I'm saying. Like, he goes into the fire knowing this is a fire, but I'm going to go regardless because I'm a leader. This is what you want from a leader, to go into the battleground knowing that he has your back. I mean, Trump has proven himself time after time after time. You gotta give him props for that, bro.
It does it. She was very rude, sir. Very rude. That was a nasty. That wasn't a question. She didn't ask me a question. She gave a statement. That wasn't a question.
I repeated your statement, sir, actually.
You said you would. You would.
Oh,
make that
absolutely.
decision
If I
to step
thought
down.
that I was failing in some way, I want people to be sharp. I'll go a step further. I want anybody running for president to take an aptitude test, to take a cognitive test. I think it's a great idea. And I took 2 of them and I aced them.
Well,
I took 2 of them. But let me ask.
Yeah.
I would like to have people running for president. And I don't mean because they're 75 or 85. I think anybody running, I'd like to do it. People say it's not constitutional. I would like to have something passed where you can do it. I think we should know. I mean, I've watched what's happened in the last couple of years under this gentleman, and our country is a mess. We have inflation. We have the millions of people falling in. We have Afghanistan, which was the worst, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. What he has done to our country, and her too, what they've done to our country, she has been a horrible vice president. She's considered the worst vice president.
He always says she's been there. This is the thing, like, this is why I truly believe that Trump needs to turn down the heat on Kamala. He needs to start talking about, policies. Well, he does, but he needs to stick on talking about his agenda for the United States, his policies for the United States, what he thinks is going to bring down inflation, going to stop the war in Ukraine, going to bring down mortgage rate, going to, make the border strong again. Those are the things he needs to stick to. He shouldn't keep talking about Kamala isn't capable, Kamala is incompetent, Kamala isn't black, all this type of stuff. Because most Democrats that I've spoken with, the thing that I say is we don't like the way he talks. We don't like, he doesn't talk with morals. It's more like feelings. Trump is hurting their feelings, is hurting their emotions. So they don't like that kind of stuff. Do I respect that he has his freedom of speech? Absolutely. But he needs to turn it down so he can win this election, because he has to win. If he's trying to win, he needs to say what he needs to say, which is turn down the heat and saying Kamala is incapable, which sort of, we're just saying the facts.
President in the history of our country.
Mr. Don't mean to interrupt you, but would you consider taking the cognitive test?
Mr. President.
I would love to
and
do
make
it
it public.
Well, I've already taken 2 of them, but I'll do it again.
Mr. President, how do you intend to...
I suggested, Harris, that let's take one. I said, Joe and I will go and take a cognitive test. Now, I'd do it with her, too. I would do it with her also. You know what? She failed her law exam. She didn't pass her law exam, so maybe she wouldn't pass the cognitive test.
Mr. President,
are you saying she wouldn't pass? Just to be clear,
I'm just giving you the facts.
To be clear, you don't think Harris?
How do you intend?
She didn't pass her bar exam, and she didn't think she would pass it, and she didn't think she was going to ever pass it. And I don't know what happened. Maybe she passed it.
She did pass it.
There's a man over here. I think he must work.
Mr. President, I would love to ask you about January 6th. You've called yourself the candidate of law and order.
This is what I have to say. The J6 incident, they're never ever gonna let Trump breathe on the J6 incident. I promise you, bro. He ain't finna breathe because they're gonna let and they're gonna turn up the heat moving closer to the election. They're gonna show you videos of J6. They're gonna show you all that stuff, and that is really gonna affect people's decision when it's time to vote. Nobody's really gonna be thinking about the inflation, the economy, and all that stuff. By the time they keep showing you stuff like that.
Yeah.
When Time Magazine asked you if you would consider pardoning all the rioters, you said, yes, absolutely.
Sure.
You called them patriots. 140 police officers were assaulted that day. Their injuries included broken bones. At least one officer lost an eye. One had 2 cracked ribs, 2 smashed spinal discs. Another had a stroke. Were the people who assaulted those 140 officers, including those I just mentioned, patriots who deserve pardons?
Well, let me bring it back to modern day. Like about 5 days ago, we had an attack on the Capitol, a horrible attack on the Capitol. You saw the people that were protesting and spraying these incredible monuments, bells, lions, all these magnificent limestone and granite with red paint, red spray paint, that will never actually come off, especially in the limestone. It will never, I'm a builder, I know about this stuff. It'll never, you'll see it in 100 years from now. They viciously attacked our government. They fought with police. They fought with them much more openly than I saw on January 6th. What's going to happen to those people? What's going to happen to the people in Portland that destroyed that city?
But sir, my question is on those.
What's going to happen to the people that tried to
My question is on those rioters
bring
who assaulted officers.
You have to,
would you pardon?
Excuse me. You know the way Trump goes, excuse me. What's going to happen to those people? Trump is just, Trump is Trump. That's all I can say.
What's going to happen? Oh, absolutely, I would.
You would pardon those?
If they're innocent, I would pardon them.
They've been convicted.
And by the way, the Supreme Court just well, they were convicted by a very tough system. How come the people that tried to burn down Minneapolis, how come the people that took over a large percentage of Seattle, how come nothing happened to them? How come the people
sir, we're talking about people that were seen beating officers with flagpoles, dragging them down the stairs. They're on video. Have you seen that video, sir?
Oh, really? Well,
you would pardon those rioters?
They shot a young lady in the face who was protesting. They shot her in the face. You know, nobody died that day. You do know that. But people died in Seattle. Nobody died, but people died in Minneapolis. You know, people died in Minneapolis. And nothing happens, and nobody ever talks, and nothing happens to those people. But you went after the Jason.
Well, according to Google, I think some people did pass away on that day. According to Google.
6 people with a vengeance. And I'll tell you what about the cops that were, and I'm all for the police, as you know, but what about the police that are ushering everybody into the Capitol? Go in, go in, go in. What about that? Look. Nothing is perfect in life, but you have people from Minneapolis, you have people just from 5 days ago in Washington, D.C. They were having fistfights and fighting with the police. They were spraying and destroying, they were desecrating our monuments in Washington, D.C. 5 days ago, and nothing happened to them. And you can't have two systems of justice. That's why they went after me as a political opponent, because they felt they couldn't win without doing that. And we're going to win our cases and we're going to be vindicated. But I have to spend a lot of time on that and money. That's what they want. After the election, they won't care. Although in my case, I think they probably will, because the hatred is pretty deep. But I'll tell you, they went after me as a political opponent. That's never happened in our country before. And it sets a terrible, terrible precedent.
What do you do on day one if you win? What's your first thing?
What do? I close the border, and I do 2 things, because I can do a lot of things simultaneously. I close the.
Look, yo, Trump is just Trump. That's all I'm gonna say. He is quick. He is sharp. He is very smart. He doesn't, he's a savage, bro.
Border. We don't want people coming. We want people to come in, Harris, but they have to be vetted. They have to be checked. They have to come in legally. I want people to come into our country, but they have to be vetted. They have to be checked. So when you say, what do I do? That, and I drill, baby, drill. I bring energy way down. I bring interest rates down. I bring inflation way down, so people can buy bacon again, so people can buy a ham sandwich again. So that people.
Now, are we gonna argue? Chat. Listen. Are we going to argue that groceries isn't expensive right now? Are we going to argue that the gas prices isn't gouging right now? Are we going to argue that, for those of you who are knowledgeable about the mortgage rates, you know what the mortgage rates were in 2019, 2020? What are the mortgage rates now? You know that for sure if you actually, follow these things. I do. I know what the mortgage rates are right now. It is over 6%. Back in 2019, 2020, it was 2% plus. You know what I mean? So we're not going to argue about those numbers. It is just the facts.
People can go to a restaurant and afford it, because right now people can't buy food. Your grocery bills are up 40, 50, 60%, right? She's agreeing to me. Oh, she's agreeing. Thank you. I like you very much.
Mr. President, I think we are.
But it's true. Your grocery bills are up. And then they're mandating that you buy an all-electric car. Elon Musk endorsed me, and he's a friend of mine. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. But I'm against everybody having an electric car, okay? I'm very much against that. You have to be able to, if you want a hybrid or if you want a gasoline-propelled car. But we have more liquid gold, gasoline, oil, under our feet than any other country, more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia, more than any other country. I want to use it. I want to use what we have. I want to bring down prices, bring down costs. and I also have to stop the invasion. And remember, they're taking your jobs. These people coming in are taking your jobs.
Project
Mr. Pre-
2025.
I think we have to leave it there by the Trump team.
So now let's go check what this, because everybody keeps talking about this Project 25. Let's actually see what it is, because I don't know what it is. Y'all keep talking about Project 25. The most chilling takeaway from the ultra conservative heritage foundation projects. Is this actually by Trump, or people are just, it could be the media trying to do what they do? Because we know, everybody knows the media they can make anything up these days. Building for conservative victory through policy, personnel, and training and get the facts. I don't know now. President Vice movement brought together by over 100 respected security border, de-weaponize the federal government by increasing economic deals, unleash American energy, cut the growth of. This spread 2025 to me don't really seem like. I mean, shoot, you can't really trust this. People really, you can't trust them. You can't really trust them. Let's see what CNN talking about. Let's see what CNN talking about. Because, you know, this give up with others up in Irish cuts. Let's see what CNN talking about.
Attack dog on full display tonight in his first solo campaign event.
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, they see the world very differently than we do. The only thing those two guys knows about working people is how to work to take advantage of them.
All right, that comes as Kamala Harris is making gains in key swing states with a surprising and crucial voting group. And Harry Annan is here with me to go beyond the numbers. So, Harry.
Wait, first of all, let's go watch this questions. Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago. He took so many questions there, so let's watch that and see.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your being here. Just a statement before I talk about debates. I think that our country is right now in the most dangerous position it's ever been in, from an economic standpoint, from a safety standpoint.
I also feel like just watching this makes me feel like I am watching the President of the United States. Like, look at the background, look at the lighting, look at, you know, just the stance. It feels like I'm watching the President of the United States. I mean, this is just me, Joe. I don't know. Shoot.
Both gangs on the street and, frankly, gangs outside of our country in the form of other countries that are, frankly, very powerful. They're very powerful countries, and we don't know what we're doing. We have leadership that has no clue how to handle them or how to handle any other situation. We have a lot of bad things coming up. You could end up in a depression of the 1929 variety, which would be a devastating thing. Took many years, took decades to recover from it. And we're very close to that. And we're very close to a world war. In my opinion, we're very close to a world war. We have people that don't know how to handle it. They're not respected. All over the world, they're laughed at.
Do you like having a P.O. box?
I don't care about the goddamn P.O. goddamn box.
Most dangerous period of time I've ever seen for our country. With that being said, we have somebody that hasn't received one vote for president, and she's running, and that's fine with me. But we were given Joe Biden, and now we're given somebody else. And I think, frankly, I'd rather be running against the somebody else. But that was their choice. They decided to do that because Kamala's record is horrible. She's a radical left person at a level that nobody's seen. She picked a radical left man that is, he's got things done that He has positions that are just not, it's not even possible to believe that they exist.
This is something again I want to say to you guys. For the Republicans, okay, Republicans watching this stream, I gotta tell you, man, Donald Trump, he is absolutely tough. He is strong, tough, and he lasts long for sure. He can last long. How does he do all of this stuff? Going to rallies, doing interviews, doing all of this stuff. He is a tough SOB. Okay, he is a very, very tough SOB. I don't know how he does these things, bro. He's just, I don't know. Y'all, man, you gotta give him his props. I ain't gonna cap. Trump, you got my respect, my guy.
He's going for things that nobody's ever even heard of. Heavy into the transgender world, heavy into lots of different worlds having to do with safety. He doesn't want to have borders. He doesn't want to have walls. He doesn't want to have any form of safety for our country. He doesn't mind people coming in from prisons, and neither does she, I guess, because she couldn't care less. She's the border czar. By the way, she was the border czar 100%. And all of a sudden, for the last few weeks, she's not the border czar anymore, like nobody ever said it. And I just hope that the media becomes more diligent, more honest, frankly, because if they're not going to be honest, it's going to be much tougher to bring our country back. We have a very, very sick country right now. You saw the other day with the stock market crashing. That was just the beginning. That was just the beginning. It's going to get worse. It's going to get a lot worse, in my opinion. And fortunately, we've had some very good polls over the last fairly short period of time. Rasmussen came out today. We're substantially leading, and others came out today that we're leading, and in some cases substantially. I guess NBC came out.
And he's standing, answering questions, speaking, and he's not the president of the United States. This is on another level, bro. Like, his strength is undeniable. Nobody can say he's not a figure that shows and projects strength. Nobody can say that. Like, if you're watching this man, you could say, man, you don't want to F with that kind of man, because this man don't sleep. This man don't sleep. I am in my late 20s. This man is in his 70s, late 70s, and is way more active than me. Man, I gotta turn the heat up. I gotta go harder, bro. Trump is an inspiration. I'm just gonna say that. He is an inspiration. If you are in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, this man has more energy than you do. He definitely has more activities than you do. I ain't gonna cap.
Or CNBC came out also with a poll that was, has us leading fairly big in swing states. In some polls, I'm leading very big in swing states because they want safety. People want safety. They want security.
And also, like, if you go out, because I actually love going out. When you go out and you see people in their 60s, they are already like bent, almost getting out of shape. I don't know, maybe it's just for lack of actually taking care of yourself, or like smoking, or like, I guess, alcohol or stuff like that. But this man, well, money actually has a lot to do with it, because he has the best care in the world. According to him, he doesn't smoke, he doesn't drink. So I guess that actually, plays a big part in his good health, I would say. And just the fact that he works this hard, man, I don't know, man. This is different. I ain't gonna cap. This is way more different.
Security. They want respect all around the world for our country. They don't want this horrible culture that is developing, a culture of no common sense. It's really a culture of no common sense, and it's not what anyone wants. We want to have a safe country. We want to have a strong military. We want low interest rates, and we want to be able to have the American dream. We want to.
You can sell this $5
I don't want to sell this stuff, bro.
Be able to buy homes, housing, get good jobs. And we're really just at the opposite right now. It's so sad to see. But as a border czar, she's been the worst border czar in history, in the world history. I think the number is 20 million, but whether it's 15 or 20, it's numbers that nobody's ever heard before. 20 million people came over the border during the Biden-Harris administration. 20 million people, and it could be very much higher than that. Nobody really knows what the number is. Nobody knows. Nobody has a clue. And the gotaways, they call them the gotaways. The gotaways are at numbers. Somebody was quizzing me on it the other day. No, I don't think so, sir. I don't think so. They have no idea what those numbers are, but they're much higher than you would think. Just like far more people were killed in the Ukraine-Russia war than you ever report. Just like the October 7th would have never happened. Russia would have never hit Ukraine had the election result been called differently. It was a very bad call, but Russia would not have attacked Ukraine. October.
And this is another thing I got to ask you guys. Do you think Ukraine would have actually happened if Trump was president? Do you think Ukraine would have happened if Trump was president? Because he was president for 4 years and none of that actually happened. You know, in my opinion, and based on record, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. But I'm asking now, if he was still the president of the United States, do you think Ukraine would have happened? Do you think Israel would have happened? Because we didn't have any of those things just 4 years ago. But do you think maybe they were waiting for some things that, I don't know. But why did it happen when he dropped out or when he lost the election? What happened?
October 7th in Israel would have never happened. You wouldn't have inflation. A lot of great things would have happened. But now you have millions and millions of dead people. And you have people dying financially because they can't buy bacon, they can't buy food, they can't buy groceries, they can't do anything. And they're living horribly in our country right now. With all of that being said, I think it's very important to have debates. And we've agreed with Fox on a date of September 4th. We've agreed with NBC, fairly full agreement, subject to them, on September 10th. And we've agreed with ABC on September 25th. So we have those three dates, and those networks, they're very anxiously awaiting that date and those dates. So we have September 4th, September 10th, and September 25th. We have spoken to the heads of the network, and it's all been confirmed, other than some fairly minor details. Audience, some location, which city would we put it into, but all things that will be settled very easily. I think it'll be very easy. The other side has to agree to the terms. They may or may not agree. I don't know if they're going to agree. She hasn't done an interview. She can't do an interview. She's barely competent, and she can't do an interview. But I look forward to the debates because I think we have to set the record straight. Why is it that millions of people were allowed to come into our country from prisons, from jails, from mental institutions, insane asylums, even insane asylums? That's a...
And for people who want to talk about, you are not, people, I see people calling names in the chat saying some people are not from the United States, blah, 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 blah. Elon Musk, okay, the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, was born in South Africa. Did you know that? Elon Musk was born in South Africa. Pretoria, South Africa. But he is also a Canadian, and he is also an American. So just because you weren't born in the United States doesn't mean you don't have a voice in the United States. He is now an American citizen, okay? But he wasn't even born here. So when you guys want to talk about, but you're not even an American, you aren't born here. Yes, I wasn't born here, but I am an American. Like, how can I explain that to you? Just common sense.
It's a mental institution on steroids. That's what it is. When you see the people that are coming into these are institutions that are being emptied out, not in South America, all over the world, including South America, all over the world. Prisons are being emptied out into our country because we have a president that's the worst president in the history of our country. We have a vice president who is the least admired, least respected, and the worst vice president in the history of our country, the most unpopular vice president. And because of political reasons or because of being politically correct.
This is going to sound a little wild, but
shut up. Always trying to sell a course. They're all trying to sell a goddamn course.
Received a vote. Don't forget, she was the first one defeated, as I remember it, because I watched it very closely. But she was the first one. She never made it to Iowa, the first state. She never made it to Iowa. She was the first one that was defeated. She was the nastiest to him. She was nasty with calling him a racist and the school bus and all of the different things. She was very nasty to Biden. And shockingly, he appointed her, asked her to serve as vice president. Well, I don't know if he's happy about that decision right now. This was taken away. The presidency was taken away from Joe Biden. And I'm no Biden fan, but I'll tell you what, from a constitutional standpoint, from any standpoint you look at, they took the presidency away. And people were saying he lost after the debate. He couldn't win.
And another question, right? Another question. If we're saying that, you know, the OG Joe Biden isn't capable of running again. So do we also think he isn't capable of currently leading the country? Is that what we're saying? Or we're just saying, nah, he's capable right now, but he's not capable of running again. You know what I mean? Like, is that what we're saying? Because I feel like we need to actually get what is going on right here.
Well, I don't know that that's true necessarily, but whether he could win or he couldn't win, he had the right to run. And they took it away. They said they're going to use the 25th Amendment. They're going to hit you hard. Either we can do it the nice. I know exactly, because I know a lot of people on the other side, believe it or not. And they said, we'll do it the nice way or we'll do it the hard way. And he said, all right. So that, I mean, they've really taken, what they've done is pretty incredible. And now I'm running against somebody else and we're leading. So I'm not complaining. I'm saying it's for a country with a constitution that we cherish this constitution. To have done it this way is pretty severe, pretty horrible. You would have thought they would have gone out to a vote. They would have had a primary system. They would have done something, but to just take it away from him like he was a child. And he's a very angry man right now. I can tell you that. He's not happy with Obama, and he's not happy with Nancy Pelosi, crazy Nancy. She is crazy too. She's not happy with any of the people that told him that you've got to leave. He's very unhappy, very angry. And I think he also blames her. He's trying to put up a good face. But it's a very bad thing in terms of a country when you do that. I'm not a fan of his, as you probably have noticed. And he had a rough debate. But that doesn't mean that...
Yeah. That debate was... Woo-wee. That debate was definitely... Yeah, that debate was hard. I ain't gonna cap. That debate was like, it was like an eye opener for Americans. Like, wait, is this the president of the United States? I think so.
You just take it away like that. Or you go out to a vote. You do something. He had 14 million votes. She had no votes. She got no votes. And I think she's crashing. I think when people find out, and I think people are starting to find out what a bad job she did, on the border. She's trying to say she had nothing to do with the border. She had everything. She was appointed to head the border. And then they said border czar. Oh, she loved that name. But she never went there. She went to a location once along the border, but that was a location that you would love to go and have dinner with your husband or whoever. That was a location that was not part of the problem. That was not really going to the border. So essentially, she never went to the border. And if you listen to Tom Homan, if you listen to the great
border people, Brandon Judd from Border Patrol, if you listen to Paul, I mean, so many different people. I speak to them all the time. And I did when I was president. We had the best border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. Millions of people coming in, and our country cannot sustain it. Our country is going down because of this, because of incompetent people. So I just look forward to these debates. I think it's very important that we have them. I hope she agrees to them, September 4th, September 10th, September 25th. And I think they'll be very revealing. I think they'll be very revealing. Do you have any questions, please?
This is what I've said. Like, he just spoke for 10 minutes, like almost 11 minutes. And he said, yo, do you guys have a question? And he's about to answer questions. These are not prepared speeches, teleprompter speeches. These are words that are actually spoken from the mind. You see what I mean? Like, he has a sharp mind. He's 78 years old. Everybody knows that. But he is just, how come he's sharp? How is he this sharp? Man, I need this type of money, bro. I need this type of doctor. Whatever doctor he has on his payroll, man, I need that doctor, bro.
I haven't recalibrated strategy at all. It's the same policies, open borders, weak on crime. I think she's worse than Biden because he got forced into the position. She was there long before. She destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed California as the AG. But as the DA, she destroyed.
People can say stuff about Trump. He's a con artist. He is a loser. All his businesses have failed. You know, he has filed for bankruptcy and stuff. First of all, if you are an entrepreneur, you would know that, you know, businesses fail. Bankruptcy is a way to actually protect yourself. So, you know, when you say those things, but the fact and the record is, if you go to New York, if you go to Chicago, if you go to Europe, if you go across the United States, in Florida, in South Carolina or North Carolina, this man has properties around the world. Trump tours is around the world. Like, when people travel from every part of the country to come to the United States, the first place they want to go to is New York, right? But if you go to New York, one of the attractions in New York is Trump Tour. I hope you know that, right? Trump Tour is one of the attractions in New York. So this is a made man right here. This is an entrepreneur. This is a man that is made. You can say anything about him. You don't like him. You don't like the way he talks. He's a con artist, whatever you want to say. But this is a man made in America, bro. Like, we got to give him his props. You may say he's a good businessman, but he's not a good president. You can say those things. Okay, fair. But come on, man, you got to give this man his props.
San Francisco, friend of mine, Bob Tisch, all know the Tisch family. He was in many cities with companies. He said the greatest.
And of course, people are going to say, you know what? His father was rich. He got $1 million loan from his dad. His dad was building apartment complexes, apartment homes in I think in Queens, right? So how did was it Queens or Bronx? I can't really remember because I read his book, The Art of the Deal. I did read that book. Actually, that's one of my favorite books of all time anyway. His father gave him $1 million loan. His father took him when he was, showing him the way of how a developer works. And then this man said, Dad, I don't want to do what you do. I want to do what you do, but I don't want to do it in the same location that you do it. I want to go to Manhattan. And he did that. Man, I respect Trump. I don't care what y'all say. I respect you, my guy. Because I want to be a successful person. And if you want to be successful, you cannot hate on successful people. It's just how the world works. When you see someone that's successful, even if you say you don't really like them, you gotta respect them for the work ethics, bro.
This city in the country is San Francisco. That was about 20 years ago. And he passed away a while ago, and he would be looking down and said, what happened? He thought it was the best city in the country.
Anybody who says Trump isn't successful, please tell me one person that is successful. Because I don't know what else success means. If Trump is not a successful man, then who is successful? Well, how do you say someone is successful? How do you say someone is successful? Who are the successful people of this world? Can you guys name successful people? Because I don't know if Trump is not successful. Can you name me 5 successful people of our time? This time, I'm not talking about 20, 40, 50 years ago. I'm talking about currently right now. Can you name 5 people who are successful? Because people say he's not successful. Trump ain't successful. So who are the successful people? A billionaire isn't successful. God, Jesus Christ.
He had divisions there, lows. And he would be looking down in horror now when he sees she destroyed no cash.
Some people say Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates. Some people say Elon Musk. Some people said, different people, right? If you actually go watch Bill Gates documentary about people saying that he actually, this is allegedly, right? It's not facts. These people are saying that, Bill Gates it's like a child labor situation going on. People would always talk about successful people. This is the game of life. If you're not ready to be successful, then don't come out and don't be like everybody else. People who don't want to be successful will talk about successful people. That's what the world does. Anybody can type on the internet. Anybody can say BS on the internet. But who actually puts in the work? Those are the people that will be remembered forever. Now we can say BS about Trump. The building Trump Tower will always be a legacy for this man right here. Just like the Empire State Building. What's their name? That rich family, man. What's their name? Man, what is that name? What's their name, bro? That family, bro. Man, I forgot his name. The Rockefeller, right? The Rockefeller. So, Rockefeller family, what are you going to say? You're going to say they're not successful? Everybody is going to say BS about successful people. Oh, they did this. Oh, they did that. Oh, they're con people. Oh, they're con family. Oh, they used child labor. Oh, they stole from the government. Oh, they did that. Oh, this is what the world, this is Jesus Christ. If you're Christians, if you guys, any Christian here watching this, right? Jesus Christ was crucified by the Pharisees that are supposed to be Christians, right? Hello. If you say you're Christians, then you know that the Savior of the world was actually crucified by his people. The people that say, we know the laws, we know the commandment. You should not do this. You should do that. They crucified him. So this is how the world has been. Trump wouldn't be the first. If Jesus was crucified, who the hell is Trump? If Jesus was crucified, who the hell is Trump? Think about it. Mandela was sentenced to life imprisonment. Nelson Mandela, that we know today to be a legend, an icon, a freedom fighter, was sentenced to life imprisonment. So, great people always have that type of situations around them.
Bail, weak on crime, terrible. And yet they weaponize the system against me. They have me. I got so many lawyers. Now they want to delay cases. I won the big case in Florida. I won the big case. Nobody even wrote about it. The big case, the judge was a brilliant judge, and all they do is they play the ref with the judges. But this judge was a fair but brilliant judge.
And people are gonna say, "Oh no, yeah, he's comparing Trump to Jesus." Nobody's gonna talk about when I said Mandela. Nobody's gonna talk about when I spoke about different people. Oh, he's comparing him to Trump. Children.
As you probably heard, the big documents case, I won it. Now, Biden lost it because he didn't have presidential immunity. He didn't have the Presidential Records Act. He lost it. But the special, I call it prosecutor, special counsel, special prosecutor to me, he, appointed by him, appointed by Garland, he said the man's incompetent. He can't stand trial, but he can run for president. But we no longer have to worry about that because we have somebody that, in my opinion, is more incompetent. She couldn't pass her bar exam and lots of other things, and she should not be in a position, because if she becomes president, our country is going to be a giant fail. It's going to fail. It's going to be a failure the likes of which this world has never seen. Yeah, please. All right, how about you?
Give me. Man, I don't want to give you any reasons, my guy. Trump is just wild. And this is another thing we got to talk about, right? Solomon, King David, and all this great man of old in the Bible, everybody knows, according to the record, they weren't like saints. You know, nobody's a saint. I'm not a saint. You type in the chat right now, you are not a saint. You're probably there doing some BS you should not be doing. Nobody's a saint, okay? Just because you're broke makes you a saint. Nah, hell nah. You know, this is the thing about broke people. Because, you know, they think because they are broke or because they don't have enough or they don't have plenty makes them like, you know, saints. No, just because you have so much money doesn't make you a sinner. Just because you don't have money doesn't make you a saint. So, and just because you're rich doesn't make you a saint either. You know, so nobody's a saint, bro. Well, the Bible calls us saints, though. If you actually check the Bible verses, I can actually Google it and find the Bible verse for you. The Bible actually calls us saints, okay? But the Bible also said that the righteousness of a man is like a filthy rag before God, okay? So no matter how much you think you're, because you think you got some, you know, nobody's, we're just here based on the grace of God, all right? So we could disagree, but when we start talking about the reality of life, nobody is actually like that, you know? Nobody is actually like, we all are actually here. Nobody's above nothing. God is the greatest, okay? Everybody's just here just trying and just giving opinions, but God is God. You know, we are just human beings and we let God be God.
You have to speak louder. Yeah. Well, it changes around a little bit. I'm getting other voters. Perhaps, you know, I was doing very well with black voters, and I still am. I seem to be doing very well with black males. This is according to polls, as you know. It's possible that I won't do as well with black women, but I do seem to be doing very well with other segments, extremely well with Hispanic. Jewish voters way up. White males way up. White males have gone through the roof. White males way up. Now, I don't know. All we're doing is giving you the stats that you have. It could be that I'll be affected somewhat with black females, where we're doing pretty well. And I think ultimately they'll like me better because I'm going to give them security, safety, and jobs. I'm going to give them a good economy. We have a very bad economy right now. We could literally be on the throes of a depression, not recession, a depression. And they can't have that. They can't have that. So I think I'm going to do well with everybody, especially when the facts are out. Yeah, please, in the back. Well, I don't know. I know Josh Shapiro. He's a terrible guy, and he's not very popular with anybody. I think that this election maybe is better than Josh Shapiro would have been. But I think other than Josh Shapiro, I think she had some good choices. But Josh Shapiro is not one of them. He's caused a lot of damage with a lot of people. And I don't think he would have been better. I think he would have been maybe the equivalent, maybe not as good. But they had some people that they were looking at that were good, far superior to her. They actually had a story where they had everybody.
And also the thing is, like, when I listen to, like I've always said, I am not a Democrat. I am not a Republican. I am an independent. Okay. When I listen to Republicans, I always tell Republicans, like, yo, you need to stop talking BS about Kamala and actually talk about the policies. And when I talk to Democrats are always like, why are you giving Trump a platform? He makes me wheezy. He makes me I want to throw up right now. Like, children, what are you saying? It is freedom of speech. So what, you want to throw up because this man is talking? How old are you? God damn, man.
Including, they had like 10 people that she was looking at and her. And they said she was the worst of all. In other words, she was the worst out of the 10 people and her. I don't know how that's going to work out. We'd like to do 3 debates. We think we should do 3 debates. We think Fox and ABC. And we also have CBS is going to do the vice presidential debate. So CBS will do vice presidential. And I have to tell you, J.D. Vance has really stepped up. He's doing a fantastic job.
And now, like, everybody sees that he is actually responding to the debates with Kamala Harris.
Oh, give me a break. Listen, I had 107,000 people in New Jersey. You didn't report it. I'm so glad you asked.
Oh, give me a break.
Say it. Oh, give me a break. Listen, I had 107,000 people in New Jersey. You didn't report it. I'm so glad you asked. What did she have yesterday? 2,000 people? If I ever had 2,000 people, you'd say my campaign is finished. It's so dishonest, the press. And here's a great example. I had in Michigan recently 25,000 people, and 25,000 people we just couldn't get them in. We had in Harrisburg 25,000 people, and 20,000 people couldn't get in. We had so many. Nobody ever mentions that. When she gets 1,500 people, and I saw it yesterday on ABC, which they said, oh, the crowd was so big. I have 10 times, 20 times, 30 times the crowd size. And no, they never say the crowd was big. That's why I'm always saying, turn around the cameras. I'm so glad you asked that. I think it's so terrible when you say, well, she has 1,500 people, 1,000 people, and they talk about, oh, the enthusiasm. Let me tell you, we have the enthusiasm. The Republican Party, and me as a candidate, but the Republican Party has the enthusiasm because people want to see crime stopped. They want to see a country that's respected. Think of it. If I were president,
we want to see the economy is the main conversation. The economy is the main conversation. Economy is the main conversation. We want to see the inflation go down. We want to make sure that we can afford houses, groceries, gas prices. And, you know, this is all what every American wants this right here. I don't know what y'all talking about.
You wouldn't have Russia and Ukraine, where it never happened. Zero chance. You wouldn't have had October 7th of Israel. You wouldn't have the horrible withdrawal And I don't mean to withdraw, because the withdrawal was fine. I was ready to withdraw from Afghanistan, and we were going to do it with dignity and strength. And we were keeping our equipment.
And this is another thing I always say to Democrats. I say, you know what? This is the best economy we've ever had. And then I say, okay, well, I am struggling right now. Democrats, I am struggling right now. I am absolutely struggling right now. And I can use some money. You know, if you can show me some love and donate to the Cash App. If you think the economy is doing great, you know, inflation ain't that bad, you know, it ain't that bad. Well, look, I need some help, y'all, because shoot, the economy ain't great. I ain't gonna cap. So if you think the economy is going great, there go my Cash App. Show some love, because the economy ain't going great for me. I ain't gonna lie.
We weren't leaving $85 billion worth of equipment behind, and we wouldn't have had 13 great soldiers. I know the families of those soldiers well. We wouldn't have had your soldiers killed, and we wouldn't have had 45 soldiers obliterated. No legs, no arms, the face. None of that would have happened. And you wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had any inflation, because inflation was caused by their bad energy problems. Now they've gone back to the Trump thing because they need the votes. I don't know if you know, they're drilling now because they had to go back because gasoline was going up to $7, $8, $9 a barrel. So they said, we better do what Trump. But the day after the election, if they won, you're going to have fuel prices go through the roof. Everybody's going to be forced to buy an electric car, which they're not going to do because they don't want that. It's got a great market. It's got a market. It's really a sub-market. People want gasoline-propelled cars. They want hybrids. They want to have everything, and they want electric.
Own a Steak and Shake franchise.
Shut up.
To have an electric car. We don't have enough electricity. We couldn't make enough electricity for that. And you know what else? The weight of a car, the weight of a truck. They want all trucks to be electric. Little things that a lot of people don't talk about. The weight of a truck is 2.5 times heavier. You would have to rebuild every bridge in this country if you were going to do this ridiculous policy. So, but on crowd size, in history, for any country, nobody's had crowds like I have, and you know that. And when she gets 1,000 people and everybody starts jumping, you know that if I had 1,000 people would say, that's the end of his campaign. I have hundreds of thousands of people. In South Carolina, I had 88,000 people. In Alabama, I had 68,000 people. Nobody says about crowd size with me, but she has 1,000 people or 1,500 people, and they say, oh, the enthusiasm's back. No. The enthusiasm is with me and the Republican Party because they want to stop crime. They want to stop people from pouring into our country from places unknown and from countries unknown, from countries that nobody ever heard of. That's where the enthusiasm is. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I can or not. I got him elected. Without me, he wouldn't be governor. I got him elected. He was doing terribly.
Oh my God. Trump would never, ever not give himself credit. He gonna give himself credit. Look, I got him elected. So yeah, without me, he was never gonna be president anyway. So, you know, Trump, he gonna give himself the credit. You better know. OG Trump.
I got him elected. With that being said, I hope we can repair it. But if we don't, the people are still the people, and they're going to vote. We're leading in Georgia by a lot. We're leading in Pennsylvania by a lot. So, but I don't know. Now in Pennsylvania, I have great relationships. In Georgia, I do too, but unfortunately not with the governor. I've never understood it. When you get somebody elected, they're supposed to like you. He's not exactly for some reason, and you'll have to ask him about that. Yeah, I'd love to see it get repaired. I think that if we don't win Georgia, Georgia is a big win, is a big state. So I won Alabama by a record. Nobody's ever gotten that many votes. I won South Carolina by a record. You don't win Alabama and South Carolina by records and lose Georgia. It doesn't happen. And the people of Georgia understand that. There was tremendous anxiety and problems in Georgia. A lot of people say, what happened? And we have to, all we want is honest elections. If we have honest elections in Georgia, we have honest elections in Pennsylvania, we're going to win them by a lot.
Why is the...
Well, he actually said it two ways. First, he said it incorrectly, then he corrected himself. You agree with that, right? You know, if you watch him, he said it two ways. No. I mean, he said it two ways because he doesn't really know what he said. Why didn't he bring it up at the debate? You know, he had a chance for 90 minutes to bring it up at the debate. He could have talked about that at the debate, and he didn't do it. Everyone said, oh, he said this and he said that. He's just, you know, they give him something to read off. He read it very badly because he actually said it the opposite. Then he had to go back and correct himself. He said the opposite. He should have brought this up at the debate. If he had a problem, of course there'll be a peaceful transfer. And there was last time, and there'll be a peaceful transfer. I just hope we're going to have honest elections. That's all. Okay? What a stupid question this is.
Yo, Trump said, what a stupid question that is. This man he is wild, bro. This is why people are like, you know what? I am not going to be voting for Trump. That's what people say because he hurts feelings and stuff. But really, I don't care about your feelings because we just need a better economy, okay? Say what you want to say as long as action speaks louder than voice, okay? Or action speaks louder than words. Yeah, I'm foggy right now. Action speaks louder than words, okay? So forget about words. Look at these actions.
Because I'm leading by a lot and because I'm letting their convention go through. And I am campaigning a lot. I'm doing tremendous amounts of taping here. We have commercials that are at a level I don't think that anybody's ever done before. Plus, in certain cases, I see many of you in the room where I'm speaking to you on phones. I'm speaking to radio. I'm speaking to television. Television's coming over here. Excuse me, what are we doing right now? She's not doing any news conference. You know why she's not doing it? Because she can't do a news conference. She doesn't know how to do a news conference. She's not smart enough to do a news conference. And I'm sorry, we need smart people to lead this country because our country's never been in this danger before, both economically and from an outside perspective. Russia doesn't respect us anymore. China doesn't respect us anymore. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, liked me a lot. He doesn't like this group. We are in great danger. We're in great danger of being in World War III. That could happen. No, after their convention, yeah. And I'm going out. Actually, I'm going out to certain places to help certain senators get elected. Not even for me. I'm trying to help when I go out to Wyoming or when I go out to Montana, or I'm going to different places to help people. And I don't have to go there because I'm leading those states, as you know, by 35, 40, 50 points. I'm leading by record numbers. I'm going because I want to help senators and congressmen get elected. Congressmen and women get elected. Yes, please. Yeah, go ahead. The upcoming what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Elon Musk. So, yeah, sure. So Elon called me. As you know, he endorsed me full-throated. Great endorsement. I respect Elon a lot. He respects me. And not easy for him to endorse, to be honest with you. You know, it takes courage to endorse people. Many people have courage and many people don't. He does have courage. And Elon endorsed me, and he asked me whether or not I'd do a show on Monday, and I think it's going to be Monday night. And I believe he's the host of the show. So it'll be very interesting. A lot of people are talking about it. I look forward.
Also, we actually streamed the Elon Musk and Trump's conversation yesterday. It's on my page, on the live page channel. Go check it. Just like I'm streaming right now. I streamed it and it was fun. We had a good conversation. And yeah, if you want to watch that, We can watch that.
Forward to it. That'll be done on Monday night. Well, you have a lot of misinformation spread about China, and you have a lot of misinformation spread about a lot of different places. I think I'm going to get along great with China. President Xi of China and I were very good friends. We met right here, right in that, except we had a beautiful sofa there, as opposed to what we have right now. Right now we have you. But President Xi and I had a very good relationship until COVID. And I held him responsible for COVID. It broke up our relationship. But I think we're going to have a great relationship. And I think it's going to be mutually beneficial. But we cannot have it where China is taking advantage of the United States. And that's what they were doing, as you very well know. Yes, please.
Thank you. Like, why can't we hear
What's your
the
question?
questions?
No, I think the people that, if you look at January 6th, which a lot of people aren't talking about very much, I think those people were treated very harshly. When you compare them to other things that took place in this country where a lot of people were killed, nobody was killed on January 6th. But I think that the people of January 6th were treated very unfairly. And they were there to complain, not through me. They were there to complain about an election. And, you know, it's very interesting. And I said peacefully and patriotically, which nobody wants to say, but I said peacefully and patriotically. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken to, and you've seen, Maggie, I was at the mall. I was at the Washington Monument. I was at the whole thing. I had crowds. I don't know who's ever had a bigger crowd than I have, but I had it many times. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken before was that day. And I'll tell you, it's very hard to find a picture of that crowd. You see the picture of a small number of people relatively going to the Capitol, but you never see the picture of the crowd. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken, I've spoken to the biggest crowds. Nobody's spoken to crowds bigger than me. If you look at Martin Luther King, when he did his speech, his great speech, and you look at ours, same real estate, same everything, same number of people. If not, we had more. And they said,
Oh God, Trump, he ain't going. Look, he would never back down. Now, you just know Trump ain't going back down. He's gonna go hard, bringing MLK into this. God damn, Trump.
Said he had 1 million people, but I had 25,000 people. But when you look at the exact same picture, and everything's the same because it was the fountains, the whole thing, all the way back to from Lincoln to Washington, and you look at it, and you look at the picture of his crowd, my crowd, we actually had more people. They said I had 25,000, and he had 1 million people, and I'm okay with it because I liked Dr. Martin Luther King. Yeah, please. Yeah, sure. We have a constitution. It's a very important document, and we live by it.
And you know, now they're saying the new polls has Kamala leading by 2, 3, 4 points, but it's like who are the people doing this polls? Like, who are the people doing this polls? I mean, I don't know.
Has no votes, and I'm very happy to run against her. I'm not complaining from that standpoint. And I hate to be defending him, but he did not want to leave. He wanted to see if he could win. They said, you're not going to win. After the debate, they said, you're not going to win. You can't win. You're out. And at first they said it nicely, and he wasn't leaving. And then you know it better than anybody. Wait a minute. So when you think about it, they said At first, they were going to go out to another vote. They were going to go through a primary system, a quick primary system, which it would have to be. And then it all disappeared, and they just picked a person that was the first out. She was the first loser, okay? So we call her the first loser. She was the first loser when, during the primary system. During the Democrat primary system, she was the first one to quit, and she quit. She had no votes, no support, and she was a bad debater, by the way, very bad debater. And
that's why I actually want to see Trump and Harris go at it. Like, everybody's saying Trump is scared. He's scared. He's scared. He's scared. He's scared of Kamala. Man, I don't buy that. I don't buy that because I've seen Kamala actually debate. Do you guys want to see a Kamala debate? Should we go react to a Kamala debate? Like, Kamala isn't like a, great debater. Like, you know what I mean? Like, man, we ain't gonna, we know this facts.
that's not the thing I'm looking forward to, but she was a bad debater. She did obviously a bad job. She never made it to Iowa. Then for some reason, and I know he regrets it, you do too, he picked her, and she turned on him too. She was working with the people that wanted him out. But the fact that you can get no votes, lose.
One thing we could say is Trump isn't scared of anybody. He's there and he's saying his heart. There's no, man, you gonna respect it, man.
Lose in the primary system. In other words, you had 14 or 15 people. She was the first one out. And that you can then be picked to run for president, it seems to me actually unconstitutional. Perhaps it's not. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching the live stream, subscribe to the channel. We're trying to get 5,000 subscribers. And we're also trying to get the likes up. Try to get the likes up and let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
So I've run against Hillary, and I've run against various other people. I would say that in terms of intelligence, Hillary was far superior. I would say that. Hillary was smart. She was her own worst enemy in many ways, but she was smart, very smart. Okay? If you ask me to compare them, please.
You see? You see what I mean? This is a man that would say his heart is mine. He don't give a damn what y'all say. He's going to say what he wants to say. He just said it. He just said it.
Would you repeat that question, please? Do you have to speak up? It's a hard room because it's very big, if you know. So this is worth $18 million. Oh, I see.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, he said, this is worth $18 million. Oh, I see. So, wow, bro. This is worth $18 million, man. Trump ain't gonna let nothing slide. He ain't gonna let nothing slide, bro. He gonna say what he want to say.
Yeah. So I think the abortion issue has been very much tempered down, and I've answered, I think, very well in the debate, and it seems to be much less of an issue, especially for those where they have the exceptions, as you know. And I think it's when I look for 52 years, they wanted to bring abortion back to the states. They wanted to get rid of Roe v. Wade, and that's Democrats, Republicans, and independents, and everybody, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back in the states, and I did that. Now the states are voting. And frankly, some of the votes are much more, if you could say, liberal than you would think. Ohio turned out to be, they had a big vote, and it turned out to be a much more liberal standing than people would have thought. Kansas, the same thing. And then you have Texas and you have other places where it may be different. But the issue has been brought back to the states now. And like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly. I think that that's a very important thing. I think when you have to follow your heart. But when you don't believe in the exceptions, I think it's much tougher. It's a much tougher issue. But about 82% of Republicans do believe in exceptions. I think and a lot of them are changing their mind and coming even further. I think that abortion has become much less of an issue. It's a very small, I think it's actually going to be a very small issue. What I've done is I've done what every Democrat and every Republican wanted to have done, and we brought that issue back to the states. And now the states are voting on it. And frankly, some of the votes are a lot different than people would have thought, but it's the vote of the people is taking care of it. And, when you think about the Democrats are really the radical ones on this because they're allowed to do abortion on the 8th and 9th month and even after birth. If you look at your new governor from Minnesota, he's like the governor previous, the former governor. I don't want to get him mixed up because Glenn is doing a good job and he's leading our whole campaign in Virginia, Glenn Youngkin. But previous to Glenn, the governor, he said the baby will be born. We will put the baby aside and we will decide with the mother what we're going to do. In other words, whether or not we're going to kill the baby. The Minnesota
Trump ain't never gonna let that go. You better know. He ain't finna let that go. He's definitely gonna talk on that facts. He ain't gonna let that go. The former governor of Virginia conversation about abortion, he's never gonna let that go. That's for sure.
Gentleman, this guy agrees with that. He is the most liberal. Look, between her and him, there's never been anything like this. There's never been a combination. So I'll use the word progressive. They want to go progressive. They don't like the word liberal. I like liberal better. I think it's more appropriate because nobody knows what progressive means. But they now like to use the word progressive. But there's certainly never been anybody so liberal like these two, or even close. I think the abortion issue has been taken down many notches. I don't think it's a big factor anymore, really. And when people hear what I said in the debate, and I think I said it very well during the debate, we brought it back to the states. Everybody wanted it in the states. And very importantly, and you think about this, assuming you have exceptions, if you don't have
and this is another thing, like most people talk about Kamala's father and her background. Does anybody know anything about Kamala's father? Because I don't know anything about Kamala's father at all. Most people say she has a background of a Marxist or something like that. I don't know. I'm not sure. Does anybody have any record on that? Like, can anybody fact check that? Because now we're living in the world where we have to fact check these things. Does anybody know anything about her dad?
Exceptions, it's a more difficult thing. At the same time, there are people that strongly feel that way, and you have to follow your heart, and you should follow your heart. But that issue is very much subdued. Yeah, thank you. About who? Yes.
Back in 2022.
Man, who care about goddamn 2022? Man, we are going through a lot of BS right now. What you think this is? The economy, we going through high inflation rate, and you here trying to sell us a course?
No, I didn't. Look, if you take away guns, she wants to take away everyone's gun. If you take away guns, can't do it because people need the guns for protection. Now, entertainment, they want it, hunting, they would, different things. But they need weapons for protection in this country. People live out in the woods and they're not going to have a gun. If you look at some countries, I don't want to get them in trouble, but some countries have actually gone the opposite way. They had very strong gun laws, and now they have gone the opposite way, where they allowed people to have guns, where in one case they encouraged people to go out and get guns, and crime is down 29%. And remember this, what is the toughest gun law in the United States? Chicago. On July 4th, 117 people were shot and 17 died.
I feel like I don't know if this is true, but every July 4th in Chicago, something is always going on. Every July 4th. I don't know, maybe now it's like they're just trying to make it a tradition where they're trying to spin things because you can't really trust anything, man. You can't trust the goddamn media like that. But, you know, is it facts? Like, are they just saying these things? Is it true?
The toughest gun laws in the United States are in the city of Chicago. You know that. They had 117 people shot. Afghanistan does not have that. Afghanistan, by the way, was the lowest point in the history of our country, in my opinion. That was the worst embarrassment to the history of this country. And I say Putin would not have gone into Ukraine if that didn't happen. When he saw the incompetence of Milley and all these guys that are incompetent, when he saw that happen, when they took out the soldiers first, they took out the soldiers first. You know, if you go back and check your records, for 18 months, I had a talk with Abdul. Abdul was the leader of the Taliban, still is. But I had a strong talk with him. For 18 months, not one American soldier was shot at or killed, but not even shot at. 18 months, and then we had the disaster of the lift, where people were falling off airplanes from 3 times the height of the World Trade Center. I mean, terrible. But now our country has to be respected again. Please. Go ahead, please. I'd be against that. That Kamala is in favor of not giving Israel weapons? Yeah. That's what I hear. Look, she's been very, very bad to Israel, and she's been very...
Ladies and gentlemen, if you say you have a better economy right here, and with Kamala, right, the economy is good, with Joe Biden, the economy is booming, that is my Cash App attached pin right there. Show me some love, because look, I ain't gonna cap. The economy ain't doing good for me. I ain't gonna cap.
Very bad to Jewish people. And I say it, if anybody I know is Jewish and they would vote for Kamala over me, they should have their head examined. If you think about it, I gave them Golan Heights. I gave them the capital of Israel, Jerusalem. I even built the embassy. I gave them no Iran deal. The problem is they didn't do anything with it. Iran was broke. We could have made a deal so easily. I would have had a deal done within 1 week after the election with Iran. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We would have gotten along with Iran. I was looking forward to it.
So there's this person. His name is Anthony Zakaria. He is requesting $500 from me. Are you requesting, or you're trying to? I don't know what you're doing, bro. Look, bro, I ain't doing good this economy, man. So you better know.
I was fine with Iran. You know, we hit them a couple of times pretty hard, but we would have been fine with Iran. But I terminated that deal. I got them the Abraham Accords. Everyone said that's impossible. I got them the Abraham Accords. She's been very, very bad to Israel, and she's been very bad and disrespectful to Jewish people. And any Jewish person that votes for Kamala and her friend, her new friend, who I don't know if she knew him before, but I don't think he's too good. But anybody that votes for them, if you're Jewish or if you love Israel, you have to have your head examined.
Let me go.
Go ahead, please.
Like, I'm telling you that the economy is bad. Inflation is wild. You request, man.
They have. The FBI came to see me about the shooter. I think they've done a very good job. And I think they did a very good job with respect to this other lunatic that they have in custody. Please. Yeah.
This man has been answering questions for what? Man, you got to give this man his props. I don't care what y'all talking about.
Well, I know Willie Brown very well. In fact, I went down in a helicopter with him. We thought maybe this is the end. We were in a helicopter going to a certain location together. and there was an emergency landing. This was not a pleasant landing, and Willie was he was a little concerned. So I know him pretty well. I mean, I haven't seen him in years, but he told me terrible things about her. But this is what you're telling me anyway, I guess. But he had a big part in what happened with Kamala. But he I don't know, maybe he's changed his tune, but he was not a fan of hers very much at that point. Yeah, I do. Go ahead. On what? Well, I'm going to announce that. I'm going to actually have a press conference on that at some point in the near future, so I don't want to tell you now. But Florida does have a vote coming up on that, and I think probably the vote will go in a little more liberal way than people thought. But I'll be announcing that at the appropriate time. Please. Yeah. Oh, we gave tremendous for child care and all of that. No, our tax cuts, which are the biggest in history, our tax cuts are coming due, as you know, very soon. And if the Democrats don't renew them or make it impossible to renew because it's pretty close in terms of vote, if they don't renew them, it's the equivalent of having a 4 times tax increase from what you have right now, and it'll destroy the economy. I think they're under tremendous pressure to do it. I've never seen, all my life I grow up and I watch politics, and I used to be on the other side of politics first, then I run for office. But
also, like, did anybody know Trump was always a Democrat back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s? This man was always a Democrat. What happened? Why did he change? Why did he convert to? Why did he take the red pill? I guess he ain't having that blue pill no more.
In all the years of studying politics, I've never seen people get elected by saying, we're going to give you a tax increase. These guys get up, think of it. We're going to give you no security. We're going to give you a weak military. We're going to give you no walls, no borders, no anything. All these things they're doing. I mean, the transgender became such a big thing, but they do all of these things, but they always say, we're going to give you a tax increase. I never heard anybody campaign on a tax increase. A politician has always said, I will cut taxes. I'll give you one example, Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. I am going to leave Social Security. I'm not raising the years. I'm not raising the age.
And this is the thing people always say, he's going to raise the age. He's going to raise it that. He just said he's not raising the age now because we're hearing from the horse's mouth. He's saying he's not raising the age. So guys, stop saying he wants to raise the age.
I will be saving Social Security, and I'm going to work it out that there's no tax on Social Security for seniors. I'm also doing no tax on tips. No tax on tips. So waiters, waitresses, caddies, people that drive cars, people that get tips who have been harassed by this government.
And people that say all he does is lie. All he does is lie. He's a liar. Don't give him a platform to speak. No. I'm going to throw up. I can't take this. What are you? What is the current gas price in your town right now, in your city right now? What is the inflation rate? What is the mortgage rate in your city right now? Huh? And what was the mortgage rate back in 2019, 2020? Because y'all want to say, he did see that.
We're going to have no tax on tips. That's a big thing.
No tax on tip. The beautiful Kamala Harris has now adopted no tax on tip. I know y'all know that, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Sure.
And also, this is the thing. Like, don't even try to buy a car right now. Don't be going to the dealership to buy a car. This is the thing. This is the thing, guys. I had to buy a cash car because I realized the interest rate right now is the worst. You better go buy a cash car, save up your money, and buy a nice, okay car. Don't be trying to buy a brand new car, because, honey, you finna know.
Because other people have done far bigger things than Steve Bannon. Sure, it's politically motivated. I think it's a horrible thing they did. Look, they've weaponized government against me. Look at the Florida case. It was a totally weaponized case. All of these cases, by the way, the New York cases are totally controlled out of the Department of Justice. They sent their top person to the various places. They went to the AG's office, got that one going. Then he went to the DA's office, got that one going, ran through it. No, this is all politics, and it's a disgrace. Never happened in this country. It's very common that it happens, but not in our country. It happens in banana republics and third world countries, and that's what we're becoming. We have no borders. We have bad voting regulations. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you're going to have problems. France learned that lesson. You know, France had all mail-in voting, and they went back to paper ballots, voter identification, voter ID. They went back to a normal system, one-day voting. They don't want to be around, voting for 64 days. And look, the election, I keep talking about November 5th, but the election really starts on September 6th. That's when it starts because it's early voting. We should have one-day voting. We should have paper ballots. We should have voter ID, and we should have proof of citizenship. Please. No, the gentleman in back. For who? You're going to have to talk louder, sir.
Most people have no clue.
Nobody, you, man.
Is a very different kind of a guy. He's a very big believer in the country, but he's very worried about the country. He's very worried about the country. And I don't know if it's good for him politically to have supported me, although I think we have a vast majority of this country does support me. But Elon, more than almost anybody I know, I mean, he loves this country. He loves the concept of the country. But like me, he says this country is in big trouble. It's in tremendous danger. Okay, please.
Okay, please. He is just wild, bro.
I like this guy. I like him. Yeah. The polls have suggested. There are some polls that say we're going to win in a landslide. People are voting with their stomachs, meaning they're going to the grocery store. They're paying 50, 60, 70% more for food than they did just a couple of years ago. Look at what's happened to energy. Look at what's happened not only to their cars, where gasoline's gone from $1.87, and we had moments when it was below that, but it's gone from $1.87 to $5, $6, and $7. And they take the strategic national reserves and they take it out, even though it's peanuts compared, it doesn't last long. But they're virtually empty now. We've never had it this low. And he's using that to keep the gasoline prices as low as possible. He's sucked all of the oil out, essentially the gasoline, to keep the...
Trump said he sucked all of the gas out. Like, man, Trump.
To keep the price down a little bit, and it's had very little impact. But you know what? We have no strategic national reserves now. He's emptied it. It's almost empty. It's never been this low. And I had it at a good level, and I would have had it more if the Democrats would have approved the deal. You know, I had a deal to buy it at $22 a barrel, and now it's going to be close to 100 pretty soon, my opinion. And the Democrats didn't want to do that, but we bought a lot anyway, and we had it pretty good. And what they've done to the national reserves, the strategic national reserves, is, as you know very well, because you cover it, but what they've done is incredible. They've just, for the sake of getting some votes, for the sake of having gasoline, you know, that's meant for wars. It's meant for like tragedy. It's not meant to keep a gasoline price down so that somebody can vote for Biden, or in this case, Kamala, who, by the way, is worse than Biden. And she's actually not as smart. Okay? She's actually not as smart. That's hard to believe, isn't it? Yeah, please. Okay.
Trump is on another level. But anyway, we are going to go see. Let's actually see something. Do you want to finish the interview or you want to watch a little bit of Kamala going on here? Do you guys want to finish the interview or you want to watch a little bit of Kamala? Should we finish this interview or we should play a little bit of Kamala? All right, so Kamala it is.
And Rita's reality check on a positive note with proof that even the most wrong people in the world can occasionally get it right. As they say, even a broken clock is right twice a day. And in the case of the US Vice President Kamala Harris, she got it right back in 2015 when she said this about 18 to 24-year-olds.
What's the other thing we know about this population? And it's a specific phase of life. Remember, age is more than a chronological fact. What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid. That is why we put them in dormitories, and they have a resident assistant. They make really bad decisions.
Wait. What the hell going on right here? Did I just hear this shit? Wait.
Thing we know about this population, and it's a specific phase of life. Remember, age is more than a chronological fact. What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid. That is why we put them in dormitories, and they have a resident assistant. They make really bad decisions. She wasn't wrong.
Oh my gosh. Why would she say that? Why would she say that? Chat, why would she say there's, why would she say that, chat? Do you know why she would say that? Why would she say that? Why would she say Gen Zs are stupid?
To visit the border?
At some point,
Have any plans to visit the border?
At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
Oh God, Lord Jesus.
Why not visit the border? Why not see what Americans are seeing in this crisis?
Well, we are going to the border. We have to deal with what's happening at the border. There's no question about that. That's not a debatable point. But we have to understand that there's a reason people are arriving at our border.
Have any plans to visit the border?
At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I mean, I don't understand the point that you're making.
Guys, I don't know, man. I don't know now. I don't know. I don't know.
Introducing Zach.
I don't know now, guys.
Be and be unburdened by what can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know? What can be unburdened by what has been. There are those who are unable to see what can be. But there are many more who are able to see what can be unburdened by what has been. Remember Venn diagrams, those 3 circles? Right. And then let's just see where they overlap. You will not be surprised because I have constructed a Venn diagram on this. Remember those 3 circles, how they overlap? I love Venn diagrams. So I just do. Whenever you're dealing with conflict, pull out a Venn diagram, right? And so, you know, the 3 circles.
Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically, that's wrong.
I am Kamala Harris. My pronouns are she and her. I am a woman sitting at the table wearing a blue suit. I can imagine.
You know what? Let's go watch a Kamala Harris debate, okay? So let's give her the benefit of the doubt. Let's watch a debate that she did. Yeah, let's let's. I'm trying to like.
But it's also about what is the culture of the environment? How are we approaching this issue in a way that we also understand we cannot support and help our young people if we also don't also look at the context in which those young people live and are being raised, which means necessarily, because our edict and our mission is not to come out and say, well, we could do this better. Part of the extension of the work you will do is, yes, focused on our young leaders and our young people, but understanding we also then have to be clear about the needs of their parents and their grandparents and their teachers and their communities. Because none of us just live in a silo. Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you. So all of this is part of the work of this group of extraordinary leaders who will help inform and advise how we think about our work. And like the secretary said, give us feedback, give us counsel, give us direction in how we best achieve our mission.
doing it in a way that
man, shoot. I'm looking for a debate where we could see a debate power and, All right, let's watch this.
I think that it's unfortunate that we have someone on the stage who is attempting to be the Democratic nominee for President of the United States, who during the Obama administration spent 4 years full-time on Fox News criticizing President Obama.
That's
who
ridiculous,
has spent full-time,
That's
who has
ridiculous.
spent full-time criticizing people on this stage as affiliated with the Democratic Party. When Donald Trump was elected, not even sworn in, buddied up to Steve Bannon to get a meeting with Donald Trump in the Trump Tower, fails to call a war criminal by what he is as a war criminal, and then spends full time during the course of this campaign, again, criticizing the Democratic Party. What we need on the stage in November is someone who has the ability to win. And by that, we need someone on that stage who has the ability to go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump, and someone who has the ability to rebuild the Obama coalition and bring the party and the nation together. I believe I am that candidate.
Thank you, Senator. Congresswoman Gabbard, I'll give you a chance to respond. What Senator Harris is doing is unfortunately continuing to traffic in lies and smears and innuendos because she cannot challenge the substance of the argument that I'm making, the leadership and the change that I'm seeking to bring in our foreign policy, which only makes me guess that she will, as president, continue the status quo, continue the Bush, Clinton, Trump foreign policy of regime change wars, which is deeply destructive. This is personal to me because I served in Iraq. I left my seat in the state legislature in Hawaii, volunteered to deploy to Iraq, where I served in a medical unit where every single day I saw the terribly high human cost of war. I take very seriously the responsibility that the president has to serve as commander-in-chief, to lead our armed forces, and to make sure always, no, I'm not going to put party interests first. I will put the interests of the American people above all else. Thank you, Congresswoman. I want to briefly give Senator Harris a final second to respond.
I believe that what our nation needs right now is a nominee who can speak to all people. I spent my entire career standing mostly in a courtroom speaking 5 words, Kamala Harris for the people. And it was about all the people, regardless of their race, regardless of their gender, regardless of where they live geographically, regardless of the party with which they're registered to vote or the language their grandmother speaks. We need someone on this debate stage in November who has the ability to unify the country and to win the election. And I believe, again, I am that candidate.
Thank you, Senator.
Hey there, I'm Chris Hayes.
That was pretty smooth. It wasn't really, I don't know. That was pretty smooth, though. That wasn't like bad. That was pretty smooth. Let's see if we can watch something else. That was pretty smooth. That wasn't bad, bro.
We'll guarantee to help you generate up
Vice President Biden's policies on race, specifically on the issue of busing in the 1970s, having benefited from busing when you were a young child.
Back when Biden was Biden.
Vice President Biden says that your current position on busing, you're opposed to federally mandated busing, that position is the same as his position. Is he right?
That is simply false. And let's be very clear about this. When Vice President Biden was in the United States Senate working with segregationists to oppose.
This is the thing about politics, right? She was going against Biden to be the nominee candidate for the presidential seat in the Democratic Party. And they were like saying BS about each other. All of a sudden, they're best friends.
Busing, which was the vehicle by which we would integrate America's public schools, Had I been in the United States Senate at that time, I would have been completely on the other side of the aisle. And let's be clear about this. Had those segregationists their way, I would not be a member of the United States Senate, Cory Booker would not be a member of the United States Senate, and Barack Obama would not have been in a position to nominate him to the title he now holds. And so on that issue, we could not be more apart, which is that the vice president has still failed to acknowledge that it was wrong to take the position that he took at that time. Now, I would like to also talk about this conversation about Eric Garner, because I too met with his mother. And one of the things that we've got to be clear about is that this president of the United States, Donald Trump, while he has been in office, has quietly been allowing the United States Department of Justice to shut down consent decrees, to stop pattern and practice investigations. On that case, we also know that the Civil Rights Division, this is important, the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice said charges should have been filed, but this United States Department of Justice usurped, and I believe it is because that president did not want those charges to go forward, and they overrode a decision by the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice. Under my administration, the Civil Rights Division will reign, and there will be independent investigations.
Vice President Biden, I want to give you a chance to respond to what Senator Harris just said.
When Senator Harris was the Attorney General for 8 years in the state of California, there were two of
I feel like she just said the same thing over and over again during that particular speech. I don't even know.
the most segregated school districts in the country, in Los Angeles and in San Francisco. And she did not, like, I didn't see a single solitary time she brought a case against them to desegregate them. Secondly, she also was in a situation where she had a police department when she was there that in fact was abusing people's rights. And the fact was that she, in fact, was told by her own people, that her own staff, that she should do something about and disclose to defense attorneys like me that you, in fact, have been, the police officer did something that did not give you information would exculpate your client. She did.
Like, even Kamala is looking at Biden like, bro, how are you even on this stage? Look at Kamala, bro. Kamala is like, wait. How are you on this stage again? And he won the nomination. And he was the, I mean, shoot. Kamala is looking like, how are you here again? This is when we should have known that, man, I think, man, Biden may have, we should just have sent Biden to the beach somewhere. But we voted.
She didn't do that.
Well, I didn't vote.
She never did it. And so what happened? Along came a federal judge and said, enough, and he freed 1,000 of these people. If you doubt me, Google 1,000 prisoners.
I think Biden and Harris, they're like almost the same thing. I ain't gonna cap. I feel like it's the same thing. Because what is Biden saying too? I don't know, man. God bless Biden. God bless Kamala.
Prisoners freed, Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Vice President Biden. And Senator Harris, your response?
That is simply not true. And as Attorney General of California, where I ran the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, second only to the United States Department of Justice, I am proud of the work we did, work that has received national recognition for what has been the important work of reforming a criminal justice system and cleaning up the consequences of the bills that you passed when you were in the United States Senate for decades. It was the work.
How are they now best friends? This is the conversation right here. How are they best friends right now? If this was going on 4 years ago, man, I feel like politics is they're really playing with us, bro. If this is what is going on, how are they best friends right now?
Of creating one of the first in the nation initiatives around re-entering former offenders and getting them jobs and counseling.
Thank you, Senator.
I did the work as Attorney General of putting body cameras on special agents.
Biden is like that kid in school trying to answer the question.
I want to bring in Congresswoman
California, and I'm proud of that work.
I want to bring in Congresswoman Gabbard. Congresswoman Gabbard, you took issue with Senator Harris confronting Vice President Biden at the last debate. You called it a, quote, false accusation that Joe Biden is a racist. What's your response?
I want to bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting Black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
Dang.
Blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Harris, your response.
How many sales calls could
Nobody cares about how many sales calls, bro.
you book if you...
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 40 million people, which...
I don't know, man. You know what they say about blinking? When you're blinking like that, you know what they say now. You know what they say. You know what they say when you blinking like that? You know they say you may be lying now. I don't know, man. I don't live in California, so I don't know, but shoot.
Harris, your response.
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system.
Donald J. Plum, can you please cash app me so I can pay for the YouTube commercial stuff? Okay, Donald J. Plum. Thank you, my guy. My cash app is right there. So if you want to pay for the commercial, that would be perfect, Donald J. Plum.
Of a state of 40 million people, which became a national model.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Harris, your response.
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 40 million people, which became a national model for the work that needs to be done. And I am proud of that work. And I am proud of making a decision to not just give fancy speeches or be in a legislative body and give speeches on the floor, but actually doing the work of being in the position to use the power that I had to reform a system that is badly in need of reform. That is why we created initiatives that were about reentering former offenders and getting them counseling. It is why, and because I know that criminal justice system is so broken, that I am an advocate for what we need to do to not only decriminalize, but legalize marijuana in the United States.
I want to bring Congresswoman Gabbard back in.
Wait. Is Kamala really trying to legalize marijuana in the United States? Man, she about to win the election.
Your response,
The bottom line is, Senator Harris, when you are in a position to make a difference and an impact in these people's lives, you did not. And worse yet, in the case of those who are on death row, innocent people, you actually blocked evidence from being revealed that would have freed them until you were forced to do so. There is no excuse for that. And the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology.
Senator Harris.
It's like, how is Tulsi she's just there looking all beautiful and, just killing the game. God damn, Tulsi. Tulsi, I don't want to butcher her name, but she's just there looking pretty and just saying all that. And come on, my God damn.
From being revealed that would have freed them until you were forced to do so. There is no excuse for that. And the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology.
Senator Harris.
My entire career, I have been personally opposed to the death penalty, and that has never changed. And I dare anybody who is in a position to make that decision, to face the people I have faced, to say, I will not seek the death penalty. That is my background. That is my work. I am proud of it. I think you can judge people by when they are under fire, and it's not about some fancy opinion on a stage, but when they're in the position to actually make a decision, what do they do? When I was in the position of having to decide whether or not to seek a death penalty on cases I prosecuted, I made a very difficult decision that was not popular to not seek the death penalty. History shows that, and I am proud of those decisions.
Senator Harris, thank you very much.
That was tough now. That particular last one was tough. I ain't gonna cap now. That particular last one was tough. Yeah, she proved herself. And, you know, just like the placement of her and Joe Biden was actually significant because they were right there in the middle. Can you see Joe Biden right there in the middle? Or can you see Kamala Harris right there in the middle? It's like,
Senator Bennett, a question for you. Why are you the best candidate to heal the racial divide that
man, I don't know. But anyway, guys, you know, Kamala, let's go see. Kamala, no tax on tips.
President Kamala Harris holding a sold-out fundraiser in San Francisco today after she and her running mate Tim Walz gathered massive crowds. The crowds rivaling the media platform. We caught her with the
Including to raise the minimum families of America.
proposal.
We will continue our fight for working families of America, including to raise the minimum wage and eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
The taxes on tips first brought to the presidential campaign trail earlier this summer.
We are going to not charge taxes on tips, people making tips.
Trump also posting online that Harris just copied my no taxes on tips policy.
We must defeat Trump.
Meanwhile,
and that's the thing about the Democrat. They're always saying we must defeat Trump. I don't know why that is like even a conversation, but anyway, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is, man. I feel like everybody should just actually focus on the policies instead of focusing on defeating Trump. It shouldn't be defeating Trump. We must defeat Trump. It should be, you know, what are the policies? What are we doing? I'm still looking for like a Kamala has in. Wait, let's see. Is there Kamala interviews? Let's see if Kamala has interview. Let's see interviews. Kamala interviews. Does Kamala have any interview up here? Has she done any interviews? So these are like old interviews. She hasn't done anything recently. But one thing is for sure, Kamala was invited by Elon Musk to do an interview on X.
Kamala Harris and the Democrats in that wide-ranging interview with Elon Musk.
Ty Pyro has the highlights.
Good morning to all four of you, former President Trump and Elon Musk, delving into a roughly 2-hour-long conversation. More than 1 million people joining to listen in to the two men who spent a lot of time discussing inflation. Watch.
The thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation It doesn't matter what you make. The inflation is eating you alive.
Trump slamming Harris for not doing an extended interview for more than 3 weeks.
You think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass on you.
No, they could not.
It's pretty sad when you think that somebody that does this for a living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview.
Musk inviting Harris to speak with him on X as well, but...
Well, this is it. Everybody see, Elon Musk says happy to host Kamala on an X Spaces too. So is Kamala going to do the interview with Elon Musk? I'm not sure. Is Kamala actually on X? Let me check. Oh, she's actually on X. And she has 20 million followers. Yeah, she got followers, man. Yeah, she actually has some. Yeah, she got followers. That's what I'm telling you. Yeah, she got followers. But is she going to do the interview?
She is unlikely to do so, considering she has not done an interview in 23 days since launching her campaign. But does it really matter? Harris did just get a glowing Time magazine cover without even being interviewed. It's a different tune from the press with previous headlines like this from the Washington Post. Remember, this was just months ago when the press was saying this, quote, "For the country's sake, Vice President Harris should step aside." Or New York Magazine making, quote, "the case for Biden to drop Kamala Harris." And the New York Times saying, quote, "Kamala Harris is trying to define her vice presidency. Even her allies are tired of waiting." Guys, much different than that Time magazine cover and article.
How do you get a profile piece without a profile?
Right, she wouldn't give into an interview. She would not do an interview.
Unreal.
It's unbelievable.
Thank you.
You know, let's not be surprised.
She didn't even pose for the picture.
No.
They didn't even talk to her. They talked to Pete Buttigieg. They talked to somebody from CNN and a gun control advocate instead of talking to her. But don't be surprised that they gave her the cover of Time magazine. Remember,
we're not surprised.
Remember before Obama, he was given a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah.
Before he did anything for peace.
For not being George Bush.
Yeah. And
But
so
at least,
she's running because she's not Joe Biden.
They keep making this comparison, but at least Obama, agree with him or not, at least he had that it factor. He had rallies where people loved him. He started as a state senator, worked his way up. There was a message behind him. You used to see everyone with the T-shirts and everything. And I don't see this big movement of Kamala, yet she gets to be on the cover with no interviews. At least Obama did interviews.
He did.
Right. So she's got 80 plus days. She says, "I'm going to talk to my people about doing an interview in August."
I think. Do you think Kamala is just trying to like survive them days until it gets to the final election day? Is that what we think? Because it's looking like she's just trying to like, man, if I could just ride this, if I could just ride this train until the election, baby, maybe it will work. Because people who actually support Kamala, they don't care if she does an interview or not. They don't really care. This is just the facts. People who support Kamala don't care if she does an interview or not. This is the facts. They don't want to hear anything about the policies. They don't want to hear anything about the border. They don't want to hear anything about the goddamn inflation. They don't want to hear about the wars. They just say, you know what? She's not Trump, and that's why I'm voting for her. This is the facts. So these are the facts.
Can you imagine that?
JD Vance did how many interviews on Sunday?
Yeah,
Donald Trump's been interviewed yesterday with Elon Musk.
Yeah, but for her, it's still working. I mean, she's not declining in the polls. She's gone up a little bit. She's kind of plateaued. And this is even an off week because it's not until next week with the DNC. They're going to roll out. Just imagine how Hollywood is going to present through videos and stuff like that and speakers and everything else. What is going on with Kamala Harris? It's going to be don't be surprised. Usually you get a bump after your convention.
But yeah, no doubt about it. It was tough for Trump to get a bump because he had nobody to go against. Yeah. A bump against who? He left. He bumped him right out. By the way, this is my analogy, and I think it might be brilliant.
Okay,
it's like trying to win American Idol without singing, just by going on stage and looking. And they're like, oh, that's the winner. Wait a second. They haven't started singing yet. And so we have no idea what she stands for, what she's going to do. But she looks the part. She looks great walking on stage. There, look at my guy. My coach is so happy. He's got like this way of clapping, which is so interesting.
Let's expand on that. Your candidate that's on American Idol that hasn't sung yet did have some songs. They were not hits.
Right.
They were so bad.
Right. Yeah.
That's exactly what her record is.
Right. And then when she does sing, it sounds exactly like Trump.
Right. Exactly. All of a sudden, she's a great singer.
So my analogy is somewhat brilliant because you're building on it.
Well, here's the thing. She has presented an idea, a vision. The big question is that enough for a lot of people? Will a majority
What's
of
her
people...
vision?
Well, her vision is a brighter tomorrow, Brian.
Oh, a brighter tomorrow. So Annie's vision.
She hasn't gone into any specifics yet because then politically that's complicated.
Right.
And
so the sun will come out tomorrow.
That would
tomorrow.
be Annie.
It's always a day away.
Yeah.
It is indeed.
Right.
ARF.
Right.
She keeps changing her positions because she knows if she sticks to the way she's voted her entire political career, then they will lose.
That's why she didn't get the nomination the first time. And they grabbed Joe Biden from oblivion and said, you can at least pretend to be a moderate. You don't have to campaign.
Appreciate it, Senator.
Thank
so
you.
within a week of you being named on the VP ticket, the Democrat.
This is something I want us to see, right? JD Vance is a Republican, right? He is going to talk to CNN. Think about that. JD Vance is a Republican, and everybody knows CNN don't be messing around with Republicans like that. But he went there to talk to CNN. This is what leaders do, in my opinion.
Democratic nominee changed.
Mhm.
And you guys seem to be struggling a little bit with how to approach the new dynamic. How are you approaching your new opponent and the new ticket?
Yeah, well, I think it's pretty straightforward, actually. We're running against a set of policies that I think have failed the American people, and we're running to a set of policies, President Trump's 4 years in office, that I think really succeeded for the American people. And I think that what's different about it, and you're right, Dana, it is different, but what's different about it is that we're running against a different person who a lot of Americans just don't know. And so I think we have to remind people that President Trump delivered lower prices, lower inflation, a prosperous and peaceful world, and also a secure border. And Kamala Harris's policies have produced the exact opposite. Now, that was an easier case to make when Joe Biden was in there because people associate Joe Biden with the policies. But I think Kamala Harris clearly owns the policies of the Biden-Harris administration, especially when we consider the fact that, as we've all learned over the last few months, Joe Biden clearly isn't capable of doing the job. And so I think that drives home that Kamala Harris really has been the one calling the shots. I mean, how could she not? I think Joe Biden doesn't really know where he is.
Kamala Harris has been calling.
Did he just say Joe Biden doesn't know where he is? Man, this is wild, bro. They're just saying what they want to say about Biden. But that man working hard. Y'all talk, man. That man working hard on the bitch.
Calling the shots as who?
Well, I think she has to have been, right? Because if she's not calling the shots, Dana, then who is? And I do think it drives home something that's fundamentally dishonest about the way that Vice President Harris and also a lot of senior Democrats have approached this. If you remember, for months, even years, the argument was that Joe Biden was sharp, he could clearly do the job. And the minute that he performed poorly in that debate and he became political dead weight, you have Kamala Harris and everybody else trying to throw him overboard. But I think the more troubling question is, why did so many senior Democrats, including the vice president, cover for him? And if Joe Biden wasn't capable of doing the job, as even a lot of Democrats say now, was Kamala Harris in charge or was somebody else in charge? And that's a real issue.
There's no evidence that Kamala Harris threw him overboard. But I want to move on to something that Governor Walz has called you and Donald Trump, and that is weird.
Sure.
And it is taken off. The New York Times reports that when Donald Trump was asked about it, he said, "Not me, they're talking about JD."
Well, certainly they've levied that charge against me more than anybody else, but I think that it drives home how they're trying to distract from their own policy failures. I mean, look, this is fundamentally schoolyard bully stuff. They can accuse me of whatever they want to accuse me of. As Harry S. Truman once said, if you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen. And I'm doing this because I think that me being vice president will help improve people's lives. So I accept their attacks, but I think that it is a little bit of...
And this is another conversation. This is another thing we need to talk about. Who is in charge right now? Who is currently in charge right now? because Kamala Harris is on campaign trail. She's like, she's campaigning in different states, trying to garner voters to vote for her, as she should be doing. So who is actually in charge right now?
Projection, Dana, if you think about, just take a couple of days ago, Tim Walz gives this big speech. He's been announced.
When other countries call the United States, who is answering the phone? Because I don't even know.
As the VP nominee. And I remember when I had just been announced as the VP nominee, I gave my big speech and I saw my wife and I gave her a big hug and a kiss because I love my wife and I think that's what a normal person does. Tim Walz gave his wife a nice, firm Midwestern handshake and then tried to sort of awkwardly correct for it. So I think that what it is two people, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who aren't comfortable in their own skin because they aren't comfortable with their policy positions for the American.
Just for the sake of finding that, I'm gonna come back to this guy. Let me open another. Let me see if I can sign. Okay. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I could. Let me open something else. Just so we can find who is in charge right now. This was 3 days ago. Man. We're currently not receiving phone calls. This is August 9, 2024.
First Lady and His Great Daughter Night. First Lady, Great Daughter Night.
Oh no, now. Anyway, let's go back here.
People. And so they're name calling instead of actually telling the American people how they're going to make their lives better. I think that's weird, Dana, but look, they can call me whatever they want to.
You're saying Tim Walz doesn't have affection for his wife? I don't even understand that.
I said that he acted weird, which he did, on a national stage in front of his wife and in front of millions of Americans who presumably were watching at home. And I think that it's projection, Dana. Look, I think this election should be about who's going to solve the inflation crisis, who's going to make groceries and housing more affordable, who's going to secure that southern border. Kamala Harris's record is that she supported all the policies that made that problem worse, Dana. We're trying to say we're going to take the country in a different direction. I really think that it's important to point this out, Dana. Their entire campaign has not been about, here's our policy for how we're going to make your life better, or here's what's wrong with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance's policies. We're going to name call and hope that you don't notice that we don't have an agenda. That is the entire Democrat approach to this election.
They have done both. They have both policies, and they are trying to define
Dana,
you as well.
If you go to Kamala Harris's campaign page right now, they still don't have a policy.
Well, let's talk about
policy
versus
positions about what they're going to do. I think that's really insulting to Americans.
You started out talking about the policies
Please.
in this interview, but you have been on the campaign trail questioning Tim Walz's military record. You say it was shameful that Governor Walz retired from the military before his unit deployed to Iraq. I want to read you something that Joe Eustace, who is a veteran, he served with Governor Walz, said. He said that's a lie. He said he was as good a soldier as you'll find. I'm not trying to defend him. I hope people don't think that. What I'm trying to do is defend someone who served his country. I'm not voting for him. I'll campaign against him, but I don't think it's fair to characterize his service the way they have. Governor Walz served 24 years. He even stayed after he could have retired because of 9/11, more than the country asked of him. Do you honor his service?
Well, of course, Dana, I honor his service. And I've never criticized what Tim Walz did when he was in the military. I criticized his retirement decision. And most importantly, Dana, I criticized his lying about his own record, okay? This is a guy who was captured on video saying, I carried a gun in war. He never went to war. This is a guy who's been captured on video as other people say he's an Afghanistan veteran. He's a veteran of a war, nodding along in agreement instead of saying, no, 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 I did serve my country and I did it honorably, but I never went to a war zone. I'm not criticizing Tim Walz's service. I'm criticizing the fact that he lied about his service for political gain, Dana. Now, I served in the United States Marine Corps, and you know this. And look, there are a lot of things that I'm proud about. I've never lied about what I did or overstated it because it would be beneficial to me in an election. I think that's what Tim Walz did. That's what I was criticizing. And yes, I do think it's scandalous behavior.
You talked about one of the things that he said, weapons of war. He was talking in a campaign stop about, he was trying to talk about gun control.
Sure.
And he said, weapons of war I carried in war. I will say that the Harris-Walz campaign did say that the governor misspoke there.
Sure.
Do you accept that?
He misspoke. Another word is that he lied about it, and he didn't correct the record for 15 years until he was put under political pressure because I called it out, Dana. Whatever you want to call it, a misspeaking or a lie, I think Tim Walz should have to correct the record. Now, you pointed out a soldier who defended his service. There have been a number of soldiers who served with Tim Walz who have criticized him on the exact same grounds that I have because it's not right to misstate or to embellish what you've done, and I think that's what he did.
So much, man. We ain't gonna cap. You can't be misspeaking on going to war now. You know, we ain't gonna cap. Do I respect and thank him for his service? Absolutely. I thank Coach Walz for
He filed his election paperwork February 10th, 2005. That was a month before the National Guard even announced that it was possible that they would deploy to Iraq, and it ended up being 2 months. He retired 2 months before they actually got the paperwork.
But on CNN last night, Dana, one of the people who was actually in charge of him said they knew they were going to deploy to Iraq in February of 2004, fall of 2004. So he knew he was going to Iraq. He decided to quit, to retire, whatever word you want to use, because he wanted to run for Congress. He lied about that. He said that when he decided to retire, he did not know that he was going to Iraq. That is another untruth, as even his senior military officer said. So again, I'm not criticizing the service. I'm criticizing the dishonesty. Dishonesty spoken in favor and for the purpose of political benefit. And I think that the most important thing here, Dana, is it goes to Kamala Harris's judgment. Tim Walz is ultimately going to be the vice president. Kamala Harris is in great health. I'm sure she's going to be president if she wins for 4 or maybe even 8 years. Why did Kamala Harris choose a person who has lied about their military service? I think that is a serious lapse in judgment. And I don't want to hear from a campaign spokesperson of Kamala Harris. I want to hear Kamala Harris herself address what I just said.
You know, I've seen a lot of statements from veterans, including those you served with, saying it's just untoward to be criticizing somebody who served for 24 years.
And that's another thing, you know, he served for 24 years. We got to say, yo, we going to have to say the truth. Thank you for your service, man. We ain't going to lie. We ain't going to cap. We got to say thank you for your service, okay? This is just the facts. We got to say, Coach Walz, thank you for your service. But the other one is when they said he misspoke, saying he went to war. That's actually not. That's not going to fly also. That's something he needs to say, you know what? I apologize for saying that. But I'm not sure he's going to speak about that because he actually gave a speech yesterday or last night that I actually played in the beginning of this live stream, and he never said anything about that.
Dana, I'm not interested in the ad hominem. I've heard from a lot of veterans groups who criticize Tim Walz. The question is, he said he served in war, and he didn't. That is a dishonesty. I couldn't care less what one or the other person says about it. I care about what the truth is. The truth is that Tim Walz didn't tell the truth. And importantly, Dana, this is about Kamala Harris's judgment. And I think that when you ask, why has Kamala Harris allowed the border to be wide open? Why is
when people say, you know, somebody is a liar, is a con artist, he makes me sick to my stomach. It's like, how old are you? You can't listen to a conversation. Man, did Tim Walz not say he went to war? If he didn't say that, then you can say that in the chat. He never said that. And we could go find a video of him actually saying that if that's the case.
Kamala Harris supported policies that have promoted the increase in inflation. I think it goes to the heart of her judgment, and I think that that's what we should be talking about.
One last question. Donald Trump didn't serve in the military. He received a medical draft deferment for bone spurs to avoid serving in the Vietnam War, reportedly as a favor to his father. Do you find that shameful, too?
I think that Donald Trump didn't serve in the military, but he didn't lie about it, Dana. I've known Donald Trump for a long time. He really honors our veterans. He honors me for my service. Donald Trump didn't lie about serving in the military. He didn't say that he went to Vietnam when he didn't. This is the problem. I don't criticize anybody, whether they served our country or not. I think it's honorable to serve, but obviously a lot of people have reasons for not serving. I criticize somebody for embellishing their record, for lying, saying, I went to war. Dana, do you think that it's a problem that he said, I went to war, but he didn't actually? That seems to be a problem to me.
Well, they've corrected that. Let's move on to...
They've corrected it by admitting that he lied.
Let's move on to another important issue to voters, and
Please.
that is the issue of abortion. You wrote the foreword for a new book by Heritage Foundation President Kevin Roberts of Project 2020.
You see what I mean? Like there is no conversation. She's supposed to be asking questions about Senator J.D. Vance. You are the new vice presidential nominee for the Republican Party. What do you think you're going to do pertaining to the inflation, to the border? You know, no questions like that.
Project 2025, among many other things, calls for rolling back approval of the abortion drug mifepristone. Donald Trump told me during the debate that he would not block the drug. And on Thursday, when he was asked, he didn't rule it out. So which is it?
Well, look, Dana, first of all, Project 2025 is not affiliated with the Trump campaign. Kevin Roberts is a friend of mine, but I wouldn't say that he speaks for the president in the same way I wouldn't say that he speaks for me. Now, what Donald Trump has said is that he respects the Supreme Court's opinion on the mifepristone ruling.
But let me just stop you right there. The
Please.
Supreme Court, you're a lawyer, so you know this better than I.
Sure.
The Supreme Court, all they did was say that what came to them didn't have standing. So they let it stand. A real question, a substantive question, hasn't made it to the Supreme Court. So my question for you is whether or not a Trump-Vance administration would allow mifepristone to continue to be sent around the country.
Well, President Trump won the nomination of the Republican Party. He said it to you, and he said it repeatedly, that his goal is not to block mifepristone. It's to let states make the decision on abortion policy. Now, of course, that does mean, Dana, we have to be honest about this, that California might have less restrictive rules than Ohio, which might have less restrictive rules than Alabama. I think what President Trump is really trying to do on the abortion question is really admirable. And I wish the press was a little bit more honest about it. He's saying we've had a 50-year culture war over abortion, where unfortunately this issue has just divided the country, and he wants to provide some ground for us to come together, for states to make these decisions, for voters to make these decisions, and for us all to respect one another. That's all he's
on
proposed.
that issue, a few months ago, on the question, his position, which you've adopted, is it is up to the states. I spoke to a woman named Kate Cox. She lives in Texas.
Sure.
She was 20 weeks pregnant. Her fetus was diagnosed with a disease it was a deadly genetic condition called trisomy 18. She said that carrying the pregnancy, she was told this by her doctors, to term, if the fetus even survived, would hurt her chances for having more children, which she and her husband desperately wanted. Why is not allowing her to end that pregnancy helpful or supportive?
Airbnb, Craig. Nobody cares about all that, bro.
Like you want it to be?
Well, first of all, Dana, my heart breaks for this woman. I don't know her personally. I've certainly heard the story, and our heart breaks for her. And we want people to have healthy, happy families. And it's extremely unfortunate that sometimes, medicine, the act of God, whatever happens, it just doesn't work out. What the president has said, I think, very clearly is that he is not trying to prevent women who have non-viable pregnancies from getting access to the medical care that they need.
But allowing the states to decide, a place like Texas, which has very strict laws now, doesn't allow a Kate Cox to end a pregnancy that is fatal and could potentially hurt her ability to have more kids.
But what President Trump has said is that we are going to let voters make these decisions. And again, Texas might have a view that President Trump disagrees with. They might have a view that President Trump agrees with, but you've got to let the voters make these decisions.
So you're comfortable with that
ultimately,
law in Texas?
I'm not comfortable with anything, Dana, because I'm not passing judgment on what these laws should be. You ask me my own personal view. I campaigned against an Ohio referendum, but I think that we have to let voters decide. And when they speak their mind, you have to be respectful. Agree or disagree with whatever voters decide, they're going to make these decisions.
Welcome back to State of the Union.
Oh, man. Do we have more? Let's see.
State must win, I would say, swing state of Pennsylvania.
Of course.
One of them, Carol Carty, said she was almost a childless dog lady because she didn't happen to meet the right person until she was 40 years old. Another, Joan London, was offended that you don't think she has a stake in the future of the country because she doesn't have children. What do you say to key voters like that, Republicans, swing voters, who are put off by your views?
Well, what I would say, Dana, is if you look at what I said in context, the Harris campaign has frankly lied about what I actually said. I'm pro-family. I want us to have more families. And obviously, sometimes it doesn't work out, sometimes for medical reasons, sometimes because you don't meet the right person. But the point is that our country has become anti-family in its public policy. Let me just give you an example of this. So after our second child was born, my wife and I, we have 3 little kids. After our second child was born, we get the baby home from the hospital. We get this ridiculous out-of-network medical bill that is financially shocking, and we're pretty well off. And that happened because we have ridiculous laws in this country that are anti-family. I've sponsored legislation to try to fix things like that so moms and dads don't get these surprise medical bills. I think it's important for us to be pro-family. That's all that I've ever said.
If you want to be pro-family, I want to, because you do criticize, as you just did, the Democratic Party for being anti-family.
I do.
You called out Kamala Harris and Pete Buttigieg in particular. Kamala Harris has 2 stepchildren. Pete Buttigieg and his husband have adopted twins. Do you recognize them as parents and more broadly as being part of families?
Well, of course I do, Dana. I mean, you know my life story. I was actually raised. I was raised, but Dana, I was raised. I mean, one of the first people that I gave a hug to after my RNC convention speech was my stepmom, who's been an incredibly important person in my life.
So she's not childless.
My kids call her Mamaw. Of course, she's not childless. But again,
you called her that.
The criticism. I certainly did not call my own stepmother childless.
Kamala Harris.
I criticized Kamala Harris for being part of a set of ideas that exists in American leadership that is anti-family. I never, Dana, criticized people for not having kids. I criticize people for being anti-child. And I do think that Kamala Harris has made some bizarre statements. She has said things like, it's reasonable not to have children over climate change. I think it's the exact opposite message we should be sending to our young families. I want to expand the child tax credit. I want to stop those surprise medical bills. I want to make housing more affordable so that if you have a young family, you can actually afford to put them in a home. And I think that it is unfortunate that so much of our public leadership has become anti-family. One final point on this, Dana, if you go back to the COVID era, one thing that really frustrated me and motivated some of these comments is we were at a point where we were kicking kids out of school. We were masking 3-year-olds and putting the masks back on them, even as they were trying to rip them off at school. I think that if we had more people who took the right perspective and had a little bit more understanding of how little kids actually operate, we would not have made so many of those mistakes during COVID.
That's a whole nother conversation. Because
no,
people
it's
didn't
related
know,
to this
because people didn't know as much because it was literally a novel virus.
But Danny, you asked me about okay, you've now
Bro, I don't even want to talk about that because
asked me 3 questions about comments that I made 3 years ago. I wonder what Kamala Harris thinks about the fact that she supported policies that opened the American southern border. I wonder what Kamala Harris thinks about the fact that she lied to the American people about Joe Biden's middle facility for the office. You are interviewing me, Dana, because I respect the American people enough to sit down for an interview.
I appreciate that.
Kamala Harris has been the nominee for 3 weeks. She hasn't sat down for a real interview.
Believe me, we are asking. You're not going to get a disagreement there.
But the point is, Dana, you've got me for 15 minutes or however long you have me. We should be talking about public policies that matter. How are we going to lower inflation? How are we going to reduce the cost of food and housing? How are we going to close down that southern border? We've talked so little about that. We've talked a lot more about a sarcastic remark I made 3 years ago. I think we should talk about the issues that most Americans care about.
I only asked you one question about that. I asked you about policies, and
Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Why can't we talk about what is gonna make the country better? Why are we gonna talk about cat ladies? You know, all that stuff, man.
I was asking about.
I feel like these are actually the problem right here. It's not the people actually know what they want, but these people are just like making everything seem so worse.
Military record that you brought up, nobody else did, of Tim Walz. One last question. This is on policy.
Please.
Prior to Contrave,
I don't want to say nothing about this pretty woman.
Yeah.
Donald Trump said this week that he feels strongly that the president should have at least a say when it comes to the Federal Reserve and how to handle interest rates. Do you agree that a president should direct the Federal Reserve on how to handle interest rates?
Well, not direct. That's not what he said. He said the president should have a say. But one, I absolutely agree with what he said.
Right now,
And
the president
two,
doesn't have a say.
Well, the president has a say in the sense that the president appoints the Federal
Right.
Reserve governors. But he's saying, to be clear, President Trump is saying, I think, something that's really important and actually profound, which is that the political leadership of this country should have more say over the monetary policy of this country. I agree with him. That should fundamentally be a political decision. Agree or disagree, we should have America's elected leaders having input about the most important decisions confronting our country.
That would
The
be a
question to
huge
go-
change, just so people understand
It
that.
would be a huge change, but whether the country goes to war, what our interest rates are, these are important questions that American democracy should have important answers for. And I think all President Trump is saying is that, look, it's kind of weird that you have so many bureaucrats making so many important decisions. If the American people don't like our interest rate policy, they should elect somebody different to change that policy. Nothing should be above democratic debate in this country when it comes to the big questions confronting the United States.
Okay, one last question.
Please.
And I can't believe I have to ask you this, but I do, because Donald Trump has been attacking Kamala Harris's racial identity.
That is your last question? You said one last question and that's your last question? So you have no question that concerns the people, like inflation, border, the wars and the billions of munitions sent to Ukraine. None of that is your question. This shit, what?
He has not been, but ask your question.
Well, he questioned her racial identity. He said a number of years ago, she happened to turn black. Her father is Jamaican. Do you believe Kamala Harris is black?
I believe that Kamala Harris is whatever she says she
Bro, listen to the last question. Listen to the last question. Do you believe, like, that is your last question? So nothing that actually concerns the people.
is, but I believe importantly that President Trump is right that she's a chameleon.
I don't care about that, bro. I don't care about that, bro, because this doesn't pay my bills. This doesn't feed my daughter. This doesn't feed my wife. This doesn't make, I don't wake up in the morning and say, oh, I am this. This is how I was born. I care about the inflation because I got a 4-year-old daughter, bro. You think I care about this? Man, wake the fuck up.
Tends to be one thing in front of one audience. She pretends to be something different in front of another audience. Look, Dana, she's not running a political campaign. She's running a movie. She only speaks to voters behind a teleprompter. Everything is scripted. She doesn't have her policy positions out there. She hasn't answered why she wanted to ban fracking, but now she doesn't. She wanted to fund police, but now she doesn't. She wanted to open the border, but now she doesn't. She should have to answer for why she presents a different set of policies to one audience and a different set of policies to another audience. And I think that's what.
And this is why I am going to vote for Trump. Because, shoot, like, you want to make it about this. It's not about this.
President Trump is getting at. This is a fundamentally fake person. She's different depending on who she's in front of.
With respect, you
Please.
changed your position on an important thing, which is Donald Trump.
Of course I did.
And so
I'm
why are
honest
you not a
about it.
chameleon?
Because, Dana, I've explained to the American people what's different. People change their minds when the facts change, they should. But if you want to be the people's vice president or president, you should have to stand before an interviewer and say, this is why I changed my mind. So to everybody who's seen that I criticized Donald Trump, since he asked the question, here are two things.
You didn't just criticize him. You said he could be America's Hitler.
Well, that's a criticism, and I didn't say that exactly, but set that to the side. What I said about Donald Trump and what I believed about Donald Trump, two things that really change. First of all, I didn't think Donald Trump would be a good president. He was a great president. Wages were rising. The world was more peaceful. Remember, when Donald Trump was running for president the first time, they said he would start World War III. He brought more peace to the world than any president of my lifetime. The second thing, Dana, is I believed, and I'm ashamed of it, I believed a lot of the media lies about Donald Trump in 2016. I believe that he said things like, for example, the media said Donald Trump accused all Mexicans of being rapists and criminals. You actually look at what he said, he did not say that at all. And I think it's important when you see something, you change your mind, and that's all I've done. And my pitch to the American people would be, I imagine a lot of folks who are thinking about voting for Donald Trump in 2024, maybe they've bought in to the media lies about him. Think for yourself, look at what he actually said, and I think you'll find that he's, one, a very engaging guy, but two, was a very good president.
There aren't media lies. We play him and we let him speak for himself, and so people are getting exactly.
Shut up. They are. Shut up.
I'm not accusing you of lying, Dana. You know I like you, but
No,
the
I know
media
you're not.
lies from time to time
I know you're
about
not, but
Donald
people
Trump.
people hear him for himself. Last question.
Please.
Are you going to debate Tim Walz?
Of course. I want to debate Tim Walz. I think it's important, and I think that it goes to a very fundamental difference between the Trump-Vance ticket and our opposition. We believe in talking to the media. We believe in answering questions. We believe in debating. I think it's really important. I mean, look, I'm asking the American people to make me their vice president. It's really important to stand before the American people to make that case, and I'm going to keep on doing it in whatever forum I get the opportunity. So
We look
thank
forward
you.
to it. Thank you so much
Thanks,
for
Dana.
sitting down and taking my
Of
questions.
course. Thank you for coming here.
When will Kamala go to Fox? This is JD Vance on CNN. Everybody knows CNN don't like my boy Trump, but it is what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the stream, and it is what it is. It is what it is. We've come to the end of the stream. Like and subscribe to the channel. Like and subscribe to the channel. What's wrong with my computer? God damn, my computer going wild. Like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you guys for watching the live stream. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I'm trying to brought up the race thing. Shout out to everybody for being here. You guys are the best. God bless you. God bless your family. God protect you and your family. If you got kids, God protect your kids. If you got wives, God protect your wife. You know what it is. God bless you, man. God bless you. And I'm not here to tell you who to vote for. I'm just here to tell you, instead of trying to vote for this, vote for policies, okay? That's all it is. I ain't here to change your mind or whatever. Just, do what you got to do. Do your own research. And just, let God lead, man. Let God lead. Anyway, God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. And if you would like to support the channel, that is the Cash App right there on the screen. If you want to support the channel, that would be great. If you don't, it is what it is. Thank you for watching. Anyway, thank you for subscribing to the channel. God bless you. 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 All right. It is currently 2:07 a.m. I am in Georgia. I am in Atlanta, Georgia. God bless you guys. God bless you guys. God bless you guys. You know what it is. Yeah, man. We're gonna be back in the morning. Well, probably around 11 a.m. because I am gonna go get some rest. And it is what it is. All right. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. We have been streaming for how long have we been streaming for? I don't even know how long we've been streaming for. I gotta go check. We've probably been streaming for more than 5 hours. I can tell you that much. My computer is like, I gotta go. I'm sleepy. All right. And I am also gonna be streaming other stuff. I'm not just gonna be streaming the politicians and stuff. I'm gonna stream my life. I'm gonna stream fun stuff. I think I'm going to New York probably in September, which is next month. I'm gonna stream my New York trip. If you guys want to watch that, It's gonna be fun. We're gonna do a lot of fun things in New York, so we can have a good time on that part. And it is what it is, man. Y'all have a good time. If you are, I don't know, wherever you're watching right now, God bless you. God keep you safe. Keep you and your family safe. And then don't forget to subscribe to the channel now. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe to the channel and like the live show. Sometimes I get like 1,000 people watching the live show, and it's like, why don't you just like the video? God damn. Like the goddamn video. Okay. And now I gotta go for real, okay? Because oh Jesus, how do I actually stop this live? Because my screen is blank right now. Oh man. Okay. We gotta see. Anyway. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. We're gonna be back here tomorrow. We stream, well, I stream every day, so you can always see me here. If you subscribe, turn on your notifications. I'm gonna be here, man. I'm gonna be here. This is what it is. I'm trying to get to 5,000 subscribers. Currently, I am on 4,230 subscribers. Let's get to 5,000 subscribers, and then we're gonna aim for 10,000, and then we're gonna aim for 50,000, and then we're gonna aim for 100,000. Okay, so I just started this last month, actually, because I really don't post. I really don't, but last month I told my wife, I'm like, I want to be a full-time streamer. I want to stream for a living. You know what I mean? And she's like, yeah, you should do it. Because, you should do it. Anyway, shout out to Christy. Christy says, I liked and I subscribed. Shout out to Christy. God bless you. You are the best. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Anyway, guys, I got to go. I don't wish to go, but I got to go. My daughter is going to school tomorrow morning. She just started pre-K. She is 4 years old. And, I like to give her a kiss before she goes. Sometimes I don't because I am sleepy, but I always pick her up. So my wife drops her in school. I pick her up. So it's like a little routine that we do. But anyway, God bless you guys. I got to go. God bless you.